This is an NBC News special report. The second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer. Welcome to NBC News Live coverage of Day 5 of the Senate impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. Today, we expect both sides to present closing arguments, followed by a vote by the full Senate on whether to convict or acquit former President Trump for inciting an insurrection, the violent and deadly January 6th assault on the Capitol. But there have been a new development overnight that may derail that timeline, and it has to do with what the president knew about the severity of the assault while it was underway and the risk it posed to Vice President Mike Pence. And some are now asking for witnesses to be called in this trial. Also, NBC News has learned now that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, a key bellwether, intends to vote in this trial. We know how he'll vote. For the latest, let's go right to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey.
The Senate will convene as a court of impeachment.
Breaking news here, and we can hear Senator Leahy, of course, dabbling this in here. But Senator Mitch McConnell this morning sending a critical email to other Republicans saying that he plans to vote to acquit President Trump. And it's a pretty short email, so I'm just going to read it to you. It says, "Colleagues, as I've said for some time, today's vote is a vote of conscience, and I know we will all treat it as such. I've been asked directly by a number of you how I intend to vote, so thought it right to make that known prior to the final vote. And while a close call, I'm persuaded that impeachments are a tool primarily of removal, and therefore we lack jurisdiction. The Constitution makes perfectly clear that presidential criminal misconduct while in office can be prosecuted after the president has left office, which, in my view, alleviates the otherwise troubling January exception argument raised by the House. And given these conclusions, I will vote to acquit Mitch." So he is, of course, the person that we have been watching here, and he is going to go with this process argument, and he is going to say that former President Donald Trump is not guilty of incitement of insurrection. And this means it's likely that there are at most 5, perhaps 6 votes in the Senate to convict Donald Trump, Republican votes, I should say, and not anywhere near the 17 votes that would be required to convict former President Trump. So we basically knew that this was going to be the answer. We have been saying that all the way along. But of course, it has been an incredibly emotional and difficult week for senators as they relived via the House manager's presentation everything that happened here at the Capitol on January 6th. And of course, had to sit in the chamber to see pictures of it having been ransacked while they sat at their very desks. But again, this announcement from McConnell likely really closes any window that there may have been or idea that former President Trump might be convicted, Joe. The other thing I will add is that we're dealing with this morning is, and there's Mitch McConnell now walking from his office to the Senate floor. We are dealing with a question about witnesses because of some new information that came out overnight from Kevin McCarthy. So we're about to find out right now if something unexpected is going to happen on that front.
Yeah, that is sort of the big question that remains this morning. Will we see witnesses? If we don't have witnesses, how do we expect things to move forward today?
And I'd ask the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation.
So I think they're about to make the proclamation, Joe. I think we ought to just listen in here because if this starts as quickly as we expect, we're going to go straight to these final closing arguments and then, of course, to the final vote.
Against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
And pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the Senate has provided up to 2 hours of argument by the parties, equally divided, on the question of whether or not it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. Are both parties ready to proceed at this point?
He said they are ready to proceed.
They may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Over the last several days, we presented overwhelming evidence that establishes the charges in the article of impeachment. We've shown you how President Trump created a powder keg, lit a match, and then continued his incitement even as he failed to defend us from the ensuing violence. We've supported our position with images, videos, affidavits, documents, tweets, and other evidence, leaving no doubt that the Senate should convict. We believe we've proven our case. But last night, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler of Washington State issued a statement confirming that in the middle of the insurrection, when House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the president to beg for help, President Trump responded, and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Needless to say, this is an additional critical piece of corroborating evidence, further confirming the charges before you, as well as the president's willful dereliction of duty and desertion of duty as Commander-in-Chief of the United States, his state of mind, and his further incitement of the insurrection on January 6th. For that reason, and because this is the proper time to do so under the resolution that the Senate adopted to set the rules for the trial, we would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and to subpoena her contemporaneous notes that she made regarding what President Trump told Kevin McCarthy in the middle of the insurrection. We would be prepared to proceed by Zoom deposition of an hour or less, just as soon as Congresswoman Herrera Butler is available, and to then proceed to the next phase of the trial, including the introduction of that testimony shortly thereafter. Congresswoman Butler further stated that she hopes other witnesses to this part of the story, other patriots, as she put it, would come forward, and if that happens, we would seek the opportunity to take their depositions via Zoom, also for less than an hour, or to subpoena other relevant documents as well.
President, thank you. Senators, good morning. And good morning to the American people. The first thing I want to say on the issue of witnesses is that the House manager just got up here and described the articles of impeachment and the charges. There is no plural here. That's wrong. There's one article of impeachment and there's one charge, and that's incitement of violence and insurrection. What you all need to know and the American people need to know is, as of late yesterday afternoon, there was a stipulation going around that there weren't going to be any witnesses. But after what happened here in this chamber yesterday, the House managers realized they did not investigate this case before bringing the impeachment. They did not give the proper consideration and work. They didn't put the work in that was necessary to impeach the former president. But if they want to have witnesses, I'm going to need at least over 100 depositions, not just one. The real issue is incitement. They put into their case over 100 witnesses, people who have been charged with crimes by the federal government. And each one of those, they said that Mr. Trump was a co-conspirator with. That's not true. But I have the right to defend that. The only thing that I ask, if you vote for witnesses, do not handcuff me by limiting the number of witnesses that I can have. I need to do a thorough investigation that they did not do. I need to do the 911 style investigation that Nancy Pelosi called for. It should have been done already. It's a dereliction of the House manager's duty that they didn't. And now at the last minute, after a stipulation had apparently been worked out, they want to go back on that. I think that's inappropriate and improper. We should close this case out today. We have each prepared our closing arguments. I had 8 days to get ready for this thing, but we each had those 8 days equally together to prepare ourselves. And the House managers need to live with the case that they brought. But if they don't, please, in all fairness and in all due process, do not limit my ability to discover the truth. That would be another sham. And that's the president's position, my position.
I should just have it standing by. Mr. Askin.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is the proper time that we were assigned to talk about witnesses. This is completely within the course of the rules set forth by the Senate. There's nothing remotely unusual about this. I think we've done an exceedingly thorough and comprehensive job with all the evidence that was available. Last night, this was breaking news, and it responded directly to a question that was being raised by the President's defense counsel, saying that we had not sufficiently proven to their satisfaction, although I think we've proven to the satisfaction of the American people, certainly, that the President, after the breach and the invasion took place, was not working on the side of defending the Capitol, but rather was continuing to pursue his political goals. And the information that came out last night by Congresswoman Butler, apparently backed up by contemporaneous notes that she had taken, I think will put to rest any lingering doubts raised by the President's counsel, who now says he wants to interview hundreds of people. There's only one person the President's counsel really needs to interview, and that's their own client. And bring him forward, as we suggested last week, because a lot of this is matters that are in his head. Well, why did he not act to defend the country after he learned of the attack? Why was he continuing to press the political case? But this piece of evidence is relevant to that.
If I may.
And finally, I was a little bit mystified by the point about the article of impeachment, which I referred to. The dereliction of duty, the desertion of duty, is built into the incitement charge, obviously. If the President of the United States is out inciting a violent insurrection, he's obviously not doing his job at the same time. Just like if a police officer is mugging you, yeah, he's guilty of theft and armed robbery, whatever it might be, but he's also not doing his job as a police officer, so it's further evidence of his intent and what his conduct is.
If I may.
Counsel?
First of all, it's my understanding, it's been reported that Mr. McCarthy disclaims the rumors that have been the basis of this morning's antics, but really the rumors that have been the basis of this entire proceeding. This entire proceeding is based on rumor, report, innuendo. There's nothing to it, and they didn't do their work. Just like what happened with Mr. Lee 2 or 3 nights ago, some supposed conversation had happened, and they had to withdraw that. They had to back off of that because it was false. It was a false narrative. But it is one article of impeachment. Yeah, they threw a lot of stuff in it in violation of Rule 23. Rule 23 says you cannot combine counts. It's a defect in their entire case. It's one of the 4 reasons why you can vote to acquit in this case. Jurisdiction, Rule 23, due process, and the First Amendment. They all apply in this case. Let me take my own advice and cool the temperature in the room a little bit. It's about the incitement. It's not about what happened afterwards. That's actually the irrelevant stuff. That's the irrelevant stuff. It's not the things that were said from the election to January 6th, it's not relevant to the legal analysis of the issues that are before this body. It doesn't matter what happened after the insurgents into the Capitol building, because that doesn't have to do with incitement. Incitement it's a point in time, folks. It's a point in time when the words are spoken and the words say, implicitly say, explicitly say, commit acts of violence or lawlessness. And we don't have that here. So for the House managers to say we need depositions about things that happened after, it's just not true. But if he does, there are a lot of depositions that need to be happening. Nancy Pelosi's deposition needs to be taken. Vice President Harris's deposition absolutely needs to be taken, and not by Zoom. None of these depositions should be done by Zoom. We didn't do this hearing by Zoom. These depositions should be done in person, in my office, in Philadelphia. That's where they should be done. I don't know how many civil lawyers are here, but that's the way it works, folks. When you want somebody's deposition, you send a notice of deposition, and they appear at the place where the notice says. That's civil process. I don't know why you're laughing. It is civil process. That is the way lawyers do it. We send notices of deposition. In the notice
I would remind everybody that we will have order in the chamber during these proceedings.
I haven't laughed at any of you. And there's nothing laughable here. He mentioned my client coming in to testify. That is not the way it's done. If he wanted to talk to Donald Trump, he should have put a subpoena down, like I'm going to slap subpoenas on a good number of people. If witnesses are what is required here for them to try to get their case back in order, which has failed miserably for 4 reasons. There is no jurisdiction here. There has been no due process here. They have completely violated and ignored and stepped on the Constitution of the United States. They have trampled on it like people who have no respect for it. And if this is about nothing else, it has to be about the respect of our country, our Constitution, and all of the people that make it up. And so that I ask, when considering or voting on this witness matter, and to be clear, this may be the time to do it, but again, and everybody needs to know, the backroom politics, I'm not so much into it all, and I'm not too adept at it neither. But there was a stipulation. They felt pretty comfortable after day 2, until their case was tested on day 3. Now is the time to end this. Now is the time to hear the closing arguments. Now is the time to vote your conscience. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin?
We were involved in no discussions about a stipulation, and I have no further comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Position on that.
I would remind everybody, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, the citing the trial of Charles Swain, 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. I listened to Chief Justice Roberts say that. I agreed with him, and I thought for our colleagues I would repeat it as I did last night. So the question we have before us is whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The request for the yeas and nays has been made. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be there is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
For those tuning in this morning and expecting to see perhaps 3 to 4 hours of closing arguments in the impeachment trial and then a vote, perhaps a curveball has been thrown this morning. We see that the House impeachment managers now want to subpoena and depose Representative Jamie Herrera Butler after developments that came in overnight. Let's go right to Capitol Hill, NBC's Casey Hunt. So Casey, maybe walk us through the developments we've seen here in the last few minutes and what we're seeing right now, what this vote is right now, and how things might move forward.
So, Joe, I actually am very interested to hear what we're actually getting from the senators on this vote. This is a very unexpected development, big picture. We had not thought that there were going to be witnesses called in this trial. Both sides seemed ready to wrap it up. And in fact, there had been an expectation that even by this afternoon, it was possible that they would be holding a final vote here. But instead, something that played out last night has caught the attention of the House impeachment managers. And it's questions about a phone call that the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy made to President Trump on the day of January 6th. And Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, who was one of those who voted to impeach President Trump. She's a more moderate member of the House Republican Conference that, of course, handled this initial impeachment proceeding, put out a very unusual statement last night where she said she essentially disputed the idea that former President Trump was not aware that people were in danger. There were expletives used in this phone call, and she says that if anyone else has additional information about this, to come forward with it now would be the time. And so what the House managers have said, after some significant pressure from particularly progressives and liberals online, but also some members of the body, including some people like Senator Angus King, who is not necessarily considered to be one of the more liberal or fire-throwing members of the Democratic caucus. He's actually officially an independent. Have said that, well, perhaps there should be more information heard here. So right now they're voting on whether or not to call those witnesses. And like I said, we're going to have to listen carefully to the vote count because we really don't know what's going to happen here and how this is going to play out. Now, the lead impeachment manager, Jamie Raskin, said at the top of this that they want to do a very fast deposition, 1 hour on Zoom, which suggests perhaps they're still trying to turn it around today. Like I said, there has been a real interest in not letting this trial drag out for days or weeks because everyone wants to move on. Republicans want to stop talking about the former president. Democrats want to get on with passing current President Joe Biden's agenda. So the outcome of this vote is going to be critical because it's going to say whether or not there is, in fact, another piece of this trial and raise all of these questions about how to handle that. It's not impossible that we could still finish this weekend if, in fact, they do call witnesses, but it would be a pretty unusual step. And again, just to underscore for our viewers, we were not expecting any of this to happen, so we're watching it right along with everybody else and trying to report it out in real time, Joe.
That's exactly the case. Let's bring in White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, who is also watching this. And
Mr.
I'm
Reed.
guessing we don't have a response at this moment from
Risch.
President Biden, but we know that the
Mr.
president
Romney.
wanted this Senate trial to move as quickly as
Rosen.
possible so he could focus on his COVID
Rounds.
agenda and sort of moving the country forward.
Rubio.
Do we have any idea or insight on how the president and the White House might be responding to what
Sanders.
we're seeing unfold this morning?
Well, to set expectations, let's move the bar down because
Mr.
President
Schatz.
Biden is not expected to weigh in on
Mr.
this. And
Schumer.
top officials have told us that they have not
Scott
been
of Florida.
coordinating with any of the
Mr. Scott of
Democrats
South
on
Carolina.
Capitol Hill about these issues that are
Shaheen.
unfolding in front of us about the matter
Mr.
of
Shelby.
witnesses or the impact on how it could delay. Having said that, there's also
Ms.
been no
Sinema.
secret about where President Biden stands.
Smith.
He would like to be focused on his
Stabenow.
own first 100 days, not
Sullivan.
a second trial of Donald Trump.
Mr. Tester.
And to do that, he needs the attention of
Dunn.
senators, House members too, to deal with things
Mr.
like
Tillis.
COVID relief and the urgencies that surround that.
Mr. Toomey.
Now, there is a somewhat of an ability to walk
Tuberville.
and chew gum on Capitol Hill. But let's
Mr.
be
Van
honest
Hollen.
about how an impeachment trial takes the oxygen
Warner.
and the political muscle and directs it
Warnock.
back to this set of events and not so much on what
Warren.
President Biden wants to do. He is at Camp David this
White
weekend,
House.
his first time there as president, and we expect that
Mr.
what
Wicker.
he would want to see out of this
Mr.
is
Wyden.
to watch these senators vote their conscience.
Mr.
And he
Young.
said he's very curious to see how they will handle this, but pointing out he's no longer a member of the Senate. Joe?
We are getting to the end of the alphabet right now. Senators are voting on whether to call witnesses, which means a whole new phase of this trial would begin, and we're still uncertain exactly how that would unfold. But let's take a listen in right now to see if we have the final vote tally.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Sass, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Young.
Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sullivan.
Just a point of inquiry. There's a little confusion here. Was that a vote on one witness or many witnesses?
Debate is not allowed during the vote. I advise the
Not debate, it's a
Senator
point
from
of
Alaska.
inquiry.
Debate is not allowed in the vote.
Mr. President, it's a point of inquiry on what we just voted on.
That is, I'm advised that is not allowed during the vote.
Can't know. Immediately before they start to cast.
Motions are not in order in a vote.
The points of order and debate are not allowed during the vote. That is established Senate procedure that we always follow.
That limits us to one voter or one witness. Number subject.
You're watching right now as senators vote on whether to call witnesses in this impeachment trial. Clearly a little bit of confusion on the Senate floor, with one senator just asking, what did we just vote on? Let's bring in Casey Hunt. Casey, maybe you can help answer that question. What did they just vote on?
I'm going to do my best, Joe. And forgive me, I'm going to keep an ear on the floor, because if they start talking, I'm going to let our viewers in on that. But essentially, our understanding of the rules is that they just had a majority vote on whether calling any witness would be in order in the trial. So abroad, okay, do we want to consider calling specific witnesses? Our question, and we believe what would happen next, is that there would be a vote on a specific witness to call. Now, we know that Jamie Raskin said in his remarks he wants to call Congresswoman Herrera Beutler, who, of course, is one of those House Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump and who has relayed new details of a call between the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and Donald Trump on January 6th. So there was some open confusion on the floor with one senator, Dan Sullivan of Alaska, asking what they had just voted on. That was after Senator Lindsey Graham, obviously a very staunch ally of the former president, changed his vote to yes. Let's listen.
On the question of whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents, the motion is agreed to by a vote of 55 to 45. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, Casey, we'll let you kind of pick up there. We know that there was a 55-45 vote. So what was it that happened, and what's next here?
Sure. So you heard Senator Leahy there presiding. He has said or he outlined that there were 55 senators who voted that, yes, they would like to allow the Senate to vote on calling witnesses in the trial, that motions to call certain witnesses are going to be in order. And you saw 5 Republicans vote with Democrats, and those are 5 Republicans. 4 of them we had expected to likely vote to convict Donald Trump. Now, Lindsey Graham, who's the 5th one on there, changed his vote at the last second. We were just talking about that, to say that, yes, witnesses should be called. Remember, the 5th vote to say the trial was constitutional was Senator Pat Toomey. Toomey voted no on the witness question, so that's a little bit of an interesting discrepancy. But big picture here, and what you're seeing now on the Senate floor, they've gone into what's called a quorum call, and it sounds like they're about to start to call the roll, where they read the names alphabetically. They're just trying to buy time to figure out what's going on, is what's happening here. This is a mechanism that they use to pause business on the floor to allow senators to talk among themselves. Because one of the very strange unusual rules about impeachment trials is that senators are actually not allowed to speak. So that's why earlier you saw the senator who was trying to ask, what did we just vote on, be shut down, essentially, because they are not allowed to talk under those conditions. So putting the Senate into this procedural situation allows them to then talk among themselves, figure out what happens next and what's going on. So again, Joe, let's just reset a little bit, pull back, because when you and I sat down here to start this trial today, covering this trial, we fully expected that this was going to last from about 10 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, maybe a couple of hours later, as both sides wrapped up their arguments, as Republicans were on track to acquit President Trump. Remember, Mitch McConnell sending a letter this morning, just a few hours ago, honestly, or not even, to say that he plans to vote to acquit former President Trump. And you're seeing him there on the floor talking with Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who is one of these swing votes. That's also Roy Blunt, who's next to him. He's a member of the leadership team. I'm learning how to tell senators from the hairlines on the back of their heads. I think that's Senator Wicker down front next to Lisa Murkowski, but it's a little tough to tell with the masks. They're clearly having a conversation about what is going to happen next. So it's clear that the reality that we have been facing this entire time, that Republicans in the Senate were on track to acquit former President Donald Trump of incitement of insurrection, that is true. The final nail on that came this morning with that McConnell letter. There may have been, we thought, up to 5 who might have followed him had he been willing to say that he wanted to convict former President Trump, and he had left the door open. He had not said one way or the other. He had said he wanted to hear all of the evidence. But he came out this morning, I think, along with the rest of us, thinking that we were about to conclude this. He was ready to make his news, so to speak, in the context of this trial. But that now has been thrown into some chaos. And the reason for this, again, is this phone call and what we need to know about this phone call. And there clearly were 5 Republicans willing to say, okay, yeah, I want to know more about this phone call. So the next step here on the floor, and we'll see how quickly they get to it, because they're clearly, as you can see, still trying to figure things out. But the proposal from the House managers is to subpoena Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Beutler. She put out, as we were discussing earlier, this extraordinarily unusual statement last night. And, I'm not sure if our control room has a copy of that statement that we could show people, but if there's somebody back there who's able to create one, it's the very last line of that statement where she says, if anyone has any more information about this call, now is the time to say so. And obviously the people on that call, Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, and former President Trump. And according to a CNN report that was later confirmed by my colleague Alex Moe and others on our Hill team, the expletives were used, and Donald Trump suggested that Kevin McCarthy did not care as much as the people who were attacking the Capitol about what happened in the election. Now, obviously, that's an explosive claim, because it suggests Donald Trump was aware of the attacks, had been told how bad it was, had been told how much danger that people were in, and that there was something that the president could have done about it. So I think we have Kelly O'Donnell with us too at the White House. Kelly, a couple of questions for you. There's obviously 2 presidents that you've covered, former President Trump, now you're covering President Biden, and I think there are threads to pull on from each. I mean, first of all, What do we know about what the president's team is saying and doing behind the scenes, what they're saying about that phone call? And then we also have to assume that the White House, the current White House, was read in on this strategy from the House managers. So we'd love to hear you talk about their reaction to what's unfolding here as well.
Well, the Biden team, Casey, says it is not coordinating with the House managers and Democrats on Capitol Hill. That is separate than being in the loop and informed, of course. And it is certainly in President Biden's interest to put this behind him in order to have the focus be on his own agenda, his own time in office, his own priorities. So there is a divide there because there are certainly many Democrats, many supporters of President Biden who want accountability against his predecessor, Donald Trump. And then when you consider what's happening in the Trump world now that this vote has been taken, I noticed, and you may have seen it as well out of the corner of looking at that Senate floor that we both know so well, Rand Paul came up to the defense counsel. There was also a note exchanged on the defense counsel side and a young woman there walking away. I half wonder if it isn't a place a phone call to our client kind of moment, meaning to Florida. And we believe that former President Trump is at his West Palm Beach golf club today. That doesn't mean he's golfing. He often spends time in the clubhouse there, has meetings and phone calls as the term of art in the Trump years would go. So he may be informed. Also, other aides to former President Trump are on the Capitol grounds with you, who are in that separate room where they've been meeting. So part of what may be playing out here, and I think part of the question of the Graham vote switch, is can they own witnesses as well? Meaning, can they embrace the idea of witnesses in order to get what they would want from the Trump defense? An opportunity, as we heard Counsel Vanderveen talk about, wanting to depose Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, about decisions she may have made related to security of the Capitol. A whole list of things that could effectively gum up the works and also distract and deflect from any culpability of President Trump. What's so notable about the phone calls that have come to the fore, Casey, as you well understand, we knew about these phone calls weeks ago, but new dimensions of what was discussed is what has come forward. In addition to the McCarthy call, Tommy Tuberville, a new senator from Alabama, one of the closest allies of Donald Trump in the Senate, received a call during the events of January 6th that we believe was the president trying to get him to forestall the certification. And last night, as you know, Tuberville, again, a Trump ally, affirmed that, yes, in fact, he had informed President Trump that Vice President Mike Pence was removed from the chamber. That would only happen in a moment of peril. So the notion presented by the Trump defense that Mr. Trump did not know there was danger to Mike Pence has very strong contradictory evidence from a friend of the president. That, combined with no greater ally in the House than Kevin McCarthy to Donald Trump during most of his time in office, and to have a phone call where sort of a consciousness, a state of mind of Donald Trump is reflected in the notes taken by the Congresswoman who is the subject of this witness issue, and her knowledge of what was said at the time, a heated exchange where President Trump is quoted to have said to McCarthy that the people involved in the insurrection were more concerned about the election than McCarthy. And then, as the reporting goes, that McCarthy fired back at him, who do you think you're talking to, with some salty language. So this isn't a case where Democrats are bringing new evidence. This is a case where we're seeing new developments coming from Republican allies of Donald Trump that directly relates to what he was thinking, what he knew, what he was aware of as the insurrection was happening. It seems very much probative, germane to what's going on here. And the big question is, how much of the valuable resource of time is the Senate willing to commit to this? And as Casey, as you understand, that's one of the questions we're waiting to better understand. What will happen? We've got a left turn happening. You and I are on that ride together, and where it goes is a question mark right now. Casey?
That's for sure, Kelly. And I think we can send it back to Joe Fryer, who's got a guest on set with him. Joe?
Yeah, we know, Casey and Kelly, you'll be standing by on pins and needles as we wait to answer some of these key questions. Right now, we do want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb, a former U.S. attorney. So, Carol, we expect in a criminal trial that we would have witnesses. We weren't expecting them in this trial. Now that might change. Your reaction so far to the developments that we're seeing this morning?
Yeah, it's fascinating. The House managers had to really balance their roles, as a lot of them were former prosecutors, but they're all now representatives as well. And so the political and the legal are really in attention here. It's fascinating because their most relevant probative witnesses are the people who are closest to the president, because they are the people who the president reached out to as the riot was going on. And, you know, it's probative for two reasons. One is that it does shed light on what the president's state of mind was before the attacks, right? If he doesn't really care about what's happening at the Capitol, it means this was just the last block in a long chain of blocks on a continuum for the president. First, he tried to win the trial. First he tried to win the votes. He didn't win the votes with the people of the United States. Then he tried to challenge it in the courts. He lost on that. Then he tried to pressure state officials. That didn't work. Then he tried to pressure Mike Pence. That didn't work. And then, you know, the last step for him was let's go and attack the Capitol and stop the counting of the ballots. And then this very last stage is, you know, as the riots are going on, he's still calling his supporters in Congress, trying to get them not to help people get out of the Capitol building, but to slow down the counting of the electoral votes. And he doesn't seem to care that people are attacking the Capitol. So this is very important evidence. The other thing that's important for the House managers is that, unlike a criminal trial, they have actually gotten some feedback from the jurors themselves. There were several questions yesterday from both Democratic and Republican senators about what that timeline was, because the thought, the concept that the president was sicking a mob on his own vice president is so horrific to so many of these senators, and it should be to all of the senators, that they want to know more about it. And so the House managers have feedback now that this is something that the Republican senators are also interested in. So those are the two reasons, and I think that they've made the right call in this case.
Carol, a lot of folks are trying to figure out what happens next. If you think that the Senate chamber doors are going to open and Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler is going to waltz in and start testifying like it's the people's court, that's probably not how this is going to play out. What do we think can happen next, and how much could this slow down the trial process?
Well, it's not Perry Mason. The rules of the impeachment that have been agreed on by both sides is that there will be a deposition of the Congresswoman, and it's not clear exactly what it's not clear to me at least what he means by Zoom, whether the deposition is by Zoom or whether there will be some sort of live testimony after the deposition by Zoom. But it sounds like it's going to be a deposition by Zoom, and a deposition means outside the presence of all of the senators. So it would be a brief. It's not going to be a 2-day deposition. It's going to be an hour, according to House Manager Raskin. And again, he's balancing the pressure he's feeling to move things along quickly, and also the need to get the facts out. But this is a very contained line of inquiry, right? It's just, what did she hear about a phone call? So it should not take a long time. But it does leave open the possibility that what she says might lead to other witnesses and other requests for more witnesses. And it does appear that the Republican side is reserving their right to call witnesses as well. But there aren't a lot of witnesses that are available to them who might not cause quite a bit of damage. These people were all victims on that day on January 6th. So they have to be very cautious about who they decide to call as witnesses.
Yeah, we've heard Trump's defense team say they'd like to call Nancy Pelosi and the Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's bring in a veteran of the Justice Department and the Mueller investigation, NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissman. So first of all, this was not maybe what most of us were expecting to see this morning, this call for witnesses. What's your reaction? Are you surprised by this decision?
I'm a little surprised, just given impeachment 1, where there was also a strong case to be made for witnesses. But, here the senators are the victims of, this conduct, so I can understand why they'd want to hear this. I think one thing that's really notable that's also new this morning is the McConnell statement. First, in light of the fact that they're going to hear witnesses, or at least one witness, McConnell basically has sort of jumped the gun too soon. But even his statement is fascinating because of three things. One, what does he not say? He does not say, I want to acquit, or I'm going to vote to acquit because Trump did not incite. There's absolutely no defense of that at all. Second, he says that the answer to the January problem is that he can be criminally charged for conduct that occurs in January, which is sort of remarkable that he is sort of laying that out there as a possibility. And then finally, he just says, one of the reasons I'm voting to acquit is I think that impeachment is largely about removal. So it's basically on this very procedural point and not at all a defense of what Donald Trump did here.
But in essence, and Casey Hunt is with us. Casey, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Weissman, thank you so much for being here. And to that point, McConnell had control of the Senate timeline while Donald Trump, former President Trump, was still in office and could have started this trial while he was still in office, while Donald Trump was still in office. What are your thoughts on that set of decisions and how it impacts it here? I mean, I think it's a great point that he's now saying, well, the only reason to do this would be to remove him, and he's already gone.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is, irony is, alive and well in the Capitol. And, I'd say, Mitch McConnell would say we are where we are. And right now he can use that as a point to basically not have to actually align himself with the conduct here. And to me, that is fascinating. We actually saw some of that in the first impeachment trial, where people really didn't want to approve of the call and the sort of so-called perfect call that Donald Trump said it was. And here you can see, Mitch McConnell saying there's a way to do this where you sort of uphold some of your integrity. And also, he clearly is also saying we're going to sort of keep the Senate prerogative, because he doesn't say that impeachment is solely about removal. So it's really a very well-crafted statement that leaves the Department of Justice open and the states open to consider criminal cases, because obviously they could do that anyway. But here you actually have the former head Republican, the current senior Republican, saying that the answer to the January exception is criminal prosecution.
Let's bring in Time Magazine contributor and NBC News political contributor Elise Jordan, maybe to talk more about the politics of this. I mean, Elise,
hear Joe.
You can't hear Elise? All right, we'll try and get that fixed up, and then we'll keep checking in with our legal folks. Andrew, while we have you, I mean, what, as far as we know, we're still sort of learning this process, but what do we expect will happen next? Is this the type of process where if you have a witness, if you're deposing someone, we can get this wrapped up today like so many people were expected, or could this drag on for several more days based on what we know?
My prediction is that this could happen immediately. That right now in the federal courts, there are Zoom depositions and Zoom hearings and Zoom trials going on. I won't say all the time, but it is something that people are used to. And taking a quick deposition of one witness could actually happen today. Now, it's a challenge to get that all done and to proceed to closing arguments in one day. But it really shouldn't be a long time to take a short deposition. This is sort of one incident where she's going to be recounting what she was told, presumably by Kevin McCarthy, and she's going to identify what she wrote down reportedly at the time.
Carol, does this sort of open up Pandora's box? The defense says, you know, if they do this, I have at least 100 depositions that I would like in response. Could the defense then try to depose even more and call more witnesses? Could that keep this process going? What does this open up if we have this one witness?
Theoretically, it opens up a Pandora's box, but remember that the Senate can curtail things whenever or however they wish to do that by a simple majority vote. Neither side is going to push that very hard. And, you know, when you candidly, when the president's counsel says we're going to subpoena hundreds of witnesses, that's just not true. It's just not true. So, you know, they may say we're going to depose Nancy Pelosi or somebody. It's very doubtful that they would, but even if they did, they could depose them and then decide not to put the evidence in. I think that's a bit of a red herring. If you can see how restrained this single request was to depose a single witness, I expect that kind of restraint is going to be carried forward by both the House impeachment managers and the president's team, and it will only be if there's a very solid piece of evidence that either side wants to put into evidence.
Elise Jordan is back with us, and I believe she can even hear me now. So, Elise, I wanted to talk a little more about the politics of this. I mean, we're all a little surprised by this move, especially with Mitch McConnell now saying that he is going to vote to acquit. Is there really the political will for this? Because let's be honest, this is a political process. Do you think this is a smart move politically to try and move forward with witnesses and perhaps prolong this trial?
I think absolutely the American public deserves as much information from primary sources, from witnesses, as to what happened that day on January 6th. And so next week, the Senate was going to be out anyway. So this really actually this just means that senators are going to have to stick around in Washington and work a little bit more. So it's not like this is going to cut into the Biden's cabinet, the hearings to appoint Biden cabinet members. So from that sense, the Democrats really didn't have all that much to lose politically, just because this isn't going to dampen President Biden's agenda, which had been the concern of so many Democrats, by pursuing the impeachment. And I do think that this plot twist, I'm watching closely because none of us saw this coming. This really was a surprise. And so you do wonder what information is going to come out. And so will this one deposition lead to subpoenas for other key players who did speak with President Trump that day and have knowledge as to why the Trump, any involvement of the White House in extending the crowd capacity for the rally on January 6th. Key questions like that we don't know the answers to, and the American public deserves to know.
I mean, Elise, we do know that the Republicans who at least appear to be undecided, Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, that their questions that were directed at the attorneys for both sides yesterday were really about this specific issue, about what the president did, what did he know once the insurrection had started. I mean, this issue with getting Congresswoman Herrera Butler to testify really speaks to these questions that it appears they still have, right?
Yes, and that really is what Congresswoman Herrera Butler did. She had been speaking in news accounts about this earlier, and her tweet and her statement really caught fire last night, and alerted everyone to the eyewitness account of Kevin McCarthy calling and pleading with Donald Trump. And also, you've got Senator Tommy Tuberville and his comments about the timeline and about Donald Trump calling him, and what did Donald Trump know and when, and how that aligns with the tweet schedule of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump inciting violence on his own vice president. So there are still just so many unanswered questions, and I'm really glad that this isn't going to be as much of a half effort as it seemed like it was going to be with the omission of witnesses. So I hope that this opens up more debate and more information to the American public.
Let's bring in Casey Hunt right now. Casey, what's on your mind right now?
Yeah, Joe, I actually have a question for Elise, because obviously lost in the chaos of this surprise has been a sharper focus on what Mitch McConnell has said. We just talked about it from a legal perspective with Andrew Weissman. He made a series of strong points, but I want to know what you think about it from a political perspective, because frankly, if this was proceeding as we had expected, we would all be talking about the fact that Mitch McConnell has come out and said he is prepared to acquit former President Trump based on process grounds, essentially, after the building that he has worked in for so many years was brutalized, attacked, overrun by a mob. After time, incident after incident, and I know you and I have been on the air together talking about this for the better part of 4 years, the question was always, when are they going to finally put their foot down? When are they finally going to tell Donald Trump, no, you can't do this? And it looks like this was their final opportunity, and they are still saying, go ahead.
Well, and Casey, I don't know about you, but watching the senator throughout this process, through the aftermath of the January 6th attacks, his posture has been simply fascinating and has had me on the edge of my seat, because it seemed like Mitch McConnell had finally just had enough, and he was fed up by this horrific attack, this riot incited on this institution that he so treasures. And so for a couple of days there, a week, it seemed like Mitch McConnell was venturing out to challenge Donald Trump and to have some accountability for Donald Trump's actions in a way that we really hadn't ever seen before. And then we see the political tides turn, and we see how Republicans still stand with Donald Trump even after that mob was unleashed with them. And so I saw the constitutional question vote. That was just an easy out for Republicans who don't approve of Donald Trump's behavior, but they are scared of the primary voters of the Republican Party, and they're scared about being primaried in their next election. And so then you have Mitch McConnell today with this statement that I agree with Andrew Weissman. There's just so much subtext in what it doesn't say. And Mitch McConnell essentially saying that, yes, he could be prosecuted in some other form. It's just not in this forum. And he really wants to wash his hands of it. So Mitch McConnell, at the end of the day, does what he usually always does. He makes a political calculus and goes with it.
We're now at the top of the hour. You are watching NBC News live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. And this morning, we've seen unexpected new developments that may change the timeline of this trial. We expected that today we would see the closing arguments by both sides, followed by a vote. But after new questions were raised overnight about what then President Trump knew about the severity of the January 6th Capitol assault while it was still underway, the Senate voted this morning to allow the calling of witnesses. And even before that, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell announced that he intended to vote to acquit the former president. So we are in uncharted territory this morning. Casey Hunt, tell us what is happening on the floor right now, and what can we anticipate, perhaps, as this day moves forward?
Well, Joe, we're all trying to figure that out together. As you so rightfully point out, we were not expecting what we saw unfold here at the top of this trial. We were expecting this to be the final day of the trial, between 5 to 7 hours on the floor, and then the final vote on conviction or acquittal. And instead, what we just saw, and I'm going to make this even more technical, they have actually voted to have a debate about whether they should call witnesses. But that reality has thrown everything into chaos. And Senator Bill Cassidy was just talking with some of my colleagues who are over in the Capitol, and he said that Richard Shelby, who is a Republican who's been around here a long time, said he's been here for 3 impeachment trials, and this one is by far the craziest. And the reality is these are normally pretty choreographed and carefully scripted. And the House managers, instead of coming up and making their final arguments, they said, no, we want to call Jamie Herrera Butler, who is a congresswoman from Washington State. She's a Republican who voted to impeach Donald Trump, to tell the trial more about what she knows about a call between Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, and Donald Trump on the day of the January 6th attack. And of course, it's a question of whether we knew that the call had happened. There were leaks in the immediate aftermath that McCarthy had called Trump and was angry about what had happened. But this new set of details that Herrera Butler is offering suggests that the president was more aware than perhaps we knew about what was happening, how bad it was, and how much danger Republicans and Democrats alike were in as this mob overran the Capitol. So right now, what you're seeing on the floor is the same thing that you and I are doing, basically. Senators are trying to figure out what's going on and what happens next. And you've seen Mitch McConnell is down there in a huddle with other members of his conference, John Cornyn, Joni Ernst, it looks like Dan Sullivan of Alaska, Mike Braun there at the front of your screen, as they are speaking with what look like Senate floor staffers. This is all very technical and complicated, and the Senate runs on this very sort of arcane set of rules, especially under an impeachment trial situation like this. So we are waiting to see what is going to happen next. The House manager, Jamie Raskin, suggested that they could potentially still do this quickly. He suggested a 1-hour Zoom deposition that could potentially happen today, and then they could return to those final arguments. Now, that in theory could meet everyone's desire to get out of here quickly. Democrats to move on to President Joe Biden's agenda, Republicans to put this episode behind them and move to a vote. Clearly, Mitch McConnell, in writing a letter to his colleagues this morning, believed that we were on track for that. He was ready to say, I want to vote to acquit President Trump. But now all this has been thrown into limbo. So there is a big question about what Herrera Butler herself would be willing to do. Has she spoken with the House impeachment managers? Did that happen last night ahead of this? Are they aware that she would quickly say yes and that they would be able to do this deposition right away and move expeditiously? It certainly sounded like perhaps that was the case, but those are some of the threads that we're reporting out right now, because obviously if she tried to fight the subpoena, that could take days or weeks to resolve. And that's something that everyone's been trying to avoid, Joe.
Casey, this is obviously a surprise for everyone, in part because especially with McConnell coming out and saying he's going to quit, we know the odds of getting 17 Republicans are slim to none. So what might we think is the strategy or the reason that Jamie Raskin and the House impeachment managers would want to call these witnesses, knowing that they're still probably not going to get the conviction that they want?
So that's an interesting question, Joe. And the sense that I was getting last night was that there was pressure building, particularly from progressives, opponents of Donald Trump, who were animated by not just the January 6th riot, but so many other things that happened throughout his administration. And they were starting to put pressure on some of the Democratic senators to make sure that they were out there demonstrating that they had done everything they could to try and convict former President Trump. And when this it was a CNN story that was a write-up of Herrera Butler's comments. She had actually made some similar comments to a local town hall that was covered by a local paper a week or so ago. But these new details suddenly were thrust into the conversation and into the public eye on Twitter and other places. So I think that there was a demand from the Democratic base, frankly, pressure on Democratic senators to say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and try and do this. We need to find out more information. Now, a couple things. First, we know that there were 5 Republicans who went and voted with Democrats to say, okay, we want to hear more about this. Lindsey Graham was one of them. I'm going to set him aside. We know where he stands on Trump. But the other 4 were possibly going to vote to convict President Trump. The fact that none of the other Republicans voted to move forward on witnesses reflects, I think, where the acquittal and conviction vote stands right now. And in some ways, the fact that McConnell put out this statement when he did makes your question all the more critical, because McConnell's not out there saying something could happen on this floor that would change my mind. He is saying, I don't think we have the jurisdiction to deal with this. And he's not dealing with the underlying facts of the case at all. And that tells you, and the big question I think that we had before that McConnell letter was there something that was going to come out? Was there new information that would make it impossible for these senators to vote to acquit Donald Trump? Would there be a group of 5 or so more that would say, you know what, I just can't do it? And we have the answer to that question and the argument in which it's going to come. And it's pretty clear that no matter what else we learned, the political realities would stay the same. So it's a little bit of a squeeze here, these sort of 2 separate pieces of news breaking at the same time, and all sides trying to digest and change course based on that.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She covers Biden world. She's covered Trump world. And of course, she spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill. Let's dig a little deeper into this Lindsey Graham, which is perhaps the most surprising senator to vote for the witnesses. You've covered him for years. What do you make of that vote? Was that surprising?
Well, one of the issues when you have a Senate vote is they always hold open the possibility at the end of the vote for any senators who wish to change their vote. And there are times when a strategic change brings forth that kind of a moment. We didn't know it was coming, but it makes sense in this context. There's been no more vocal senator trying to defend former President Trump and to try to talk about ways to heal the divisions in the Republican Party going forward and how to do that amid all this debris and chaos. So for Lindsey Graham, who has been effectively in the room with the Trump defense team for extended periods of time, his saying yes to witnesses when it was clear there were already enough votes with the others who had stepped forward allows the defense team to say it has embraced the idea of witnesses, a very different group of witnesses, a very different agenda and strategy from a legal standpoint. But if they had not done that, if they didn't have someone from their side, if I can use that term, it would make it harder for them to be persuasive to say, because the who gets called would be a matter of a vote, and to demonstrate that they want to participate in witnesses, to not simply let the House managers have a witness of their choice without preserving their rights to do it too. So in that sense, it is a strategic move, and it is surprising, of course, because it extends this day and it opens up some of the question marks that we've been talking about. And so if people are concerned about what happens next, none of us really know. And that makes for interesting and rare circumstances on Capitol Hill. That's the nature of an impeachment trial. The speed that people wanted to have this dispatched with seems to have been put on pause. And one of the issues when Casey talked about, and she's so right about how these phone calls were known, but they bubbled up in a new way last night. In part, it's social media, in part, it's additional reporting. And in part, it's the facts that were presented in the trial where counsel for President Trump had asserted to the senators who are jurors that he did not know there was danger to Vice President Mike Pence. He did not know of the degree of the threat of physical harm to lawmakers and others. Well, the phone call certainly is evidence that that is not the case. And it's evidence from Republicans, whether it's Tommy Tuberville, the senator from Alabama who had his own phone call, or whether it is the congresswoman from Washington State, an ally of Kevin McCarthy, who was briefed by Kevin McCarthy to know what the substance of his conversation was. Everyone also can remember that Kevin McCarthy, in the hours after all of this happened, was in a very different place than he's been most recently, where he said President Trump bore some responsibility for what took place. He has backed off of that considerably. But that goes to his state of mind that day, too, and seems to corroborate a frustrated, angry Kevin McCarthy who had spoken to the president on that call. So all of this playing out in the kind of detail that is giving us, dare I say it, a Perry Mason moment. I'm showing my age there to even make that reference, Joe, but you can appreciate it, I'm sure, that we didn't think this was going to happen, and here it has. So big questions ahead. How much time will it take? Who will be called? What will happen? But the fact that senators are saying there is more worth knowing here, and it goes specifically to the state of mind of the former president, is very noteworthy. Now, in the time that we have been talking here, we've learned from the Biden White House that they wanted it to be known that President Biden, who is at Camp David, his first time there since taking office, is, of course, spending time with family. It's a combination holiday weekend of Valentine's Day and President's Day weekend. But they've also told us that he is meeting with his national security team today. That sort of hammers home the doing his job message, which is something we've seen lots of top officials in the Biden White House and the president himself talk about, that there may be a lot of attention happening down at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, question marks, unknowns, a real drama happening, but they are trying to project that the hand is on the till and that President Biden is at work governing while there is an impeachment and all of the political theater and the important issues for history that are being dealt with on Capitol Hill. Joe?
Kelly, it's a Perry Mason moment, but one with a modern twist because we might have a deposition on Zoom. Let's bring in former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official and an NBC News contributor, Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, I guess we just want to get your reaction to these developments this morning. I think I heard you earlier today before we knew that the impeachment managers were going to call witnesses, and I think it was something you maybe weren't expecting or maybe didn't think was necessary. Now that it's happened, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what I said earlier, Joe, was that there was sort of a small, minimal, marginal benefit to calling witnesses. But that's only true in the following sense. What Elise Jordan said earlier is very important and quite accurate. If you're calling witnesses to supplement the record, to have a more fulsome history of what happened, there is a value to it. If you're calling witnesses, and this is what I was referring to, because you think it might change some votes, I think that's highly unlikely. And so there really is a minimal benefit if that's your goal. But as a former federal prosecutor, look, more evidence is good. And the more evidence you have, the better the record. And that, again, goes to Elise's point. Remember yesterday when we started the question and answer phase in the impeachment trial? And I think, if not the first question, one of the first questions came from Senators Collins and Murkowski, and it was directed to the defense team. And they asked, when did the president learn of the violence? What did he do about it? And when did he do it? An incredibly important question. And they got absolutely no response. In fact, what they got in response was insulting. I believe it was Van der Veen, one of the defense counsel, who said, there was no investigation, we have no evidence, there's no answer to your question, and by the way, there's a whole bunch of due process violations. The answer was utter nonsense. Who could investigate what actually happened after the violence started and what the president thought of it when he learned it and what he did about it? That would be Michael Van der Veen, his lawyer. How could he learn that, Joe? By asking his client, Donald Trump. If he didn't bother to do that, that's on him. And if he did do it, and the answers would have been helpful to Donald Trump, we would have heard about that. And so going back to the question that Collins and Murkowski asked, when did the president learn of the violence? What did he do about it? When did he do it? And the fact that they didn't get an answer, more evidence is better. Again, I don't think it's going to change any votes. But if we're going to supplement the historical record, if we're going to have a better picture of the events of January 6th and what happened both before and after the riot, sure, then why not? Let's hear from witnesses. Will it change the outcome? Highly unlikely.
Chuck, why just call Congresswoman Herrera Butler? Do you think that they should be calling Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, that Senator Tuberville, who's going to be voting on this, should testify as well? I mean, is it just one, or does this open the door to the fact that we should hear from more witnesses?
Yeah, Joe, it's a good question. In for a dime, in for a dollar. I mean, again, if what we care about is supplementing the record or making as full a record as possible, then maybe more witnesses make sense. When I was a federal prosecutor and we tried cases in real court, and this is sort of a fake trial in a fake court, you would call witnesses because the jurors didn't know anything about the case, right? It's not like they had lived through it. In fact, if a juror had been a victim, then they wouldn't be a juror. They wouldn't be on the jury. That's not the case here. And so, in this trial, and I sort of put that in air quotes, in this trial, the jurors know pretty much everything that has happened. And so you would be calling additional witnesses to supplement the historical record. Again, to Elise Jordan's point, I think there is value in that. And to your question, Joe, then sure, you could call additional witnesses. I don't think it takes that long. Andrew Weissman made the point earlier, and he's right. These are discrete events. It's a phone call. It's not something that took place over days or weeks or months. It's a phone call. And by the way, you don't even have to do a deposition. Both parties, the defense team and the prosecution team, could simply stipulate to what happened. That means you sit down with the witness, you ask him or her what they know, you write it up, and both sides agree that if called, Congresswoman Herrera Butler would testify as follows, and you have a stipulated historical record. That would be even faster than a deposition. It shouldn't take that long. It shouldn't incur great delay. And you could also get through more witnesses in that way relatively quickly. So, again, if the goal is to supplement the record, more is better. If your goal is to change votes, highly unlikely.
Hey, Chuck, it's Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Can I just ask you, and I realize, as you pointed out, you've tried and focused on cases in real court, and the rules here are quite different. But if, in fact, there were to be a number of witnesses called, and it sounds like right now the discussion behind the scenes may be that if Democrats are going to get a witness, Republicans may also want one or perhaps more witnesses. So they're trying to work that out right now. What would happen if there was a subpoena that went out to a witness who refused to testify, for example? I mean, does that fight drag out for weeks or months? I mean, how do you even adjudicate something like that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Casey. So in theory, yes, someone could contest the subpoena, and you might have to go to court to enforce it. I would hope that if members of Congress are receiving subpoenas, that they would honor that and they would try to be of assistance to this tribunal. So you do have the problem of people who don't want to testify, either contesting it in court or invoking some sort of privilege that would preclude their testimony. I'd like to think that wouldn't happen with members of Congress. I would like to think that they had a higher duty, a higher calling here, and they would try and help this tribunal get to a resolution. But you raise a really good question because, you know, when we talk about doing this thing quickly, whether it's by deposition or by stipulation, that's in the ideal world. The Senate these days doesn't seem to be able to do anything particularly quickly or efficiently. And, you know, if the question is, could this drag out further? The answer is, you bet it could.
Chuck, I had a question for you. Michael Vanderveen, Trump's attorney, says, well, this is the irrelevant stuff. He says it doesn't matter what happened after the insurgency started because it wasn't about incitement. Clearly, there are some lawmakers, when we listened to their questions yesterday, who feel very differently about that, right?
Yeah, Joe, absolutely. Let's say I rob a bank and you're investigating me, right? Special Agent Joe Fryer, which actually sounds like a cool FBI name, is investigating that bank robbery. And after the bank robbery, I hide the money, right? Or I throw away my gun, or I burn the getaway car, or I tell witnesses that they better not cooperate with Special Agent Fryer, because if they do, bad things are going to happen to them. Is that stuff relevant to the fact that I robbed a bank? You bet it is. Of course it is. And that's such an easy question because it goes to proof of my involvement, my intent, right? Maybe the MO. It's really important stuff. And so what Vanderveen is saying, what he is claiming, that stuff that happened after the riot is not relevant, is not material. Let me tell you what the legal word is for that, Joe. It's utter nonsense. It's garbage. He should know better, or perhaps he doesn't. One of two things are possible. He knows better and he's misleading the tribunal, or he has absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
Chuck, we appreciate your expertise so much. Standing by for us right now is one of the senators hearing this case, Democrat Jeff Merkley of Oregon. Senator, we know that earlier today, before the session went back into session at 10 o'clock this morning, you were one of those who said you wanted to hear from witnesses. That is apparently going to happen now. What is your reaction to this news that the Senate plans to move forward with witnesses?
I think it's a tremendous development because any fair trial enables both the prosecuting attorneys and the defense to call relevant individuals and provide information that bears on the case. And I deeply believe that many senators really want to understand better what happened when close friends of Trump said to him, you know what, you need to call this off. You need to stop those folks from going down there and trashing the Capitol. You need to get them out of the Capitol. And he refused to act. Apparently, well, that information will be very useful. Knowing what that conversation was with Kevin McCarthy will be very useful. Meanwhile, if the defense wants to talk to Nancy Pelosi, well, so be it. She's going to tell exactly what happened when the mob stormed the Capitol.
Do you think, behind the scenes here, it sounds to me like you're saying you may be willing to vote in favor of allowing the defense to call Nancy Pelosi. What's being talked about behind the scenes in terms of how to work out an agreement? Would we see votes on individual witnesses? Would this be a free-for-all? Or is there an effort to try and choreograph this?
Every idea is on the table right now. It's kind of the wild, wild west here. I personally would like to see each side get a certain number of witnesses and let them choose who they think is relevant to depose. If that's 5 aside, 10 aside, obviously this should not turn into a circus where somebody says, I got to interview 1,000 people or so on and so forth. But if one side gets 5 witnesses, the other side should get 5 witnesses. They should be able to choose who they want. That seems like the fairest way to proceed.
Senator Merkley, we have Bruce Castor telling reporters that they would, if they can, call lots of witnesses. Do you worry that this opens the door to stretching out this process for a very, very long time and in the end won't change the result anyway?
Well, Bruce noted before us that he wanted to interview everyone who was under indictment for having committed crimes inside the Capitol. Well, what are those folks going to say? They're going to say, well, we came because Trump sent us, because they've already said that. Clearly, his goal would be to intimidate the House managers from calling anyone at all, saying we're going to turn this into a circus, we're going to interview 100 people, and so forth. That clearly does not serve the public purpose of getting to the truth. But an equal number of witnesses per side, that would be fair.
Senator Merkley, it's Casey again. Can I ask you about the letter that Mitch McConnell sent to his colleagues this morning? What bearing do you think that had on the House manager's decision to call witnesses? And does it tell you that this witness process is perhaps not going to change any outcomes?
You know, I think the conversation over witnesses was really triggered by the news last night about the conversation Kevin McCarthy had with the president. The fact that got into a yelling match. The fact that Kevin McCarthy was saying, stop this assault on the Capitol, and apparently, reportedly, the president wasn't interested in doing so, which really affirms other conversations we've heard about, but we don't have firsthand testimony on. And I think that firsthand testimony is what would be very valuable in this case.
Senator Merkley, what is the end game here? What is it that you and Democrats hope to get out of this, knowing that getting the conviction is going to be very difficult at this point?
You know, I know a bunch of my Republican colleagues feel like their base has not heard, if you will, the extent of how the president did this, how he basically told a big lie, how he fueled their fury over months of meetings, how he led to reschedule them to come on the day directly to interfere with the vote, how he sent them to the Capitol, how he failed to call the National Guard, how he failed to respond to those who asked him to call this attack off. I think that for all of America, that information, for every American to hear firsthand from people who were involved in those moments, would be very important to America going forward together. It'd also be very important to my colleagues saying, now with this additional information, we can no longer turn our head. And if their base has heard this information, it's easier for them to say, now you've heard what I've heard, I need to hold the president accountable if indeed I believe that he did these things with this additional testimony.
Senator, would you like to see Kevin McCarthy testify as well?
I would. But my philosophy is that whether he is called or other people are called should be up to the House managers and to the defense attorneys.
Senator, quickly on the timeline here, I know you said that it's the Wild West, but clearly Manager Raskin suggested he would want this to move quickly. Is there a sense that you'd still want to keep this to this weekend, that you could contain what you need to hear from these witnesses to a shortened timeline, especially considering that President Biden wants to move on to try and pass his COVID relief plan?
So my first instinct was that depositions, if there are 5 per side or 10 per side, are going to take a couple weeks. to schedule to hold them, prepare, and come back. And so they would essentially suspend the trial for a couple weeks. They could, however, say, we want one witness, you get one witness, let's get them deposed tomorrow, let's come back. I don't know if they can compel the deposition that quickly. Are individuals going to file lawsuits saying that they can't be held? Is it going to have to work its way through the courts? I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but there's ways that this could get bogged down. So it may be that they're wrestling with whether one per side and let's do this quick, or we need a week or two to do these depositions right and then call the Senate back together so the Senate can work in the intervening time on the very important issue of accelerating reconciliation, the effort to get aid to Americans and make sure we get it done by March 14th.
Senator Jeff Merkley, Democrat from Oregon, thanks so much for joining us as we follow these huge developments. Right now, we want to bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, who joins us. Chuck, we can throw every metaphor imaginable at this, a curveball, an audible.
Right.
What would you call it, and what's your reaction to what we're seeing here this morning?
Well, the only thing I keep going through my head is, and wondering how the morning would have played out, Joe, would have been if Mitch McConnell had given word that he was going to vote to convict rather than acquit. Would that have changed the discussion today? Would that have changed the decision-making process on that? Who knows? Look, clearly the pivotal moment was last night when Congresswoman Butler put out that statement, and and it's my understanding, I have sources that have underscored to me that was a very intentional thing to do last night, essentially to send the bat signal that, yes, call witnesses. It's my understanding that the Congresswoman has a very detailed account of everything that went on and has her recollection. It's not going to just be remembering things, that she is going to be a very, very good fact witness here when all is said and done. So this is, I think that had more of an impact on Jamie Raskin and the House managers than perhaps Mitch McConnell. But I'll be honest, I can't help but wonder that a little bit there, Joe.
Chuck, I asked Senator Merkley, what's the end game here? Based on what you're seeing for Democrats in the House impeachment managers, what do you think is their end game here? Why do this if they don't think they can get those 17 Republican votes?
Well, I think they think maybe they can. I mean, look, there's clearly a motivation of these, particularly the House Republicans that voted to impeach. They want the record. They want this all on the record before the end of this trial. Nobody wants to see these deathbed conversions of saying, well, if only I known about when more of this story comes out, which inevitably it will. The House of Representatives is controlled by the Democrats. They will investigate this themselves. So the record will come out, and you don't want that excuse of, oh, well, if only all of this had been on the record, then maybe I would have voted differently, as somebody tries to create a political deathbed conversion here. So I think that has some motive here for at least those House Republicans that voted to impeach to get this all on the record. And I think it's going to be 1-1. They'll end up agreeing. I think while there might be some senators like a Rand Paul or Mike Lee that want to troll this process, ultimately they'll be in agreement of probably one witness from each side, and probably this will all come to a resolution in about a week.
Does a week seem like too long? We know that we were expecting that we'd maybe get the vote this afternoon. We know that the Biden administration wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible to keep the focus on COVID relief. The country might be ready to move on. If it goes several more days or a week, is that going to be too much? Or at the end of the day, do folks just not care at this point?
Well, I think another week isn't that big of a deal in hindsight. I know in our 24-second news cycle, we think, oh my God, a week seems like a lifetime. The Senate was going to be out anyway. This was a holiday. The way that Congress works, when the rest of America gets a day off, they take a week, sometimes 2 weeks. So they were already going to take this upcoming week off. So this really doesn't mess up the Senate schedule. If you're thinking about the COVID relief bill, The work is still being done in the House right now. There is not a lot of work for the Senate to be doing. So I think if this dragged on for more than a week, I think you'd start to hear hand-wringing from some Democrats and some Biden folks. But 1 week, I don't think so.
Kelly O'Donnell, you're at the White House. Do we have any idea at this point how the White House and how the Biden administration feels if we do have a few more days of this trial?
Well, they're not giving us a sort of minute-by-minute assessment, but they are sending us signals. In particular, they're saying they're not coordinating with the Democrats who are in charge, the House managers and so forth, or individual senators on how they might vote. Again, that doesn't mean they aren't aware of it, doesn't mean they're not informed. We're told the vice president, who is temporarily living just a stone's throw from where I'm standing right now at Blair House, while repairs are being done, maintenance repairs to the official residence of the vice president. She is here, and her aides are saying she's working today and is aware of what's happening on Capitol Hill. But this is something where the message coming from the Biden White House, from the president on down, has been about trying to focus on their own policy aims. For example, he is at Camp David right now, his first weekend there since taking office. And while there's time for family and enjoying what is an extended holiday weekend, they were careful to let us know that he is meeting with national security officials who made the trip to Camp David with him today. So the president is doing that work. Again, it's a signal to say he is doing the job of governing. He is occupying the office he now holds and is not affected by what's happening with impeachment. At the same time, with all of the questions that you've been laying out and the suppositions we're making and the blanks that we're trying to fill, certainly a protracted Trump impeachment is not good for the Biden agenda. It doesn't mean it's not politically good in terms of comparison, in terms of trying to speak to the progressive side of the Democratic Party that wants this level of accountability. More broadly than that, but certainly the animated and energized progressive side. But anytime you've got effectively the shadow of one president over a current president who's just getting started, there's lots of political challenges to that. It also means that people like me and my colleagues are asking about impeachment on a regular basis. We're asking the president. So you might be able to see over my shoulder this art display that the current First Lady, Jill Biden, put in here on the North Lawn for Valentine's Day with lots of messages that is her Valentine to the country. Talk of gratitude and hope and courage. Well, the president and First Lady came out to see this with their morning coffee early yesterday, and the president being within striking distance of a few reporters after the niceties about the holiday setup. Of course, he was asked about impeachment. So that will continue for as long as the trial remains an open question. And that is something that President Biden understands. He was in the Senate for a long time. He's been asked how he would vote if still a senator. He demurs on all of that and says that's not the role he plays now. He has expressed that some of the video that was played, which included some news security video that the public had not seen, certainly officials had seen it, may have had an impact, might change some minds. He expressed being concerned about what would the senators do, that he is waiting like everyone else to know what their decision will be. But beyond that, certainly the Biden team is trying to say they're not thinking about Donald Trump. They're not thinking about impeachment. They have such a big job to do that that's where their focus is. So we are monitoring for blips in the force field of any change along those lines. But unlike the former president, who would let us know his thought process on Twitter almost moment by moment, we don't have that kind of window into Joe Biden. We can look at what he says, what he does, and knowing him over years and covering him over years. But we're not getting sort of the pulse minute by minute from this White House that we grew accustomed to in the Trump years. Now, on the Trump side, our colleagues who are stationed for what we're calling the bonus trip to Palm Beach are saying they've seen that President Trump has gone to his golf club, or at least the motorcade for President Trump has gone there today. And he may be on the phone with his lawyers. He may be doing some of those things. When he goes to the golf club, in addition to playing golf, which he does all the time, he does use the offices and facilities at his clubs for meetings and the like. So that's a possibility as well, as we're trying to still follow the Trump situation as we're now covering a new White House. Joe?
I think Casey's going to jump in with a quick question for you.
Hey, Joe, and yeah, actually, Chuck, I wanted to follow up with you on something you were just talking about and kind of pull on some of these threads related to Congresswoman Butler's statement last night, and in particular that last line where she was, I'm not sure I've ever seen a statement like that before from a member of Congress, and we've seen thousands of them, where she said, if you have more information, now would be the time to come forward. I mean, there's a suggestion that there's more there, and I'm wondering, do you think that was directed, who do you think it was directed at, and do you think it was directed in part at McConnell? Because when this went out, we didn't know where he stood.
I don't know if it was directed at McConnell. Look, I could tell you this. It's my understanding. Certainly, the House Republicans that voted to impeach, they're their own caucus now, and in some ways they don't have many allies other than themselves. So, but they know some of them have some first and second-hand accounts, and certainly are direct witnesses to others that have first-hand accounts. So I think we're talking about more like people like Kevin McCarthy, more like people like Mark Meadows, the folks that were in conversation at the time. And so frankly, I think this was also putting in the public record, sending a message to the House managers that there are more people that have information. Hint, hint, call witnesses. And she put out a statement last night, and she doesn't say, I'm willing to testify. It's the only thing that's missing in the statement, but it's pretty clear she's willing to testify. So this is certainly not going to be a subpoena she decides to fight.
Yeah. So, Chuck, I mean, the content of McConnell's statement saying basically, I'm going to vote to acquit, and it's because of the process. It's because the role is to remove. He doesn't address the substance of any of this. Do you think there's any reason to believe that more substance of this coming out would sway enough minds?
Well, that's the question. I mean, you've heard from Mitch McConnell has stated definitively, it seems, that he believes they don't have jurisdiction. Mike Rounds said the same thing, right? Here he was reacting almost in the affirmative to Ted Lieu saying, it's not Donald Trump running and winning that I'm worried about, it's him running again and losing. Totally. And him saying, yeah, a lot of us wrote that down. I don't know if they're really going to get stuck in this jurisdiction argument, which, it's interesting. There is not a jurisdictional argument. This followed the letter of the Constitution, okay? Right, word for word. It is up to the Senate to decide its jurisdiction and impeachment trials, and they made this decision. So you only use that as an excuse if you don't want to say how you'd vote. And I think that's the uncomfortable nature of this. And perhaps witnesses make this vote even harder. Again, I think what the House managers have always believed is that leaving Mike Pence, to use a phrase here, hanging out to dry, and it was unfortunate that there were people there actually chanting and wanting to hang him. I think they've always believed that was the best argument they had to find 17 Republican votes.
So, Chuck, we're getting, our team here on the Hill just saw Jason Miller walking by the cameras, and there are pictures of the witness list he was holding. It says Nancy Pelosi, number 1, VP Kamala Harris, number 2, Senator Chuck Schumer, number 3, number 4, Aaron Schaff, she's a New York Times photographer, Muriel Bowser, number 5. What do you make of this list? Does it seem like the Trump defense is at all prepared for what's about to happen next?
I think they're all showing their ignorance of this process. I mean, this is what happens when you don't have a single person that has any experience on any sort of election law or impeachment process. Firing the South Carolina lawyer, Mr. Bowers, who had some experience working with both Mark Sanford and I think actually was Pat McCrory's lawyer as well. He was pretty knowledgeable. And so the former president right now has a legal team that does not know what they're doing right now.
Underway, and so I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess until 12:30 p.m.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we stand in recess till 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we just heard right there that Chuck Schumer wants the Senate to recess for the next 45 minutes or so until 12:30. Not much has happened, obviously, in the last hour and a half. What we know is that the Senate does want to move forward with calling at least one witness. So we're not going to hear the closing arguments yet this morning. It's unclear if we'll even get to a vote later today. That seems more and more unlikely as we wait to see how this process moves forward. But the Senate is now in recess. We were expecting to maybe be wrapping up right now with the closing argument from the House impeachment managers and then maybe waiting for the defense, President Trump's lawyers, to also do that. Let's bring in right now Senator Mazie Hirono, Democrat of Hawaii, joins us now to talk more about all these surprising developments this morning. Senator, good to have you with us. So first of all, your reaction to this move now to have witnesses instead of just moving forward with the closing arguments and with the final vote today. This could delay the process a few days. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think this is the right move?
It was a determination by the House managers to call at least this one witness, and it was a decision that a lot of us, all of us, I did, left to them if they thought it was necessary. And so they made the decision. I'm supporting it.
What do you think are the benefits of calling or listening to testimony from Congresswoman Herrera Butler, and are there others that you would like to hear from as witnesses?
She can testify directly to her statement that Kevin McCarthy had called the president in the midst of the insurrection, murderous riot, and testify that McCarthy pleaded with the president to put a stop to it because he believed that the president was the person who could do it. So that certainly plays to the president's awareness and the power he had to put a stop to it. So she can testify to that. As far as other witnesses, I would like to hear from President Trump, frankly, and I know that the House managers had invited him to testify. He is the central person in this entire process, and he declined. I'd like to hear from him under oath.
Besides President Trump, are there other witnesses you'd like to hear from? Do you want to hear from Kevin McCarthy in this trial?
I'd like to hear from the person who he talked to, contemporaneous to the phone call. I'd like to hear from the people who were with the president during the time that he was watching what was going on in the White House. He was watching from the White House, so that there are a number of those kinds of witnesses, as long as we're going to be calling witnesses. But the president's lawyers threatening to call 100 witnesses, that it's very clear that he was basically stomping his feet to play to the president. That is not real. So if we're going to come down to relevant, appropriate witnesses, I hope that's the kind of discussion and negotiation that's happening between the two lawyers.
Senator Hirono, it's Casey Hunt here on the Hill. Can I ask you what is the balance and the thinking around how to deal with this trial in the context of the current president's agenda? Because there had been a lot of pressure in both parties, frankly, to wrap this up quickly, and this obviously potentially extends the process. Are we looking at weeks more of dealing with this while we talk about these new sets of facts? Are we talking about days? How do people want to handle it?
As far as I understand, while there may need to be some time spent deposing the witnesses, and there will be, I'm sure, an agreement on the limit of the number of witnesses, and the Senate will have to vote on whether or not to enable those witnesses to be brought forth. We will continue the work that needs to happen. The other work that has to do with the Biden agenda, and that has to do principally right now with COVID relief.
And is the president and his team weighing in behind the scenes in terms of how they want these witnesses to play out?
I doubt it, because the president has been continuously focused on getting control of this pandemic and the economic recovery that needs to follow. So I would expect that he would continue to leave it to the Senate impeachment process to play out.
Senator Mazie Hirono, Democrat from Hawaii, thank you so much for joining us this morning in reaction to this news developing. The curveball that was thrown, instead of hearing closing arguments, we now know that the Senate is going to have witnesses, at least one witness, which may elongate this process. Again, the Senate is now in recess as it considers how to proceed on the question of calling witnesses. We will be back with live coverage of the impeachment trial just as soon as the Senate reconvenes at 12:30. For now, I'm Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Long. Let's start today.
Let's go 2021.
Kicking off the new year strong. It's time to take care of you with healthy foods, fitness.
You're incredible.
And how to jumpstart your love life.
Cupid is winning.
So join us and start today.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stokes was now convinced Jessie was not the devoted Army wife she.
This is an NBC News special report. The second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer. We're back with NBC News Live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump, and it's safe to say things are not going as expected. When this session started this morning, the Senate seemed poised to hear closing arguments and then vote. But after new information emerged overnight about a January 6th phone conversation between then-President Trump and Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy while the assault on the Capitol was underway, Democratic House Manager Jamie Raskin asked for witnesses to be called over the objections of Trump defense lawyer Michael Vandervee.
We would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
If they want to have witnesses, I'm going to need at least over 100 depositions, not just one.
The Senate then voted with all Democrats and 5 Republicans in favor to call witnesses. For the past hour or two, the Senate has been trying to hammer out a realistic schedule to make that happen. NBC's Casey Hunt has been watching all this unfold with us. She has the latest from Capitol Hill. So, Casey, first of all, we thought the Senate's supposed to reconvene at 12:30. Might take a little bit longer. What is it they're trying to figure out right now? And do we know, is this going to be a quick process or a long process?
So the short answer to that last question is no, we don't know yet, but that's exactly what they are trying to figure out. And while senators, I'm told from our team that's over at the Capitol, are starting to go back into the chamber, I wouldn't be surprised if we're waiting here for a little while before we learn anything new from the leadership. We do know that they are behind the scenes trying to hammer out some sort of agreement as to how to move forward, because we've talked a little bit about this. If all 100 senators agree, the Senate can move very quickly and easily. If they don't, things can get gummed up and complicated very fast. So they're trying to figure out a way to get everyone on board to move forward together. And that may happen here in a couple minutes. We may learn that they've actually come to an agreement, or we may be sitting here waiting and chatting. There's, of course, Bernie Sanders walking into the doors of the Senate chamber right there. It seems like there's a couple paths that are emerging as possibilities here, Joe. One path would be to finish today, to try and figure out a way to get the evidence that the managers want included in the record, put in perhaps written form or in some way that does not require an extended deposition process. We're still pursuing our reporting in terms of whether that's actually a viable option right now. There's Senator Angus King also heading past the Senate chamber. The other possibility, it sounds like, if they actually do end up making a decision that they want to deal with a certain number of witnesses, it's likely it would be an equal number of witnesses on both sides. That might lead to a situation where they took a break from the trial for up to 2 weeks while they did all this work behind the scenes. The Senate's supposed to be on vacation next week, which I realize that doesn't necessarily seem like it should impact something as weighty as this, but it can. That's Mitt Romney talking to reporters right there. I don't think we can hear his voice. There's no microphone on that camera. I was going to listen in and give it to our viewers if we could, but I think it's a little too hard to hear. So that would be the other option, Joe, would be potentially extending this for a couple of weeks, coming back, watching the videos of any depositions that were made, and then trying to move ahead with the trial at this point. But, the bottom line is we don't expect that any of this information is going to cause a change in the outcome of the trial. Both sides know that. Republicans know that. Democrats know that. The country knows that. So that is part of why there is an incentive from all sides to try and move quickly, to get this over with, to allow the current president to move forward with his agenda and to put the former president administrations behind us. Hold on one second. I already said something funny, but I missed it. So, Joe, that's where we stand right now as we wait for the Senate to reconvene. And here it looks like they may be, well, I don't see Schumer yet. We're looking for Chuck Schumer on the Senate floor, Joe.
Casey, let's quickly remind folks why we're here. If you were tuning in just now this morning, you probably thought you'd be watching perhaps the middle of the closing arguments and then would see a vote a couple hours from now. That's not what's happening because of what happened really overnight with these sort of new developments with this phone call between Kevin McCarthy and former President Trump on the day of the insurrection. And the key person here is the Congresswoman from the state of Washington, Jamie Herrera Butler.
That's right, Joe. And to reset a little bit here, you and I think, both thought we were going to be covering today the final day of the impeachment trial. We were going to come in, they were going to get started, and by the afternoon or perhaps the early evening, we would be seeing a vote. Clearly, that's what Mitch McConnell thought, because early this morning he sent a letter, and there he is walking down the hallway, great timing. He sent a letter to his conference saying that he's going to vote to acquit. He didn't deal with the substance of the matter. He focused on the procedure and whether the Senate has jurisdiction. But that's what he said, with the anticipation that today would be the day that he would cast that vote. Instead, House managers surprised everyone when they went to the floor and they asked to call Jamie Herrera Butler. She's a congresswoman from Washington State. She voted to impeach Donald Trump in the House, one of 10 House Republicans who did so. And she put out an unusual statement last night saying that if anyone had additional information about the call between Kevin McCarthy and Donald Trump, and particularly what Donald Trump knew about what was happening at the Capitol and when he knew that information, and she said, any patriot, now is the time. Now is the time they should come forward to talk about this. So that, of course, seems to have prompted the House impeachment managers to say, okay, yeah, we want to hear from you. We want to know what you know. We want that included in the record for the trial. But again, Joe, big picture, there's just no sense here that this is ultimately going to change the outcome here.
That statement from Herrera Butler, it was almost like what you see at the end of a police press release that's put out asking for more evidence for anyone who might have witnessed a crime. As you mentioned, it was highly unusual. Obviously, one of the big questions here is we know that the House impeachment managers would like to hear from Herrera Butler. We heard that Michael Vanderveen say, well, he wants at least 100 depositions. We know Jason Miller was walking around with a list saying all the people they would like to chat with. Let's be clear, most Republicans and Democrats do not want a lot of witnesses, right?
That's right, Joe. And frankly, it's not really up to the president's attorneys in this case. It is up to the senators, because they're the ones who will vote one way or the other on this. And that's why we're so focused on what are they talking about behind the scenes? What's the agreement here? Because the reality is Democrats hold 50 seats. There seem to be at least 4 Republicans who would vote with them on motions in terms of calling witnesses and things like that. So if this becomes a free-for-all, then Republicans are really ceding power to Democrats. So it's actually in the interest, it's in Republicans' interest to negotiate and try to put some guardrails on this process as well. So while there's a lot of bluster from the Trump team, it's kind of an empty threat.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She, of course, covers the Biden administration as well as Trump world. First, let's start with President Biden. What do we know about whether they've had any involvement at all in this process today and this push to call for witnesses?
While President Biden has lots of friends and colleagues who are embroiled in this on Capitol Hill, what the White House is telling us is that they are not involved in the decision to have witnesses or the intricacies of the impeachment drama that is unfolding. That isn't to say that he's not certainly having a lot on the line with his own agenda, but what they're trying to communicate is that this is the Senate's business, and that although he was one of them for more than 3 decades, he is now president and is focused on that. He's at Camp David this weekend, first time since taking office that he's using the presidential retreat. Today is a working day, they say, that he's meeting with the national security team. We did see members of his national security team, including his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, heading to Camp David yesterday with him. So that sort of bears out. The vice president is across the street at Blair House, where she's living temporarily until repairs are done to the official vice presidential residence. So she is also said to be working today, paying attention to what's happening on Capitol Hill, but not coordinating. That's sort of the message they want to send, that governing is happening behind the gates here and in the various extensions of what is the White House, including Camp David today, and that it is not about impeachment. Now, for Joe Biden, there's a lot on the line. The attention of the Senate is something that he certainly needs to push forward his own agenda, namely the COVID relief plan that they call the American Rescue Plan. And that is something that he had said he had hoped for some Republican support. We know they've already set into motion the procedural mechanics to do it with Democrats alone. And then there are issues like the fate of infrastructure, which could, again, perhaps attract some Republican support. That can often be popular when people are trying to tout their accomplishments back home for individual lawmakers and senators. And so there's a lot of work to do. That doesn't even begin to get to the full scope of trying to manage the COVID crisis, to try to get enough vaccine and all the parts that go with it. including personnel at federally supported community vaccine centers. There's so much work to do. So while we're spending a whole day, and this is now, day 5 of the impeachment, that has sucked up a lot of the oxygen in Washington, a lot of the time of lawmakers, the Biden team is trying to separate itself as best it can. At the same time, President Biden is frequently asked about his views on impeachment. Is this something that he wants to weigh in on? And he's been reluctant to do so. He won't say how he would vote if he were still a senator. He has said he thinks that some of the video evidence that was presented by House managers was gripping and persuasive and could have changed minds, and that he's really waiting to see what he often refers to them as colleagues. That's kind of probably a throwback to his time there, and certainly wants to have an amiable relationship with lawmakers, interested to see what they will do, but trying to say this is the Senate's business. For President Trump, we know that he is in Florida, and he was seen, his motorcade at least, was seen going to one of his clubs in the South Florida area that's a frequent stop for him. That doesn't mean he's actually golfing. It could be that he's watching these proceedings from the clubhouse there. He uses that space for meetings and offices and phone calls at times. So that could be what he's occupying his time with. But let's point out how little we've heard from Donald Trump after years of knowing his nearly every thought and tweet. We've gone days now without much of any comment from the former president. His office occasionally has put out some statements related to this trial. He does have one of his senior advisors right there working with the legal defense team, Jason Miller, who you referenced earlier, who's been doing a bit of spinning with reporters in the hallways there. So the president has a direct line. In addition, he's got some friends in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, who have been providing some legal advice. And now that we've seen Graham change his vote to support witnesses, we know that that's a signal that if that train goes down a track toward more witnesses, that would be a way for the Trump defense to say they want to support that with their own view of what witnesses should look like. So the big question that you and Casey alluded to is when they actually resume here, have they reached an agreement? And in the Senate, an agreement moves everything forward. When there's a lack of agreement, that's when we have these long pauses where we're trying to fill. Today is notable for many reasons. One of them is the fact we don't know exactly what's going to happen. That doesn't happen a lot in Washington, so when it does, we are all certainly captivated. Joe?
We do have some updated new reporting from our Capitol Hill team. Let's go back to Casey. Hey, Casey.
Hey, Joe. Just in from our team that's over in the Capitol building working really hard. We heard from Senator Mike Braun. He's a Republican of Indiana who suggests that Republicans are willing to allow the statement from Herrera Butler to go into the record, become evidence as part of the trial in exchange for not actually calling any witnesses. Now, an offer like that would potentially mean that we could, in fact, wrap up this trial today after all of this back and forth. We've also heard from Senator Joe Manchin that he has heard there is an agreement. I don't want us to start putting banners out on that yet, just because we haven't completely nailed it down, but there does seem to be some sort of signal sent out among senators that there is at least movement here. And let me explain some of the dynamics behind this, because for Republicans, we were just talking about how they don't actually have the power to do much on the floor of the Senate because they don't control the majority. And that's true in the context of the trial. They don't want this to go on for months. They don't want to keep focusing on former President Trump. Remember, they lost the Senate, they lost the White House, they don't control the House of Representatives. But they also know that Democrats now do control the levers of government, and they want to govern. That is their political imperative. Joe Biden wants to pass COVID relief. Democratic senators want the Senate to be doing that work, confirming cabinet nominees and doing other things. So what Republicans can say is, okay, you want to drag this out? We'll gum up the works of the regular Senate for as long as it takes. We won't let you do anything on the floor of the regular Senate. And that's a real threat, because one senator can really hold up all the business of the Senate. Everything in the Senate operates when all 100 senators get together and agree. And I mean simple things. What time are we coming back tomorrow morning? How long are we adjourning for? How long are we taking for lunch? Let alone the big questions of what kind of legislation comes to the floor and when. And Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, now minority leader, he's a master of using the rules of the chamber to do things like that. So it seems like those are the contours of the standoff right now. Democrats saying we want witnesses, we want more information. Republicans saying we want this to happen fast, and we're not going to give you what you would want in the weeks that it could potentially take to depose and have these witnesses. So the question now, where are they in terms of coming to an agreement on that? That's the piece that we just don't know, that we're waiting to hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Joe.
All right, we want to bring in Nate Persley, a professor of constitutional law at Stanford, to help us sort of understand what's happening here and this theory that perhaps instead of actually seeing witnesses, real life dramatic witnesses, there might just be these statements entered in. Does that make sense to you? Is that a good approach for the House impeachment managers?
Well, it's a good approach if you want to end this quickly. So if they're satisfied with the statement that was released last night, which just says sort of the bare bones of what has been reported, then that's fine. But it's possible that last cryptic sentence in Congresswoman Butler's statement, that if anyone else has any information, they should come forward, suggests that she might know more than what she released last night. But this would be a way of hurrying along the proceedings and getting it back on track.
How surprised were you this morning when we saw Jamie Raskin stand up in front of the Senate and say, no, we do want to call at least one witness? Were you expecting that? Is that a wise move, you think, at this point?
Well, I was surprised because we didn't have any advance notice of it. Having witnesses in impeachment trials is perfectly reasonable. In fact, that is the rule, not the exception. In every impeachment trial before last year, there have been witnesses. And that's true for presidential impeachments as well. When Bill Clinton was impeached, there were 3 witnesses that were called and had videotape testimony. When Andrew Johnson was impeached, there were over 40 witnesses that were part of that process. It's only last year when they had a vote on witnesses that they didn't end up accepting them. And so that would have been the norm. But right now, one of the strange things is that all the senators, let alone the members of Congress and House of Representatives, they're all witnesses. They've seen it. There's really not a whole lot that's in dispute, except this new information about sort of what the president did and does this reflect his state of mind as his willingness to incite the riot.
Every impeachment trial seems to take on its own path. This one is clearly no exception so far. For those of us who aren't terribly familiar with the constitutional law and how it applies to this process, help us understand. What are the possibilities moving forward today? What are the different things that they could do, and what needs to be done? Who needs to agree to it to sort of move forward?
Well, the Senate determines the rules of the impeachment. And so as we saw earlier, when they held the 55 to 45 vote over witnesses, that was the decision over whether they were going to enter this new stage. Now, ultimately, they have to come to an agreement about how many witnesses, what types of witnesses, how long this is going to go on, how much preparation each side will be able to have. And so that's the curveball that's thrown in the last 2 hours, is that they're now trying to iron out an agreement as to how to move forward. Now, as has been reported, it's possible that they'll just say, well, we don't need the oral testimony of Congresswoman Butler or anybody else. We'll just admit the documents in the same way that they've admitted all kinds of other documents in this case, because it was part of the record that the House had.
Let's talk more about the politics of all this. We turn now to NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, columnist and associate editor for The Washington Post. And first, we're going to actually listen in because we think the Senate is reconvening.
Majority Leader, without objection, so ordered. Ms. Vanderveen? No, Mr. Castor, I'm sorry.
May I be recognized?
Yes, you are. You are recognized.
Senators,
glasses all fucked up.
Donald John Trump, by his counsel, is prepared to stipulate that if Representative Herrera Butler were to testify under oath as part of these proceedings, her testimony would be consistent with the statement she issued on February 12, 2021, and the former president's counsel is agreeable to the admission of that public statement into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. President. The managers are prepared to enter into the agreement I will now read the statement. This is the statement of Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, February 12, 2021. In my January 12th statement in support of the article of impeachment, I referenced a conversation House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy relayed to me that he'd had with President Trump while the January 6th attack was ongoing. Here are the details. When McCarthy finally reached the president on January 6th and asked him to publicly and forcefully call off the riot, the president initially repeated the falsehood that it was Antifa that had breached the Capitol. McCarthy refuted that and told the president that these were Trump supporters. That's when, according to McCarthy, the president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Since I publicly announced my decision to vote for impeachment, I have shared these details in countless conversations with constituents and colleagues, and multiple times through the media and other public forums. I told it to the Daily News of Longview on January 17th. I've shared it with local county Republican executive board members, as well as other constituents who asked me to explain my vote. I shared it with thousands of residents on my telephone town hall on February 8th. Mr. President, I now move that the Senate admit the statement into evidence.
Objection, and without objection, the statement will be admitted into evidence. And does either party wish to make any further motions related to witnesses or documents at this time?
Mr. President, the President's counsel have no further motions.
Discuss.
And Mr. President, we have no further motions either.
Excuse me, then the chair would note that neither party wishes to make further motions under Section 6 of Senate Resolution 47. Therefore, the next question is on admission of the evidence submitted by both parties pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution. The majority leaders recommend.
So now, as we move to another matter, I'm advised that the House managers have no objection to the admission of evidence proposed to be admitted by the former President's counsel under the provisions of Section 8 of Senate Resolution 47, and that the President's counsel have no objections to the evidence proposed to be admitted into evidence by the House managers. Pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution, as agreed to by Leader McConnell and myself a few days ago, both parties have made timely filings of this evidence with the Secretary of the Senate and have provided copies to each other. I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate dispense with the provisions of Section 8A of Senate Resolution 47 and that the materials submitted by both parties be admitted into evidence subject to the provisions of Section 8C of that resolution, which provides that the admission of this evidence does not constitute a concession by either party as to the truth of the matters asserted by the other party, and that each senator shall decide for him or herself the weight to be given such evidence. This request has the approval of both parties and the Republican leader.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Okay, then pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the Senate has provided for up to 4 hours of closing arguments. They'll be equally divided between the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and the counsel for the former president. And pursuant to Rule 22 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate, when sitting on impeachment trials, the argument shall be open and closed on the part of the House of Representatives. So the Chair recognizes Mr. Manager Raskin to begin the presentation on the part of the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin, under Rule 22, you may reserve time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, before I proceed, it was suggested by defense counsel that Donald Trump's conduct during the attack as described in Congresswoman Butler's statement, is somehow not part of the constitutional offense for which former President Trump has been charged. I want to reject that falsehood and that fallacy immediately. After he knew that violence was underway at the Capitol, President Trump took actions that further incited the insurgents to be more inflamed and to take even more extreme, selective, and focused action against Vice President Mike Pence. Former President Trump also, as described by Congresswoman Butler's notes, refused requests to publicly, immediately, and forcefully call off the riots. And when he was told that the insurgents inside the Capitol were Trump supporters, the president said, quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Think about that for a second. This uncontradicted statement that has just been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. The president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people," meaning the mobsters, the insurrectionists, "are more upset about the election than you are." That conduct is obviously part and parcel of the constitutional offense that he was impeached for, namely incitement to insurrection. That is continuing incitement to the insurrection. The conduct described not only perpetuated his continuing offense, but also provides to us here today further decisive evidence of his intent to incite the insurrection in the first place. When my opposing counsel says that you should ignore the president's actions after the insurrection began, that is plainly wrong. And it, of course, reflects the fact that they have no defense to his outrageous, scandalous, and unconstitutional conduct in the middle of a violent assault on the Capitol that he incited. Senators, think about it for a second. Say you light a fire, and you're charged with arson. And the defense counsel says, everything that I did after the fire started is irrelevant. And the court would reject that immediately and say, that's not true at all. It's extremely relevant to whether or not you committed the crime. If you run over and try to put out the flames, if you get lots of water and say, help, help, there's a fire, if you call for help, a court will could infer that you didn't intend for the fire to be lit in the first place. They would accept your defense, perhaps, that it was all an accident. It was an all accident. Accidents happen with fire. But if, on the other hand, when the fire erupts, you go and you pour more fuel on it, you stand by and you watch it gleefully, any reasonable person will infer that you not only intended the fire to start, but that once it got started and began to spread, you intended to continue to keep the fire going. And that's exactly where we are, my friends. Of course your conduct while a crime is ongoing is relevant to your culpability, both to the continuation of the offense, but also directly relevant, directly illuminating to what your purpose was originally. What was your intent? And any court in the land would laugh out of court any criminal defendant who said, what I did after I allegedly killed that person is irrelevant to whether or not I intended to kill them. I mean, come on. Donald Trump's refusal not only to send help, but also to continue to further incite the insurgents against his own vice president. His own vice president provides further decisive evidence of both his intent to start this violent insurrection and his continued incitement once the attack had begun to override the Capitol. All right. Senators, that was in response to this new evidentiary particle that came in. But in my closing, I want to thank you for your remarkable attention and your seriousness of purpose befitting your office. We have offered you overwhelming and irrefutable and certainly unrefuted evidence that former President Trump incited this insurrection against us. To quote the statement Representative Liz Cheney made in January, quote, "On January 6, 2021, a violent mob attacked the United States Capitol to obstruct the process of our democracy and stop the counting of presidential electoral votes. This insurrection caused injury, death, and destruction in the most sacred space in our republic." She continued, Representative Cheney continued, "Much more will become clear in coming days and weeks, but what we know now is enough. The President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the President. The President could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by the President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I will vote to impeach the President." Representative Cheney was right. She based her vote on the facts, on the evidence, and on the Constitution. And the evidence, the video, and the documentary, eyewitness has only grown stronger and stronger and more detailed right up till today, right up to 10 minutes ago, over the course of this Senate trial. And I have no doubt that you all noticed that despite the various propaganda reels and so on, President Trump's lawyers have said almost nothing to contest or overcome the actual evidence of former President Trump's conduct that we presented. Much less have they brought their client forward to tell us his side of the story. We sent him a letter last week, which they rejected out of hand. The former President of the United States refused to come and tell us, and I ask any of you, if you were charged with inciting violent insurrection against our country, and you were falsely accused, would you come and testify? I know I would. I'd be there at 7 o'clock in the morning waiting for the doors to open. I'm sure that's true of 100 senators in this room. I hope it's true of 100 senators in this room. Senate was lectured several times yesterday about cancel culture. Well, not even 2 weeks ago, the president's most reliable supporters in the House, I'm sorry, not the president, the former president's most reliable supporters in the House tried to cancel out Representative Cheney because of her courageous and patriotic defense of the Republic and the truth and the Constitution. They tried to strip her of her leading role as chair of the House Republican Conference. But you know what? I hope everybody takes a second to reflect on this. The conference rejected this plainly retaliatory and cowardly attempt to punish her for telling the truth to her constituents and her country and voting for impeachment. Who says you can't stand up against bullies? Who says? In my mind, Liz Cheney is a hero for standing up for the truth and resisting this retaliatory cancel culture that she was subjected to. But she beat them on a vote of 145 to 61, more than 2-to-1 vote. You know, Ben Franklin, a great champion of enlightenment, an enemy of political fanaticism and cowardice, and of course another great Philadelphian, once wrote this: "I have observed that wrong is always growing more wrong until there is no bearing it anymore, and that right, however opposed, comes right at last." Comes right at last. Think about that. This is America, home of the brave, land of the free. The America of Ben Franklin, who said, "If you make yourself a sheep, the wolves will eat you." Don't make yourself a sheep. The wolves will eat you. The America of Thomas Jefferson, who said at another difficult moment, "A little patience and we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spirits dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore their government to its true principles." the Merrick of Tom Paine, who said, "The mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark." Now, we showed you hour after hour of real-time evidence demonstrating every step of Donald Trump's constitutional crime. We showed you how he indoctrinated the mob with his Orwellian propaganda about how the election he lost by more than 7 million votes and 306 to 232 in the electoral college, which he had described as a landslide when he won by the exact same margin in 2016, was actually a landslide victory for him being stolen away by a bipartisan conspiracy and fraud and corruption. We showed you how 61 courts and 88 judges, federal, state, local, trial, appellate, from the lowest courts in the land to the United States Supreme Court across the street, and 8 federal judges he himself named to the bench, all found no basis in fact or law for his outlandish and deranged inventions and concoctions about the election. In the meantime, President Trump tried to bully state-level officials to commit a fraud on the public by literally finding votes. We examined the case study of Georgia, where he called to threaten Republican Brad Raffensperger to find him 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted, he said. 11,780 votes. Don't we all? 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted to nullify Biden's victory and to win the election. Raffensperger ended up with savage death threats against him and his family, telling him he deserved a firing squad. Another election official urged Trump to cut it out or people would get hurt and killed. A prescient warning indeed. Raffensperger ended up saying that he and his family supported Donald Trump, gave him money, and now Trump threw us under the bus. We saw what happened in Lansing, Michigan, with the extremist mob he cultivated, which led to 2 shocking Capitol sieges and a criminal conspiracy by extremists to kidnap and likely assassinate Governor Whitmer. We saw him trying to get state legislatures to disavow and overthrow their popular election results and replace them with Trump electors. We showed you the process of summoning the mob, reaching out, urging people to come to Washington for a wild time. As we celebrate President's Day on Monday, imagine, is there another president in our history who would urge supporters to come to Washington for a wild time? You saw how he embraced violent extremist elements like the Proud Boys, who were told in a nationally televised presidential candidate debate to stand back and stand by, which became their official slogan as they converged on Washington with other extremist and seditious groups and competed to be the lead stormtroopers of the attack on this building. You saw the assembly of the mob on January 6th, and how beautiful that angry mob must have looked to Donald Trump as he peered down from the lectern with the seal of the President of the United States of America emblazoned on it. That crowd was filled with extremists in tactical gear, armed to the teeth and ready to fight, and other brawling MAGA supporters. All of them saying, "Stop the steal right now." And he said he was going to march with them to the Capitol, even though the permit for the rally specifically forbade a march. But he said he would march with them, giving them more comfort that what they were doing was legitimate. It was okay. But of course, he stayed back, as he presumably didn't want to be too close to the action at the Capitol, as the lawyers called it. Not an insurrection, they urged us yesterday. It's an action. He didn't want to be too close to the action when all hell was about to break loose. Now, incitement, as we've discussed, requires an inherently fact-based evidentiary inquiry. And this is what we did. We gave you many hours of specific factual details about, to use Congresswoman Cheney's words, how the president summoned the mob, assembled the mob, incited it, lit the match, sending them off to the Capitol where they thought, as they yelled out, that they'd been invited by the President of the United States. And then, of course, they unleashed unparalleled violence against our overwhelmed and besieged but heroic police officers, who you thoughtfully honored yesterday when the officers got in their way as they entered the Capitol at the behest of the President of the United States to stop the steal. Now, I'm convinced most senators must be convinced by this overwhelming and specific detail, because most Americans are. But say you still have your doubts. You think the president really thought that he was sending his followers to participate in a peaceful, nonviolent rally, the kind that might have been organized by Julian Bond, who my distinguished opposing counsel brought up, Ella Baker, Bob Moses, our late beloved colleague John Lewis, for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Maybe the president really thought this was going to be like the March on Washington organized by Bayard Rustin and Dr. Martin Luther King, who said, nonviolence is the answer to the crucial moral and political questions of our time. So let's say you're still flirting with the idea that Donald Trump's conduct was totally appropriate, as he proclaimed right off the bat, and he's the innocent victim of a mass accident or a catastrophe like a fire or a flood, as we were invited to frame it on our opening day by distinguished co-counsel or opposing counsel. And you think, maybe we're just looking for somebody to blame for this nightmare and catastrophe that has befallen the Republic. We're just looking for someone to blame. Well, here's the key question then in resolving your doubts, if you're in that category. How did Donald Trump react when he learned of the violent storming of the Capitol and the threats to senators, members of the House, and his own vice president, as well as the images he saw on TV of the pummeling and beating and harassment of our police officers? Did he spring into action to stop the violence and save us? Did he even wonder about his own security, since an out-of-control anti-government mob could come after him too? Did he quickly try to get in touch with or denounce the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the rally organizers, the Save America rally organizers, and everyone on the extreme right, to tell them that this was not what he had in mind? It was a big mistake. Call it off, call it off, call it off, as Representative Gallagher begged him to do on national television? No. He delighted in it. He reveled in it. He exulted in it. He could not understand why the people around him did not share his delight. And then a long period of silence ensued while the mob beat the daylights out of police officers and invaded this building, as you saw on security footage, and proceeded to hunt down Vice President Mike Pence as a traitor and denounced and cursed Speaker Pelosi, both of whom you heard mob members say they wanted to kill. They were both in real danger. And our government could have been thrown into absolute turmoil without the heroism of our officers and the bravery and courage of a lot of people in this room. Here's what Republican Representative Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio said. He's a former pro football player. We are imploring the president to help, to stand up, to help defend the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, which is under attack. We are begging, essentially, and he was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And as I've emphasized this morning, that dereliction of duty, that desertion of duty was central to his incitement of insurrection and inextricable from it. Inextricable. Bound together. It reveals his state of mind that day, what he was thinking as he provoked the mob to violence and further violence. It shows how he perpetuated his continuing offense on January 6th, his course of conduct charged in the article of impeachment as he further incited the mob during the attack, aiming it at Vice President Mike Pence himself, while failing to quell it in either of his roles as Commander-in-Chief or his real role that day, Inciter-in-Chief. And it powerfully demonstrates that the ex-president knew, of course, that violence was foreseeable, that it was predictable and predicted. That day, since he was not surprised and not horrified, no, he was delighted. And through his acts of omission and commission that day, he abused his office by siding with the insurrectionists at almost every point, rather than with the Congress of the United States, rather than with the Constitution. In just a moment, my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, will address President Trump's conduct, his actions and inactions, his culpable state of mind during the attack, as he will establish yesterday's explosive revelations about House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's desperate call to Trump and Trump's truly astounding reaction confirm that Trump was doing nothing to help the people in this room or this building. It's now clear beyond doubt that Trump supported the actions of the mob, and so he must be convicted. It's that simple. When he took the stage on January 6th, he knew exactly how combustible the situation was. He knew there were many people in the crowd who were ready to jump into action, to engage in violence at any signal that he needed them to fight like hell to stop the steal. And that's exactly what he told them to do. Then he aimed them straight here, right down Pennsylvania at the Capitol, where he told them that the steal was occurring, that is, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And we all know what happened next. They attacked this building, they disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, they injured and killed people, convinced that they were acting on his instructions and with his approval and protection. And while that happened, he further incited them while failing to defend us. If that's not ground for conviction, if that's not a high crime and misdemeanor against the Republic in the United States of America, then nothing is. President Trump must be convicted for the safety and security of our democracy and our people. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, as we've demonstrated, there is overwhelming evidence that President Trump incited the violence and knew violence was foreseeable on January 6th. He knew that many in the crowd were posed for violence at his urging. And in fact, many in the sea of thousands in the crowd were wearing body armor and helmets and holding sticks and flagpoles. And then he not only provoked that very same crowd, but aimed them at the Capitol. He literally pointed at this building, at us, during his speech. He pointed to the building where Congress was going to certify the election results and where he knew the vice president himself was presiding over the process. Now, no one is suggesting that President Trump intended every detail of what happened on January 6th. But when he directed the sea of thousands before him, who were reportedly ready to engage in real violence, when he told that crowd to fight like hell, he incited violence targeted at the Capitol, and he most certainly foresaw it. My colleague, Manager Dean, will stand up after me and walk you through the overwhelming evidence that supports those claims. I want to start, though, by talking about what happened after that. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about what the president knew and when he knew it. There are certain things that we do not know about what the president did that day, because the president, that is former President Trump, has remained silent about what he was doing during one of the bloodiest attacks on our Capitol since 1812. Despite a full and fair opportunity to come forward, he's refused to come and tell his story. As Manager Raskin said, we would all do that. In fact, I would insist on it. If I were accused of a grave and serious crime that I was innocent of, I would demand the right to tell my side of the story. President Trump declined. But there are certain facts that are undisputed, that we know to be true despite the president's refusal to testify, which his counsel either ignored entirely or didn't and couldn't dispute. Before I go to those facts, let me quickly just touch on a few things. First, President Trump and his counsel have resorted to arguments that the evidence presented was somehow manufactured or hidden from them. And I want to be very clear about this because this is important. In terms of the timing of when they received materials here, defense counsel had access to all materials when they were entitled to have them under Senate Resolution 47. And they cannot and have not alleged otherwise. As to their desperate claim that evidence was somehow manufactured, they have not alleged that one tweet from their client was actually inaccurate, nor can they. We got these tweets, which are, of course, statements from the former president, from a public archive, and they are all correct. You also know the president's claims about evidence being manipulated also are untrue because they didn't even object to the introduction of the evidence when they had the opportunity to do so. So I hope we can now set those issues aside and turn to the facts of this case and really set the record straight about the undisputed facts in this case, about what the president knew that day and when he knew it. And at the outset, let me say this. As you may recall, in direct response to a question yesterday, President Trump's counsel stated, and I quote, "At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger," end quote. As we walk through these undisputed facts, you will see quite clearly that is simply not true. As you can see here, from just after 12 p.m. to just before 2 p.m., President Trump delivered his statements at the rally, which incited an initial wave of riot protesters coming down to the Capitol. And his speech was still ongoing, and you saw the evidence of people broadcasting that on their phones. He finished his speech at about 1:11 p.m., at which point a much larger wave surged toward us here at the Capitol, ripping down scaffolding and triggering calls for law enforcement assistance. 30 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., as the violence intensified, President Trump tweeted a video of his remarks at the rally with the caption, quote, "Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about," end quote. During the half hour following that tweet, the situation here drastically deteriorated. Insurrectionists breached the Capitol barriers, then its steps, then the complex itself. By 2:12, the insurrectionist mob had overwhelmed the police and started their violent attack on the Capitol. And as you all know, this attack occurred and played out on live television. Every major network was showing it. We've shown you during the course of this trial, side by side, exactly what the president would have seen on TV or his Twitter account. We've also shown you that he would have seen around 2:12 p.m. images of Vice President Pence being rushed off the Senate floor. Now, I won't replay all of that for you, but for timing purposes, here's the footage reacting to Vice President Pence leaving the floor.
No audio. They just cut out. It looks like they and sometimes the Senate
like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
Defense counsel seems to suggest that somehow the president of the United States was not aware of this. That the president had no idea that his vice president had been evacuated from the Senate floor for his safety because violent rioters had broken into the Capitol with thousands more coming, and with the Capitol Police completely overwhelmed. This was on live television. So defense counsel is suggesting that the president of the United States knew less about this than the American people. This is just not possible. That the Secret Service failed to mention that his vice president was being rushed from the Senate for his own protection. That nobody in the White House thought to alert him. That none of our law enforcement agencies raised a concern to the commander-in-chief that the vice president was being evacuated from the Senate floor as a violent mob assaulted the Capitol. That simply cannot be. And with each passing minute on the timeline of events on January 6th, it grows more and more inconceivable. Let's continue forward in time. Between 2:12 to 2:24, the Senate recessed. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was ushered off the floor. The Capitol Police announced a breach and a lockdown, and the insurrectionist mob began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And it was unfolding on live TV in front of the entire world. So again, let me ask you, does it strike you as credible that nobody, not a single person, informed the president that his vice president had been evacuated, or that the president didn't glance at the television or his Twitter account and learn about the events that were happening? Remember, this was the day of the Electoral College. Remember his obsession with stopping the certification. It's just not credible that the president at no point knew his vice president was in this building and was in real danger. Senators, I submit to you these facts. This timeline is undisputed. At 2:24 p.m., after rioters breached the barriers, after calls for assistance, after rioters stormed the building, after Vice President Pence was rushed from the Senate floor, and just before Vice President Pence was further evacuated for his safety, President Trump decided to attack his own vice president on Twitter. The undisputed facts confirm that not only must President Trump have been aware of the vice president's danger, but he still sent out a tweet attacking him, further inciting the very mob that was in just a few feet of him inside of this very building. The vice president was there with his family. He was in danger for his life. They were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and had erected a noose outside. And as we've shown, the mob responded to President Trump's attack instantly. The tweet was read aloud on a bullhorn, if you remember that video. Insurrectionists began chanting again about Mike Pence. And in those critical moments, we see President Trump engaging in a dereliction of his duty by further inciting the mob in real time to target the vice president with knowledge that the insurrection was ongoing. And that's, of course, included in the conduct charged in this article of impeachment. The former president's counsel's suggestion otherwise is completely wrong. His further incitement is impeachable conduct that continued during the course of this assault itself, and it's part of the constitutional crime and was entirely and completely a part of his indefensible failure to protect the Congress. Now, there's been some confusion as to the phone call I referenced with Senator Lee. So I want to be clear about certain facts that are not in dispute. First, Senator Lee has confirmed that the call occurred at 2:26 p.m., so I've added that to the timeline above. Remember, by this phone call, the vice president has just been evacuated on live television for his own safety. And Donald Trump had, after that, tweeted an attack on him, which the insurgents read on a bullhorn. And a few minutes after Donald Trump's tweet, he didn't reach out to check on the vice president's safety. He called a senator to ask about delaying the certification. The call was interrupted. As Senator Tuberville has since explained, and I quote, "I looked at the phone and it said the White House on it. I said, hello. The president said a few words. I said, Mr. President, they're taking the vice president out and they want me to get off the phone and I've got to go," end quote. That was his second evacuation that day. A minute later, live feeds documented the insurgents chanting, "Mike Pence is a traitor." At this point, even if somehow he'd missed it earlier, it's inconceivable that the former president, was unaware that the vice president was in danger. And what does the president do after hearing that? Does he rush to secure the Capitol? Does he do anything to quell the mob? Does he call his vice president to check on his safety? We all know the answer to those questions too. There can be no dispute. He took none of those steps, not a single one. Even after learning that senators were being evacuated and that Vice President Pence had also been evacuated, he did nothing to help the vice president. And here's some more evidence that we've since learned. At some point over the following 30 minutes, President Trump spoke to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. And as Representative Jamie Herrera Butler has revealed, evidence that now has been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. In that conversation, Kevin McCarthy is pleading with the former president to do something. He first tries to assign the blame to another group, and Leader McCarthy says, "No, these are your supporters, Mr. President." And what does the president say in response? Not, "I'll send people right away. I didn't realize you were in danger." He says, well, Kevin, and I quote, well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are, end quote. I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are. The president, just as he conveyed in that tweet at 6:01, was essentially saying, you got what you deserve. Let me say that again. Not only was the president fully aware of the vice president's situation and the situation that we were all in when he was asked for help, when he was asked to defend the Capitol less than 30 minutes after inciting this violence against his own vice president, President Trump refused that request for assistance. And he told us why. His singular focus, stopping the certification of the election of his opponent. He incited the violence to stop the certification. He attacked the vice president and further incited the insurrection to pressure the vice president to stop the certification. He called Senator Tuberville to stop the certification, and he refused to send help to Congress. And this Congress and the vice president of the United States were in mortal danger because he wanted to stop the certification. And he did these things, attacking the vice president, calling Senator Tuberville, refusing Representative McCarthy's request, with full knowledge of the violent attack that was underway at that point. He chose retaining his own power over the safety of Americans. I can't imagine more damning evidence of his state of mind. The call ended with a screaming match interrupted by violent rioters breaking through the windows of Representative McCarthy's office. Senators, the president knew this was happening. He didn't do anything to help his vice president or any of you or any of the brave officers and other employees serving the American people that day. His sole focus was stealing the election for himself. And he apparently has still not thought of anyone else. According to more new facts revealed last night, the vice president's team does not agree with the president's counsel or the president's counsel's assessment either. The report, and I quote, says, Pence's team does not agree with the Trump lawyer's assessment that Trump was concerned about Pence's safety. Trump didn't call him that day or for 5 days after that. No one else on Trump's team called as Pence was evacuated to one room in a number with screaming mob nearby.
Objection, this is not in evidence. Objection, this is not in evidence. If you wanted a stipulation to this,
The council will sit down.
Senators, remember everyone.
Chair has no way of knowing what materials evidence or not. The counsel for the president will have a chance to speak. And the chair will consider the issue.
Senators, remember, as one of you said during this attack, they could have killed us all. Our staff, the officers protecting all of us, everyone. And President Trump not only incited it, but continued inciting it as it occurred with attacks on his vice president, and then willfully refused to defend us, furthering his provocation and incitement by the mob, siding with the mob, siding with the violent insurrectionists, criminals who killed and injured police officers sworn to protect us because they were, quote, more upset about the election than Leader McCarthy. Those facts are undisputed. President Trump has not offered any evidence or any argument to disprove them. His lawyers almost entirely ignored these facts in their short presentation. We have only his counsel's false claim yesterday that, quote, at no point was the president informed that the vice president was in any danger, end quote. A claim that is refuted not just by common sense, but by the timeline you have seen and also the vice president's legal team. So there can be no doubt that at the moment we most needed a president to preserve, protect, and defend us, President Trump instead willfully betrayed us. He violated his oath. He left all of us, and officers like Eugene Goodman, to our own devices against an attack he had incited and he alone could stop. That is why he must be convicted. And I'd like to conclude by making one final point that follows directly from what I just discussed. Our case and the article of impeachment before you absolutely includes President Trump's dereliction of duty on January 6th. His failure as inciter-in-chief to immediately quell or call off the mob, his failure as commander-in-chief to immediately do everything in his power to secure the Capitol, that is a further basis on which to convict, and there can be no doubt of that. The ongoing constitutional misconduct is like any continuing offense, and the proof of that is overwhelming. Most directly, his dereliction of duty offers conclusive, irrefutable evidence that he acted willfully as we charge. He wasn't furious or sad or shocked like virtually everyone else in America. He was reported by those around him as delighted. Rather than rush to our aid or demand his mob retreat, he watched the attack on TV and praised the mob to Leader McCarthy as more loyal to him, more upset about the election, and that was all that mattered. His reaction is also further evidence of his intent. He acted exactly the way a person would act if they had indeed incited the mob to violence to stop the steal. Moreover, as I've shown, President Trump's dereliction and desertion of duty includes his decision to further incite the mob, even as he failed to protect us. While the mob hunted Vice President Pence in these very halls, he attacked Vice President Pence. While he tried to stop the steal, he spread the big lie. We all saw how his mob responded in real time. This further incitement was part of his dereliction of duty, was also part of his course of conduct, encouraging and provoking the mob to violence. President Trump's dereliction of duty also highlights how foreseeable the attack was to him. In his tweet just after 6 p.m., he said, and I quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." This tweet continued his endorsement of the attack, his failure to condemn it, his desertion of duty. But it also reveals his view that this was, of course, what would happen when Congress refused his demand to reject the election that he continued to tell his supporters was stolen and he had actually won in a landslide. Again, he wasn't surprised. He saw this as a predictable result of his repeated demands that his followers stop the steal by any means possible. This was all connected. His dereliction of duty, his desertion of duty was part and parcel of the crime charged in the impeachment. And it's certainly a basis on which to vote for conviction. If you believe that he willfully refused to defend us and the law enforcement officers fighting to save us, and that he was delighted by the attack, and that he saw it as a natural result of his call to stop the steal, and that he continued to incite and target violence as the attack unfolded, we respectfully submit you must vote to convict and disqualify so that the events of January 6th can never happen again in this country.
Mr. President.
I'd like to call up Ms. Dean.
Mr. President, I've got a point of order. Mr. President, moments ago, House Manager Cicilline reported again.
The senator will withhold. I'm advised by the parliamentarian that debate is not in order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that debate is not in order because this is not debate. He said something that's not true.
The quorum has been suggested.
There's clearly a quorum, sir.
And the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Consent to suspend the quorum call.
Is there objection? Their objection is heard.
Mr. Barrasso.
Okay, what happens?
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
You are watching the Senate impeachment trial, which has been taking place all week long. We are in the middle of the closing arguments that are being presented by House impeachment managers. But the real story making headlines today is what happened earlier in the day when the House impeachment managers announced that they did want to call at least one witness. There was a vote on the floor, and by a 55-45 vote, the Senate agreed that it would call witnesses. Then there was a break to discuss how that was going to happen. And when they came back, they basically decided that they weren't going to be calling witnesses. They would just read the statement from Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler into the record and then move forward with the final arguments and likely a vote later today. Let's bring in Casey Hunt, who is on Capitol Hill. And Casey, let's sort of digest what happened before these closing arguments. We were basically on a roller coaster ride for 3 hours, and then the roller coaster sort of ended up back at the beginning again, right?
One of my colleagues at another network described it exactly that way, that you go up, down, sideways, maybe upside down, and come back right exactly to where you started. And that's what the morning was like here on the Hill with this witness question. Just quickly, Joe, I want to bring our viewers up to speed with what they're actually looking at. We had a point of order made by Senator Mike Lee, conservative senator from Utah. He had earlier in the trial tried to object to the way a phone call was characterized. There have been reports that President Trump, and the reports that were later confirmed by one of the senators in this exchange, but the report was that President Trump was trying to call Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama to talk to him about certifying the election as the riot was unfolding on the Hill. He accidentally called Senator Lee, and Senator Lee handed the phone to Senator Tuberville. And this is relevant because the timing of it suggests that the president would have known, and this is what Tuberville says, that he said to the president, and he confirmed it to my colleague Leanne Caldwell, among others, earlier this week, that he told the president, they're taking Mike Pence out, I've got to go, and hung up the phone. And so Lee is claiming, and was claiming before, that that was not true. He wanted to object to it. It was agreed that they would deal with it later on in the trial, and it seems as though perhaps there was an oversight or now something unexpected additionally is happening with this. So we're trying to figure that out. But big picture, you're right. We took this detour down this path about witnesses for a couple of hours before we got to these closing arguments. And I think there are a lot of questions right now about why the Democratic House managers decided to do what they did, because ultimately the decision was simply to put this information from Congresswoman Herrera Butler into the record of the trial. The defense did acknowledge the truthfulness of it, which is potentially an important detail in the long run as the history books are written about this. But from the perspective of the trial and trying to actually learn more information from new witnesses, there clearly is agreement that they just simply wanted to get it done. They want to get out of here. And that is true. Because for Democrats, they want to move on to the current president's agenda, and Republicans, of course, want this to be done with. So there was a lot of behind-the-scenes negotiating and discussion. This plan was agreed upon. Now we seem to have hit another unpredicted snag. Joe.
If things do continue, if we do continue with the closing arguments, we've heard, I believe, that Trump's attorneys feel they only need one of their 2 hours. Is it still possible we could get to the vote later today?
Joe, at this point, yeah, I would be amazed if we weren't finished with this trial by the end of the day on today, Saturday, or early into the morning if it becomes necessary to do that. I mean, I think there's complete consensus across the body that they don't want it to go past today. If they did, I think we would have seen a different outcome on the witness question. So right now, I think it's just gonna be taking a look at how these procedures are going to unfold. Mike Lee is someone, he is a very conservative, and I would describe him as a constitutionalist, I guess maybe the right word for it, from Utah, who is very read in on the rules and procedures of the body, of the country generally, and knows how to use them potentially to his advantage, and also doesn't always go along with his leadership. We've talked a lot about this today, as I'm sure people are watching have learned more about Senate procedure than they probably ever wanted to know over the course of the last couple of hours. But any single senator can, if they decide to essentially go rogue, have a huge impact, which is why getting everyone on board, all 100 members of the body, is so important. Because otherwise the place basically ceases to function at all. And so if Lee is doing this, and his leaders may or may not be aware of it, he can be pretty stubborn about stuff like this. So I guess we're going to see where this is going to lead.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb, a former U.S. attorney. So we spoke with you earlier when we saw that the Senate had sort of given the go-ahead for witnesses opening the door, and then all of a sudden that door kind of shut pretty quickly when they said, well, let's just read this one statement into the record and move along. What was your reaction to that decision ultimately?
Right. So this morning we thought, wow, this is an earthquake that's happening in this impeachment trial, and it turned out to be more of a brush fire. It does sound like there were political aspects to this that resulted in the House impeachment managers saying, all right, we're not going to take this fight any further. If they're willing to stipulate to the statement that was made by Congressman Herrera Butler, we're just going to accept that. That's not unusual. A lot of things are often done by stipulation. In other words, both sides agree to a certain set of facts, and that's the way it's done. There won't be the drama of having video or live testimony from Representative Herrera Butler, but again, that's not unusual, and that's the call the House managers decided to make. I think once the other side apparently agreed to stipulate to what she put out, the statement she put out last night, I think once they agreed to that, it would have been a hard hill for the House managers to climb to say, no, that's not good enough. We want to delay this trial even more, and we want to take her testimony over Zoom. I think they just decided, remember, she's their colleague, and I think they just decided it wasn't worth that fight.
I guess the question is, if they did want to call any other witnesses, perhaps they weren't as interested in calling anyone else, or they weren't sure if that would help them in any way to call Kevin McCarthy, who may not exactly be the most friendly witness?
I think that certainly went into their calculation. I mean, that's why the threat by the Trump team that they now had to call 100 or 200 witnesses, and first up was going to be Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris. That was never going to happen. That was clearly a theatrical stunt, because when you put a witness on in these kinds of circumstances, you need those witnesses to be friendly to you. You need to know exactly what they're going to say, and you have to make sure that they're not going to do more damage to your case than they're going to help you. So that was never going to happen. And clearly the House managers have to walk a line here. They don't want to put on a witness who's unhappy about being subpoenaed, or who has other considerations that are going to keep them from being a perfectly willing and friendly witness. And obviously, Representative McCarthy has his relationship with the president to consider. He may have sent signals to the team, don't subpoena me. I've put out my statement telling everybody what happened on that phone call. Don't subpoena me. I'm not going to be happy about it. And again, these are all colleagues over there in the House, so they have to be mindful of that as well.
Let's talk a little more about the politics of this. We turn now to NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, columnist and associate editor for The Washington Post, and also Time Magazine contributor and NBC News political contributor Elise Jordan. So, Eugene, I guess we'll start by asking, we went through this sort of adventure for 3 hours earlier today. In the end, for the Democrats, was this a cave, or was this maybe just the wisest move to kind of get this process going and maybe try and get the vote later today?
Well, first, I'm focused less on what the House managers wanted to do, and we'll find out. We'll be able to talk to them later and find out whether they wanted to actually call witnesses. But the person who made the deal was Chuck Schumer. The deal was between Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell. Remember, this is the Senate's trial, the Senate's procedure, and whether we have witnesses or not is up to the Senate, not up to the House managers. And so the question I have is whether the 4 Republicans who voted along with the Democrats to hear the testimony of Congresswoman Herrera Butler, whether they were satisfied with the stipulation, whether they would have stuck with the Democrats on the subsequent votes that would have been required to actually have the testimony. Remember, this was a preliminary vote to entertain the idea of testimony, basically, from the Congresswoman. There was more voting yet to take place, and so just the question that occurs to me is whether the Republican allies of the Democrats on this question were still on board given the stipulation. And I'd like to hear the answer to that question, but we just don't know at this point.
Elise, I'll ask you. Earlier today, you seemed like this was a good idea to have the witnesses. Do you think this was the right solution, to just sort of read the statement and move on? Or would you have liked to have seen more witnesses over the coming hours or days?
I think that it would have been great to have had more witnesses over the coming days. And I'm surprised that the Democrats conceded as quickly as they did on this point after coming in with surprising strength this morning.
And Elise, we're going to take a listen back in to what's happening on the Senate floor right now.
I withdraw my appeal.
The appeal withdrawn. The chair would advise everybody. The evidentiary record is closed. S-Res 47 described the scope of those things not admitted into evidence as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Addition. The House managers have the floor if they wish to resume. House managers.
Mr. President.
House manager.
Esteemed senators, good afternoon. We are grateful for your kind attention this week as we engaged in a process formulated and put to paper by the founders in my home city of Philadelphia, which is getting its fair share of attention this week, in 1787, 234 years ago. My colleague, Mr. Cicilline, addressed the importance of the president's dereliction of duty. I will focus on 3 specific aspects of this case, which the defense have raised questions about. First, the defense suggests that this was just one speech, and one speech cannot incite insurrection. And the defense suggested, because the attack was pre-planned by some insurrectionists, Donald Trump is somehow not culpable. Both of these things are plainly not true, nor are they what we allege. So let's be clear. We are not suggesting that Donald Trump's January 6th speech by itself incited the attack.
We have shown that his course of conduct leading up to and including that speech incited the attack. The defense is correct that the insurrection was pre-planned. That supports our point. We argued, and the evidence overwhelmingly confirms, that Donald Trump's conduct over many months incited his supporters to believe, one, his big lie, that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. Two, that to ensure the election would not be stolen, to prevent the fraud, they had to stop the steal. And three, they had to fight to stop the steal or they would not have a country anymore. This conduct took time, and it culminated in Donald Trump sending a save the date on December the 19th, 18 days before the attack, telling his base exactly when, where, and who to fight. And while he was doing this, he spent $50 million from his legal defense fund to simultaneously broadcast his message to stop the steal over all major networks. Donald Trump invited them, he incited them, then he directed them. Here are a few clips that will help bring that story to light.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the election?
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. And this election will be the most rigged election in history. This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history. And the only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election. That's right. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. It's the only way that's the only way we're going to lose, is if there's mischief, and it'll have to be on a big scale. So be careful.
But this will be one of the greatest most fraudulent elections ever.
We're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election. And we can't let that happen. You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, "Stop the steal." If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore. We cannot allow a completely fraudulent election to stand. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. If you don't fight to save your country with everything you have, you're not going to have a country left. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, we will never, ever surrender. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. We will never give up, we will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Our point is this was not one speech. This was a deliberate, purposeful effort by Donald Trump over many months that resulted in the well-organized mob's attack on January the 6th. That brings me to my second point, the violence. Defense counsel argues that there is no way that Donald Trump could have known what would happen. Yet we are not suggesting, nor is it necessary for us to prove, that Donald Trump knew every detail of what would unfold on January the 6th, or even how horrible and deadly the attack would become. But he did know. As he looked out on that sea of thousands in front of him, some wearing body armor and helmets, others carrying weapons, that the result would be violence. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates this. A few points on this. Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting leading up to January the 6th. He saw the violence they were capable of. He had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging supporters of violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those same people, the Proud Boys, the organizer of the Trump Caravan, the supporters and speakers at the second Million MAGA March, all showed up on January the 6th. And Donald Trump's behavior was different. This was not just a comment by an official or a politician fighting for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight to a joint session of Congress where he knew his vice president was presiding. And Donald Trump had warnings about the crowd in front of him on January 6th. There were detailed posts online of attack plans. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests in the days leading up to the attack. There were credible reports that many would be armed and ready to attack the Capitol. Despite these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our Capitol, when the crowd was standing in front of the president, ready to take orders and attack, he said, "We're going to the Capitol, and we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." Here's a short clip.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the.
It is something. Do you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday because they're nice. So his bus, they had hundreds of cars. Trump, and the American flag. That's it. You see Trump and American flag.
And the first Million MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second Million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP.
Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP!
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Senators, the violence on January the 6th was demonstrably foreseeable. Trump even said so himself at 6:01 p.m. the day of the attack. The last thing he said before he went to sleep, quote, "These are the things that happened," end quote. He foresaw this, and he admitted as much. That brings me to my final point, the insurrectionists. Defense counsel has suggested these people came here on their own. The defense brief states that the insurrectionists, quote, "did so for their own accord and for their own reasons and are being criminally prosecuted." It is true that some insurrectionists are being prosecuted, but it is not true that they did so of their own accord and for their own reasons. The evidence makes clear the exact opposite, that they did this for Donald Trump, at his invitation, at his direction, at his command. They said this before the attack, during the attack. They said it after the attack. Leading up to January the 6th, in post after post, the president's supporters confirmed This was for Donald Trump. It was at his direction. One supporter wrote, and I quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm the Capitol and kill/beat them up for it." They even say publicly, openly, and proudly that President Trump would help them commandeer the National Guard. So all they have to do is overwhelm 2,000 Capitol Police officers. During his speech on January the 6th, Trump supporters chanted his words back to him. They even live tweeted his commands, as Ms. DeGette showed you. During the attack, the insurrectionists at the Capitol chanted Donald Trump's words from his tweets, rallies, and from the speech of the 6th. They held signs that said and chanted, "Fight for Trump, stop the steal." They read his tweets over bullhorns, amplifying his demands. Another rioter, while live streaming the insurrection from the Capitol, said, quote, "He'll be happy. We're fighting for Trump." What's more, the insurrectionists were not hiding. They believed they were following the orders from our commander-in-chief. They felt secure enough in the legitimacy of their actions to take selfies, to post photos and videos on social media. After the attack, rioter after rioter confirmed this too. Jenna Ryan, who was later accused for her role in the insurrection, said, quote, "I thought I was following my president. I thought we were following what we were called to do." And President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. When it became clear that Donald Trump would not protect them, some of his supporters said they felt duped. They felt tricked. Listen to some of this evidence.
And even if they think for a second that they're going to get away with it today, they got another thing coming. Because today is just a day. And today is just the beginning. They haven't seen a resistance until they have seen a patriot fight for their country.
If you died today, parties will withhold.
This is crooked.
The parties will withhold.
It is in the record.
The evidentiary record is closed. S. 47 describes the scope of those things admitted into evidence as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Who yields time?
Mr. President, the statement was in evidence, the slide was not, so we will withdraw the slide. But the statement was in evidence. They told you themselves they were following the president's orders. And you'll see something clearly. Donald Trump knew who these people were. As the slide shows, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020. Keith Lee, organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road. Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the 2nd Million MAGA March. They were all there. The video you're about to see is in the record.
The last one, too. The one he objected to is in the record.
Oh, correction. The record did include, appropriately, the last video. So we will keep that in the record, and I will keep it in my closing remarks.
Never saw it.
Can we play the next video?
They don't even know what they put in. It's not plays. They don't even know what they put in.
So we're going to make them. We're going to have them show us what's in the record when these statements are. The transcripts of the videos are in the record. The videos actually themselves are. Which form does the record take? I got them all. It has a reference. Okay. All right. Well, can you show us where that is so we can be done with this? Okay. Can someone show us where that is so we can stop doing this? Yes. Yeah. Andrew? No, I have it memorized. These things are in.
You're watching the Senate impeachment trial underway on this Saturday afternoon. Right now, the House impeachment managers are in the middle of their closing arguments. There's a discussion happening right now as to whether something that was mentioned in Representative Dean's closing argument had actually been introduced into evidence earlier this week. That is what they are discussing right now, trying to sort out whether it had been introduced. Obviously, if it had not, then it cannot be referenced in the closing argument. Right now, obviously, the House managers are trying to basically button up their point, punctuate the argument that they've been making all week, saying that basically the former President Trump, had indoctrinated his followers, making them believe that the election had been stolen, saying that he had summoned them to the Capitol on January 6th and that he then incited them to go to the Capitol where the riot then ensued. They're also arguing that he did not do enough to try to stop the insurrection once it was taking place and once it was underway. So we expect once they sort of sort out this issue that the House impeachment managers will continue to make their argument. We believe they have less than an hour left in their 2-hour time period to try and make their argument, and then we will hear from President Trump's attorneys. They will have up to 2 hours. We don't expect them to use all that time. After all, when they presented their arguments yesterday, they only used 2.5 hours of the 16 hours that they were allotted, and then it's quite likely that we will have a final vote on whether the president is guilty or will be acquitted. We assume he will be acquitted because it will take 17 Republicans to try and vote to convict him, and that seems highly unlikely, especially because earlier this morning it was the Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who did put out a statement announcing that he will vote to acquit, not based on the merits of the case, but really basically saying that he does not believe the Senate should be involved in this, that the main purpose of the trial should be to remove a president from office. Trump is no longer in office, so based on that, he doesn't believe the Senate has jurisdiction in this case, but that may very well be a signal to other senators who may have been on the fence about this, that they too can find a reason to vote to acquit. Still unclear is a handful of Republican senators. Where are they leaning? Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, along with Ben Sasse and perhaps a few others. So that may be the biggest drama that unfolds when we finally do get to a vote, if it is later on today. We had another sort of drama unfold for about 3 hours earlier today. The closing arguments did not start at 10 a.m. Eastern, as we initially thought. Rather, instead, a surprising move, the lead impeachment manager, Jamie Raskin, announced that they would be trying to call witnesses. Specifically, they wanted Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler to sort of be deposed and testify her experience, sort of the statement that she put out last night saying that she was aware of a phone conversation between Kevin McCarthy and President Trump during the insurrection, a conversation that got a lot of headlines because, according to that conversation, the president told Kevin, well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are. Let's take a listen back now to Representative Dean as she continues her closing argument.
As the slides show, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020 Keith Lee, the organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road, Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the second Million MAGA March, they were all there. Here is one final clip, also submitted in the record.
That's what we fucking need, to have 30,000 guns on there. That's what we need.
Senators, some of the insurrectionists are facing criminal charges. Donald Trump was acting as our commander-in-chief. He was our president. He used his office and the authority it commands to incite an attack. And when Congress and the Constitution were under attack, he abandoned his duties, violated his oath, failing to preserve, protect, and defend. That is why we are here, because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, incited and directed thousands of people to attack the legislative branch. He knew what his supporters were capable of. He inflamed them, sent them down Pennsylvania Avenue, not on any old day, but on the day we were certifying the election results. As they were banging on our doors, he failed to defend us because this is what he wanted. He wanted to remain in power. For that crime against the Republic, he must be held accountable. Senators, the insurrectionists are still listening. Before I end, I must admit, until we were preparing for this trial, I didn't know the extent of many of these facts. I witnessed the horror, but I didn't know. I didn't know how deliberate the president's planning was, how he had invested in it, how many times he incited his supporters with these lies, how carefully and consistently he incited them to violence on January the 6th. While many of us may have tuned out his rallies, I also did not know the extent that his followers were listening, were hanging on his every word. And honestly, I did not know how close the mob actually came to their violent ends, that they were just steps away from all of us, that the death toll could have been much higher, but for the bravery of men and women who protected us. But now we know. We know the bravery of people like Officer Goodman and all the men and women of the Capitol Police, of the custodians who, with pride and a sense of duty in their work, cleaned up shattered glass, splintered wood, and blood-stained floors. We know the sacrifice of life and limb. We know what Donald Trump did. We know what he failed to do. Though it is difficult to bear witness and face the reality of what happened in these halls, what happens if we don't confront these facts? What happens if there is no accountability? For those who say we need to get past this, we need to come together, we need to unify. If we don't set this right and call it what it was, the highest of constitutional crimes by the President of the United States, the past will not be past. The past will become our future for my grandchildren and for their children. Senators, we are in a dialogue with history, a conversation with our past, with a hope for our future. 234 years from now, it may be that no one person here among us is remembered. And yet, what we do here, what is being asked of each of us here in this moment, will be remembered. History has found us. I ask that you not look the other way.
I'd now like to bring up Mr. Neguse.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, there's an old quote from Henry Clay, son of Kentucky, that courtesies of a small and trivial character are the ones that strike deepest in the grateful and appreciating heart. I want to say on behalf of all the House managers, we are very grateful for the courtesies. that you've extended to us and to President's counsel during the course of this trial. You've heard my colleague, Manager Dean, go through the overwhelming evidence that makes clear that President Trump must be convicted and disqualified for his high crime. I'm not going to repeat that evidence. It speaks for itself. Earlier in this trial, you might recall a few days ago that I mentioned my expectation that President Trump's lawyers might do everything they could to avoid discussing the facts of this case. And I can understand why. I mean, the evidence that all of us presented, that Manager Dean just summarized, is pretty devastating. And so rather than address it, the President has offered up distractions, excuses, anything but actually trying to defend against the facts. They said things like, President Trump is now a private citizen, so the criminal justice system can deal with him, or that we haven't set a clear standard for incitement. They talked a lot about due process, and that all politicians say words like fight. I'd like to take a minute to explain why each of those distractions are precisely that, distractions, and why they do not prevent in any way the Senate from convicting President Trump. Number one, every president is one day a private citizen again. So, the argument that because President Trump has left office, he shouldn't be impeached for conduct committed while he was in office doesn't make sense. Why would the Constitution include the impeachment power at all if the criminal justice system serves as a suitable alternative once a president leaves office? It wouldn't. Impeachment is a remedy separate and apart from the criminal justice system, and for good reason. The presidency, it comes with special powers, extraordinary powers, not bestowed on ordinary citizens. And if those powers are abused, they can cause great damage to our country, and they have to be dealt with in a separate forum. This forum. And it would be unwise to suggest that going forward, the only appropriate response to constitutional offenses committed by a president are criminal charges when the president returns to private life. That's not the kind of political system any of us want. And it's not the kind of constitutional system the framers intended. Second, it is true, we haven't cited criminal statutes establishing elements of incitement because, again, this isn't a criminal trial. It's not a criminal case. President Trump is charged with a constitutional offense, and you are tasked with determining whether or not he committed that high crime as understood by our framers. So the relevant question, which President Trump's lawyers would have you ignore, is would our framers have considered a president inciting a violent mob to attack our government while seeking to stop the certification of our elections? Would they have considered that an impeachable offense? Who among us really thinks the answer to that question is no? Third, due process. So, just to be absolutely clear, the House, with the sole power of impeachment, determines what the process looks like in the House, and the Senate does the same for the trial. During this trial, the president has counsel. They've argued very vigorously on his behalf. We had a full presentation of evidence, adversarial presentations, motions. The president was invited to testify. He declined. The president was invited to provide exculpatory evidence. He declined. You can't claim there's no due process when you won't participate in the process. And we know this case isn't one that requires a complicated legal analysis. You lived it. The managers and I, we lived it. Our country lived it. The president, in public view, right out in the open, incited a violent mob. A mob that temporarily, at least, stopped us from certifying an election. If there were ever an exigent circumstance, this is it. Number 4, we all know that President Trump's defense, as we predicted, spent a lot of time, a whole lot of time, comparing his conduct to other politicians, using words like fight. And of course, you saw the hours of video. As I said on Thursday, we trust you to know the difference. Because what you will not find in those video montages that they showed you is any of those speeches, those remarks, culminating in a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. That's the difference. The president spent months inflaming his supporters to believe that the election had been stolen from him, from them, which was not true. He summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and when the violence erupted, he did nothing to stop it, instead inciting it further. Senators, all of these arguments offered by the president have one fundamental thing in common. One. They have nothing to do with whether or not, factually, whether or not the president incited this attack. They've given you a lot of distractions so they don't have to defend what happened here on that terrible day. And they do that because they believe those distractions are going to work. That you'll ignore the president's conduct instead of confronting it. I think they're wrong. Some of you know this already. I'm the youngest member of our manager team by quite a few years. So perhaps I'm a bit naive, but I just don't believe that. I really don't. I don't believe their effort is going to work. And here is why. Because I know what this body is capable of. I may not have witnessed it, but I've read about it in the history books. I've seen the C-SPAN footage. Archives, sometimes I've watched them for hours. And yes, I've actually done that. And the history of our country in those books and in those tapes, the history of this country has been defined right here on this floor. The 13th Amendment, the amendment abolishing slavery, was passed in this very room. In this room, not figuratively, literally, where you all sit and where I stand. In 1964, this body, with the help of senators like John Sherman Cooper and so many others, this body secured passage of the Civil Rights Act. We made the decision to enter World War II from this chamber. We've certainly had our struggles, but we've always risen to the occasion when it mattered the most. Not by ignoring injustice or cowering to bullies and threats, but by doing the right thing, by trying to do the right thing. And that's why so many nations around the world aspire to be like America. They stand up to dictators and autocrats and tyrants because America is a guiding light for them, a North Star. They do so, they look to us because we have been a guiding light, a North Star in these moments. Because the people who sat in your chairs, when confronted with choices that define us, rose to the occasion. I want to offer one more example of a decision made in this room by this body that resonated with me. The first day I stood up in this trial, I mentioned that I was the son of immigrants, like many of you, and many senators graciously approached me after my presentation and asked me where my parents were from. And I told those who asked that my folks were from East Africa. In 1986, this body considered a bill to override President Reagan's veto of legislation imposing sanctions on South Africa during apartheid. 2 senators who sit in this room, one Democrat and one Republican, voted to override that veto. That vote was not about gaining political favor. And in fact, it was made despite potentially losing political favor. And I have to imagine that that vote was cast, like the decisions before it, because there are moments that transcend party politics and that require us to put country above our party because the consequences of not doing so are just too great. Senators, this is one of those moments. Many folks who are watching today's proceedings may not know this, but House members like me and Lead Manager Raskin, our fellow managers, we're not allowed on the Senate floor without express permission. No one is. Certainly the senators are aware of that. This floor is sacred. It's one of the reasons why I, like so many of you, was so offended to see it desecrated by that mob. To see those insurrectionists diminishing and devaluing and disrespecting these hallowed halls that my whole life I have held in such awe. Because of those rules that I just mentioned, this will be the only time I have the privilege to stand before you like this. When the trial's over, I'll go back to being not an impeachment manager, but back to being just a House member. The trial will end, and we'll resume our lives and our work. But for some, there will be no end to the pain of what happened on January 6th. The officers who struggled to recover from the injuries they sustained to protect us, they struggle to recover today. The families who continue to mourn those who they lost on that terrible, tragic day. I was struck yesterday by defense counsel's continued references to hate. One of my favorite quotes of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's one that has sustained me during times of adversity, I suspect it sustained some of you, is that I've decided to stick with love. That hate is too great a burden to bear. This trial is not born from hatred. Far from it. It's born from love of country, our country. Our desire to maintain it. Our desire to see America at its best. And in those moments that I spoke of, Civil Rights Act, so much more, we remember those moments because they helped define and enshrine America at its best. I firmly believe that our certification of the Electoral College votes in the early hours of January 7th, our refusal to let our republic be threatened and taken down by a violent mob, will go down in history as one of those moments too. And I believe that this body can rise to the occasion once again today by convicting President Trump, defending our republic. And the stakes could not be higher. Because the cold, hard, truth is that what happened on January 6th can happen again. I fear, like many of you do, that the violence we saw on that terrible day may be just the beginning. We've shown you the ongoing risks, the extremist groups who grow more emboldened every day. Senators, this cannot be the beginning. It can't be the new normal. It has to be the end. And that decision is in your hands.
Mr. President.
Mr. Raskin.
Senators, my daughter Hannah said something to me last night that stopped me cold and brought me up short. Our kids have been very moved by all the victims of the violence, the officers and their families. But Hannah told me last night she felt really sorry for the kid of a man who said goodbye to his children before he left home to come and join Trump's actions. Their father had told them that their dad might not be coming home again and they might never see him again. In other words, he was expecting violence. He might die, as insurrectionists did. And that shook me. Hannah said, how can the president put children and people's families in that situation and then just run away from the whole thing? That shook me. And I was filled with self-reproach because when I first saw the line about, your father going to Washington and you might not see him again, I just thought about it, well, like a prosecutor, like a manager. I thought, what damning evidence that is, that people are expecting lethal violence at a protest called by the President of the United States and saying their final goodbyes to their kids. But Hannah, my dear Hannah, thought of it like a human being. She thought of it, if you'll forgive me, like a patriot. Someone who just lost her brother and doesn't want to see any other kids in America go through that kind of agony and grief. Senators, when I say all three of my kids are better than me, you know that I am not engaged in idle flattery. Maybe some of you feel the same way about your kids. They're literally better people than me. They've got a lot of their mom, Sarah Bloom Raskin, in them, and they're better than me. And Hannah saw through the legality of the situation. She saw through the politics of the situation, all the way to the humanity of the situation, the morality of the situation. That was one of the most patriotic things I ever heard anybody say. The children of the insurrectionists, even the violent and dangerous ones, they're our children too. They are Americans and we must take care of them and their future. We must recognize and exercise these crimes against our nation, and then we must take care of our people and our children, their hearts and their minds. As Tommy Raskin used to say, it's hard to be human. Many of the Capitol and Metropolitan Police officers and guardsmen and women who are beaten up by the mob also have kids. You remember Officer Fanone, who had a heart attack after being tased and roughed up for hours by the mob, and then begged for his life, telling the insurrectionists that he had 4 daughters. And that just about broke my heart all over again. We talked about this for a long time last night. My kids felt terrible that other kids' fathers and mothers were pulled into this nightmare by a president of the United States. Senators, we proved he betrayed his country. We proved he betrayed his Constitution. We proved he betrayed his oath of office. The startling thing to recognize now is that he is even betraying the mob. He told them he would march with them, and he didn't. They believed the president was right there with them somewhere in the crowd, fighting the fantasy conspiracy to steal the election and steal their country away from them. They thought they were one big team working together. He told them their great journey together was just beginning, and now there are hundreds of criminal prosecutions getting going all over the country. People getting set to say goodbye to members of their family. And the president who contacted them, solicited them, lured them, invited them, incited them, that president has suddenly gone quiet and dark. Nowhere to be found. He cannot be troubled to come here to tell us what happened and tell us why this was the patriotic and the constitutional thing to do. Senators, this trial in the final analysis is not about Donald Trump. The country and the world know who Donald Trump is. This trial is about who we are. Who we are. My friend Dar Williams says that sometimes the truth is like a second chance. We've got a chance here with the truth. Do we still believe in the separation of powers? President Trump tried to sideline or run over every other branch of government, thwart the will of the people at the state level, usurp the people's choice for president. This case is about whether our country demands a peaceful, nonviolent transfer of power to guarantee the sovereignty of the people. Are we going to defend the people who defend us? Not just honor them with medals, as you rightfully did yesterday, but actually back them up against savage, barbaric, insurrectionary violence? Will we restore the honor of our capital and the people who work here? Will we be a democratic nation that the world looks to for understanding democratic values and practices and constitutional government and the rights of women and men? Will the Senate condone the President of the United States inciting a violent attack on our chambers, our offices, our staff, and the officers who protect us? When you see the footage of Officer Hodges stuck in the doorway, literally being tortured by the mob, if government did that to you, that would be torture. And when you see that footage, and he's shouting in agony for his dear life, it's almost unwatchable. When the Vice President of the United States escapes a violent mob that's entered this Capitol building, seeking to hang him and calling out, "Traitor, traitor, traitor," and when they shut down the counting of the Electoral College votes, is this the future you imagine for our kids? Is it totally appropriate, as we've been told? Or as Representative Cheney said, is it the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath of office in the history of our country? And if we can't handle this together as a people, all of us, forgetting the lines of party and ideology and geography and all of those things, if we can't handle this, how are we ever going to conquer the other crises of our day? Is this America? Is this what we want to bequeath to our children and our grandchildren? I was never a great Sunday school student. Actually, I was pretty truant most of the time. But one line always stuck with me from the book of Exodus as both beautiful and haunting, even as a kid, after I asked what the words meant. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil." Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. The officer who got called the N-word 15 times and spent hours with his colleagues battling insurrectionists who had metal poles and baseball bats and hockey sticks, bear spray, and Confederate battle flags posed the right question to the Senate and to all of us. Is this America? Dear senators, that's going to be up to you now. And whatever committees and subcommittees you're on, whatever you came to Washington to do, to work on, from defense to agriculture to energy to aerospace to healthcare, this is almost certainly how you will be remembered by history. That might not be fair. It really might not be fair, but none of us can escape the demands of history and destiny right now. Our reputations and our legacy will be inextricably intertwined with what we do here and with how you exercise your oath to do impartial justice. Impartial justice. I know and I trust you will do impartial justice, driven by your meticulous attention to the overwhelming facts of the case and your love for our Constitution, which I know dwells in your heart. The times have found us, said Tom Paine, the namesake of my son. The times have found us. Is this America? What kind of America will we be? It's now literally in your hands. Godspeed to the Senate of the United States. We reserve any remaining time.
The House is reserved 28 minutes. Sure.
Proceed.
I'm talking, and it will not be so long. And before I start my prepared closing, I really want to clean up a few things from the mess that was the closing of the House managers. I do not want to ruin my closing because I think the ending's pretty good. What they didn't, they started off by misstating the law, and they started off by misstating the intent of our stipulation. What we did today was stipulate to an article that was published in a magazine. Apparently they've had for weeks, according to the documents they produced today, but for some reason this morning popped up with it. The stipulation was that they can put that in. We did not stipulate to its contents for truthfulness. And they tried to portray that in their closing as the stipulation. The stipulation was read into the record. The proponents of that conversation, the real ones, have denied its content, its veracity. With respect to, and I'm not going to talk much about the tortured analysis of our arson laws that started off, or the truly sideways analogies that were used with fires. What I do want to talk about, though, is the doctoring of evidence. First of all, they sent us their evidence on Tuesday the 9th at 2:32 p.m. by email. I was in this room trying the case already when they sent their evidence. Due process. They used evidence that was flat wrong 2 or 3 nights ago with Senator Lee and had to withdraw it. They tried to use it again today. They tried to use evidence that they had never presented in the case in their closing argument. That is a very desperate attempt by a prosecuting team, 9 of them, by a prosecuting team that knew that their case has collapsed. Their closing did not mention one piece of law. They didn't talk about the Constitution once. They didn't talk about the First Amendment and its application. They didn't talk about due process and how it applies to this proceeding for my client. basic rule of any court is that when you close a case out, you close on the facts that were admitted in the trial. It's a basic, fundamental principle of due process and fairness. And that was violently breached today on multiple occasions. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why did they resort to those tactics at this moment in time? Senators, good afternoon, Mr. President. What took place here at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th was a grave tragedy. Over the course of this trial, you have heard no one on either side of this debate argue that the infiltration of the Capitol was anything less than a heinous act on the home of American democracy. All of us, starting with my client, are deeply disturbed by the graphic videos of the Capitol attack that have been shown in recent days. The entire team condemned and have repeatedly condemned the violence and law-breaking that occurred on January 6th in the strongest possible terms. We've advocated that everybody be found, punished to the maximum extent of the law. Yet the question before us is not whether there was a violent insurrection of the Capitol. On that point, everyone agrees. Based on the explicit text of the House impeachment article, this trial is about whether Mr. Trump willfully engaged in incitement of violence and even insurrection against the United States. And that question they have posed in their article of impeachment has to be set up against the law of this country. No matter how much truly horrifying footage we see of the conduct of the rioters and how much emotion has been injected into this trial, that does not change the fact that Mr. Trump is innocent of the charges against him. Despite all of the video played, at no point in their presentation did you hear the House managers play a single example of Mr. Trump urging anyone to engage in violence of any kind. At no point did you hear anything that could ever possibly be construed as Mr. Trump encouraging or sanctioning an insurrection. Senators, you did not hear those tapes because they do not exist, because the act of incitement never happened. He engaged in no language of incitement whatsoever on January 6th or any other day following the election. No unbiased person honestly reviewing the transcript of Mr. Trump's speech on the ellipse could possibly believe that he was suggesting violence. He explicitly told the crowd that he expected the protests outside the Capitol to be peaceful and patriotic. They claim that's not enough. His entire premise was that the proceedings of the joint session should continue. He spent nearly the entire speech talking about how he believes the senators and members of Congress should vote on the matter. It's the words. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there is a very clear standard for incitement. In short, you have to look at the words themselves. The words have to either explicitly or implicitly call for lawlessness or violence. Whether the speech, you have to determine whether the speech was intended to provoke the lawlessness and whether the violence was the likely result of the word itself. They fail on all three prongs. The false and defamatory claim that Mr. Trump gave a speech encouraging his supporters to go attack the Capitol has been repeated so often, uncritically, without any examination of the underlying facts that the Americans listening at home were probably surprised to learn it's not true. Furthermore, some of the people in this room followed Mr. Trump's statements and tweets in the weeks leading up to January 6th very closely. We know that he was not trying to foment an insurrection during the time because no one, from the Speaker of the House to the Mayor of Washington, D.C., behaved in a fashion consistent with the belief that violence was being advocated for. Mr. Trump did not spend the weeks prior to January 6th inciting violence. He spent those weeks pursuing his election challenge through the court system and other legal procedures exactly as the Constitution and the Congress prescribe. To believe, based on the evidence you have seen, that Mr. Trump actually wanted and indeed willfully incited an armed insurrection to overthrow the U.S. government would be absurd. The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be an entirely peaceful event. Thousands and thousands of people, including Mr. Trump, showed up that day with that intention. A small percentage, a small fraction of those people then engaged in truly horrible behavior, but as we now know, that those actors were pre-planned and premeditated and acted even before the speech was completed, to which is the basis of the article of impeachment. It was pre-planned and premeditated by fringe left and right groups. They hijacked the event for their own purposes. The House manager's false narrative is a brazenly dishonest attempt to smear, to cancel constitutional cancel culture, their number one political opponent, taking neutral statements, commonplace political rhetoric, removing words and facts from context, and ascribing to them the most sinister and malevolent intentions possible. Their story was based not on evidence, but on the sheer personal and political animus. The flimsy theory of incitement you heard from the House managers could be used to impeach, indict, or expel countless other political leaders. Many leading figures in other parties have engaged in far more incendiary and dangerous rhetoric. And we played some of it. I'm not going to replay it. I'm not going to replay you the words. You all saw the evidence. I'm not going to replay you mob scenes. I don't want to give those people another platform, any more view from the American people as to what they did. They should be canceled. Democrat politicians spent months prior to January 6th attacking the very legitimacy of our nation's most cherished institutions and traditions. They didn't just question the integrity of one election, they challenged the integrity of our entire nation. Everything from our founding fathers, our Constitution, Declaration of Independence, law enforcement officers, and United States military. They said that our society was rooted in hatred. They even said that America deserved, and I'll quote, a reckoning. As you heard yesterday, throughout the summer, Democrat leaders, including the current president and vice president, repeatedly made comments that provided moral comfort to mobs attacking police officers. During that time, many officers across the country were injured. As we all know, 2 sheriff's deputies in Los Angeles were ambushed and shot at point-blank range. Members of this very body have been in danger. Senators from Maine to Kentucky and most points in between have been harassed by mobs. Last August, a menacing left-wing mob swarmed Senator Rand Paul and his wife as they left the White House, and they had to be rescued by police. For months, our federal courthouse in Portland was placed under siege by violent anarchists who attacked law enforcement officers daily and repeatedly and tried to set fire to the building. Speaker Pelosi did not call the violent siege of the federal building an insurrection. She called the federal agents protecting the courthouse stormtroopers. The White House complex was besieged by mobs that threw bricks, rocks, and bottles at Secret Service agents, set fire to an historic structure, and breached a security fence to infiltrate the Treasury grounds. When my client's administration sent in the National Guard to secure the nation's capital city amidst the violence, Democrat leaders demanded that the forces be withdrawn. The Washington, D.C. mayor said the presence of the National Guard was an affront to the safety of the district. It must be fully investigated whether political leadership here in Washington, D.C. took an inadequate and irresponsible forced posture on January 6th because of their commitment to the false narrative of what happened last June. Hopefully, we can all now agree that the administration acted properly by taking action to stop a riotous mob, establishing an appropriate security perimeter, and prevent the White House from potentially being overrun. The House managers argued this week that an alleged brief delay in issuing a public statement from Mr. Trump on January 6th was somehow evidence that he committed incitement or supported the violence. Yet for months last year, Joe Biden, Vice President Harris, and countless of other Democrats repeatedly refused to condemn the extremism as riots were occurring daily, as businesses were being ramshackled, as neighborhoods were being burned, as bombs were exploding. They repeatedly refused to tell their violent supporters to stand down. Some even suggested that the mob's actions were justified. Vice President Harris literally urged her followers to donate money to a fund to bail out the violent, extreme rioters so that they could get out and continue to do it over and over again. She later said that those folks were not going to let up and that they should not. All of this was far closer to the actual definition of incitement than anything President Trump has ever said or done, never mind what he said on the 6th. It's a hypocrisy. It's a hypocrisy that the House managers have laid at the feet of this chamber. The House managers suggested in this recent history is irrelevant to the current proceedings. But not only is Democrats' behavior surrounding last year's riots highly relevant as precedent, and not only does it reveal the dishonesty and insincerity of this entire endeavor, it also provides crucial context that should inform our understanding of the events that took place on January 6th. Many of the people who infiltrated the Capitol took pictures of themselves and posted them on social media. To some, it seems, they thought that it was all a game. They apparently believed that violent mobs, destruction of property, rioting, assaulting police, and vandalizing historic treasures was somehow now acceptable in the United States. Where might they have gotten that idea? I would suggest to you that it was not from Mr. Trump. It was not Mr. Trump. It was not anyone in the Republican Party that spent the 6 months immediately prior to the Capitol assault giving rhetorical aid and comfort to mobs, making excuses for rioters, celebrating radicalism, and explaining that angry frustrated, and marginalized people were entitled to blow off steam like that. Let me be very clear. There can be no excuse for the depraved actions of the rioters here at the Capitol or anywhere else across this country. 100% of those guilty of committing crimes deserve lengthy prison sentences for their shameful and depraved conduct. But this trial has raised the question about words, actions, and consequences. As a nation, we must ask ourselves, how did we arrive at this place where rioting and pillaging would become commonplace? I submit to you that it was month after month of political leaders and media personalities bloodthirsty for ratings, glorifying civil unrest, and condemning the reasonable law enforcement measures that are required to quell violent mobs. Hopefully, we can all leave this chamber in uniform agreement that all rioting is bad, and that law enforcement deserves our respect and support. That has been Mr. Trump's position from the very beginning. The real question in this case is, who is ultimately responsible for such acts of mayhem and violence when they are committed? The House Democrats want two different standards, one for themselves and one for their political opposition. They have carried out a grossly unconstitutional effort to punish Mr. Trump for protected First Amendment speech. It's an egregious violation of his constitutional rights. Since he uttered not a single word encouraging violence, this action can only be seen as an effort to censor disfavored political speech and discriminate against a disapproved viewpoint. It is an unprecedented action with the potential to do grave and lasting damage to both the presidency and the separation of powers and the future of democratic self-government. Yesterday, we played you a video of countless Democrat members of the Senate urging their supporters to fight. We showed you those videos not because we think you should be forcibly removed from office for saying those things, but because we know you should not be forcibly removed from office for saying those things. But recognize the hypocrisy. Yesterday, in questioning, House Manager Raskin admitted that the House Democrats had invented an entirely new legal standard. In fact, they've created a new legal theory, the Raskin Doctrine. The Raskin Doctrine is based on nothing more than determining protected speech based on the party label next to your name. Regardless of what you have heard or what you have seen from the House managers, if you pay close attention, you will see that any speech made by Democrat elected officials is protected speech, while any speech made by Republican elected officials is not protected. The creation of the Raskin Doctrine actually reveals the weakness of the House manager's case. Elected officials, and we reviewed this in depth yesterday, under Supreme Court precedent, Wood and Bond, and by the way, Bond didn't burn his draft card. He actually still had it. It was part of his defense. But in Bond and in Wood, the court clearly directed all to know that elected officials hold the highest protections of speech, the highest protections. And I remind you why. Because you all need to be free to have robust political discussion, because your discussion is about how our lives are going to go. And that shouldn't be squelched by any political party on either side of the aisle, no matter who's the majority party at the time. Why would the House managers make up their own legal standard? I'll tell you why. Because they know they cannot satisfy the existing constitutional standard set forth by the United States Supreme Court that has existed for more than half a century. They argue Mr. Trump, as an elected official, has no First Amendment rights. It's the complete opposite of the law. We've shown you without contradiction that is wrong. They also know that they cannot satisfy the three-part test of Brandenburg, as elucidated in the Bible Believers case. There was absolutely no evidence that Mr. Trump's words were directed to inciting imminent lawless action. There was no evidence that Mr. Trump intended his words to incite violence. And the violence was pre-planned and premeditated by a group of lawless actors who must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But it proves that his words weren't what set this into motion. What was the incitement? With no ability and no evidence to satisfy the existing constitutional standards, what are the House managers to do? They had to make up their own law. This is not only intellectually dishonest, folks, it's downright scary. What type of precedent would be set if the Senate did vote to convict? Can Congress now ignore Supreme Court precedent on the contours of protected free speech? Will Congress be permitted to continually make up their own legal standards and apply those new standards to elected officials' speech? This would allow Congress to use the awesome impeachment power as a weapon to impeach their fellow colleagues in the opposing party. This is not a precedent that this Senate can set here today. If the Senate endorses the House Democrats' absurd new theory, you will set a precedent that will trouble leaders from both parties, literally, for centuries to come. But that will not be the only disgraceful precedent to come from this case. This has been perhaps the most unfair and flagrantly unconstitutional proceeding in the history of the United States Senate. For the first time in history, Congress has asserted the right to try and punish a former president who is a private citizen. Nowhere in the Constitution is the power enumerated or implied. Congress has no authority, no right, and no business holding a trial of citizen Trump, let alone a trial to deprive him of some fundamental civil rights. There was mention of a January exception argument. The January exception argument is a creation of the House managers' own conduct by delaying. They sat on the article. They could have tried the president while he was still in office if they really believed he was an imminent threat. They didn't. The January exception is a red herring. It's nonsense. Because federal, state, and local authorities can investigate. Their January exception always expires on January 20th. House Democrats and this deeply unfair trial have shamefully trampled every tradition, norm, and standard of due process in a way I've never, ever seen before. Mr. Trump was given no right to review the so-called evidence against him at trial. He was given no opportunity to question its question is propriety. He was given no chance to engage in fact-finding. Much of what was introduced by the House was unverified, second or third-hand reporting cribbed from a biased news media, including stories based on anonymous sources whose identities aren't even known to them, never mind my client. They manufactured and doctored evidence, so much so that they had to withdraw it. We had the evidence after we started the trial. They went on for 2 days. So in the evening, I was able to go back and take a really close look at the stuff. Myself and Mr. Castor and Ms. Bateman and Mr. Brennan, we all worked hard and looked at the evidence, 4 volumes of books in little tiny print. And we literally had, 12, 14 hours to really look at the evidence before we had to go on. And just in that short time of looking at the evidence, we saw them fabricating Twitter accounts. We saw the masked man sitting at his desk with the New York Times there. And when we looked closely, we found that the date was wrong, the check had been added. They fabricated evidence. They made it up. They never addressed that in their closing, as though it were acceptable, as though it were all right, as though that's the way it should be done here in the Senate of the United States of America. Fraud, flat out. Fraud. Where I come from, in the courts that I practice in, there are very harsh repercussions for what they pulled in this trial. As we have shown, the House managers were caught creating false representations of tweets, manipulating videos, and introducing into the record completely discredited lies such as the Fine People hoax as factual evidence. Most of what the House managers have said and shown you would be inadmissible in any respectable court of law. They were not trying a case, they were telling a political tale, a fable, and a patently false one at that. House Democrats have denied due process and rushed the impeachment because they know that a fair trial would reveal Mr. Trump's innocence of the charges against him. The more actual evidence that comes out, the clearer it is that this was a pre-planned and premeditated attack, which his language in no way incited. Because their case is so weak, the House managers have taken a kitchen sink approach to the supposedly single article of impeachment. They allege that Mr. Trump incited the January 6th violence. They allege that he abused power by attempting to pressure Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger to undermine the results of the 2020 election. And they allege that he gravely and endangered the democratic system by interfering with the peaceful transition of power. At least 3 things there. Under the Senate rules, each of these allegations must have been alleged in a separate article of impeachment. I need not remind this chamber that Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials provides, in pertinent part, that an article of impeachment shall not be divisible thereon. Why is that? Because the article at issue here alleges multiple wrongs in the single article. it would be impossible to know if 2/3 of the members agreed on the entire article or just on parts of it as the basis for a vote to convict. Based on this alone, the Senate must vote to acquit Mr. Trump. You got to at least obey your own rules if it's not the Constitution you're going to obey. In short, this impeachment has been a complete charade from beginning to end. The entire spectacle has been nothing but the unhinged pursuit of a long-standing political vendetta against Mr. Trump by the opposition party. As we have shown, Democrats were obsessed with impeaching Mr. Trump from the very beginning of his term. The House Democrats tried to impeach him in his first year. They tried to impeach him in his second year. They did impeach him in his third year, and they impeached him again in his fourth year. And now they have conducted a phony impeachment show trial when he is a private citizen out of office. This hastily orchestrated and unconstitutional circus is the House Democrats' final desperate attempt to accomplish their obsessive desire of the last 5 years. Since the moment he stepped into the political arena, since my client stepped in, they have been possessed by an overwhelming zeal to vanquish an independent-minded outsider from the midst and to shame, demean, silence, and demonize his supporters in the desperate hope that they will never, ever pose an electoral challenge. We heard one of the congressmen on the screen. If you don't impeach him, he might be elected again. That's the fear. That's what's driving this impeachment. When you deliberate over your decision, there are 4 distinct grounds under which you must acquit my client. First is jurisdiction. There is no jurisdiction. And if you believe that, you still get to say it. 2, Rule 23. It had to be divisible. Each allegation had to be singularly set out in front of you so it could be voted on and to see if 2/3 of you think that they proved that case or not. They didn't do that. You got to ask yourself why. They know the Senate rules. They got them, and so did I. Why'd they do it? Because they hadn't investigated, first of all. But also, what they found out as they were preparing all of this, they couldn't do it. So if they threw as much in as they could and made as many bold, bald allegations as they could, then maybe 2/3 of you would fall for it. That's why the rules don't allow it to go that way. Due process, I've exhausted that subject. It's a really good reason for all of you in this chamber, to stop the politics, to read the Constitution and apply it to this proceeding, and acknowledge that the lack of due process, way over the top, shocking, and you must not stand for it. And of course, the First Amendment, the actual facts of this case. There were no words of incitement. 4 grounds. Nobody gets to tell you which ground to pick, and nobody gets to tell you how many grounds to consider. Senators, do not let House Democrats take this maniacal crusade any further. The Senate does not have to go down this dark path of enmity and division. You do not have to indulge the impeachment lust, the dishonesty, and the hypocrisy. It is time to bring this unconstitutional political theater to an end. It is time to allow our nation to move forward. It is time to address the real business pressing this nation: the pandemic, our economy, racial inequality, economic and social inequality. These are the things that you need to be thinking and working on for all of us in America. All of us. With your vote, you can defend the Constitution, you can protect due process, and you can allow America's healing to begin. I urge the Senate to acquit and vindicate the Constitution of this great republic. Thank you.
Who yields time?
Mr. President, Senators, I understand, I'm told we have around 27 minutes, but I will return all of that, but perhaps 5 back to you. There's just a few things that I need to address, and so in an extraordinary and perhaps unprecedented act of self-restraint on my part, I will resist the opportunity to rebut every single false and illogical thing that you just heard, and I am going to be able to return to you, perhaps 22 or 23 minutes. Few points. One, we have definitely made some progress in the last few days, because a few days ago, the President's team, although I think it was perhaps a member who has since left the team, lectured us that this was not an insurrection and said that the impeachment managers were outrageous in using the word insurrection. Today, counsel in his closing statement said it was a violent insurrection, and he denounced it. And I would certainly love to see President Trump also call it a violent insurrection and denounce it too. And I believe, although I don't have a verbatim text, that counsel called for long sentences for the people who were involved. Again, I would love to hear that come from the President as well. The distinguished counsel complains that there's no precedent with the developed body of law that the Senate has for impeaching and convicting a president who incites violent insurrection against the Congress and the government of the United States. Well, I suppose that's true because it never occurred to any other president of the United States, from George Washington to John Adams to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to James Monroe to Abraham Lincoln to Ronald Reagan, to George W. Bush, to Barack Obama, to incite a violent insurrection against the Union. You're right, we've got no precedent for that. And so they think that that somehow is a mark in their favor. That's a score for them. That this Senate has to be the first one to define incitement of violent insurrection against the Union. And so the gentleman puts it on me. He says, inciting a president for committing incitement to violent insurrection against the Union is the new Raskin doctrine. We've tried to convince him that there are well-known principles and elements of incitement which we have talked to you about ad nauseum, and that this is an intrinsically, inherently fact-based judgment. But if that is the Raskin doctrine, that a president of the United States cannot incite violent insurrection against the Union and the Congress, then I embrace it, and I take it as an honor. Most law professors never even get a doctrine named after them. So I will accept that. And finally, the counsel goes back to Julian Bond's case, because I think in the final analysis, their best argument, as pathetically weak as it is really about the First Amendment. But remember, they keep talking about stifling President Trump's speech. Someone tell me when his speech has ever been stifled. He says exactly what he wants, whenever he wants. If and when you convict him for incitement of insurrection, he will continue to say whatever he wants on that day. Remember, they referred yesterday to interference with his liberty, which I found absolutely bizarre, because everybody knows that he will not spend 1 minute in prison or jail from conviction on these charges. It is a civil remedy to protect all of us, to protect the entire country, our children, our Constitution, our future. That's what impeachment, trial, conviction are all about. Julian Bond. See, I knew Julian Bond, so forgive me. Most people say, don't even respond to this stuff. I got to respond to this, okay? Julian Bond was a civil rights activist who decided to go into politics, like the people in this room, like all of us who are in politics. And they tried to keep him out. He was a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which really launched the voting rights movement in America. There's a great story that Bob Moses tells in his book called Radical Equations about, he was a graduate student in mathematics at Harvard, and he went down to Mississippi. You know why? Because he saw a picture in the New York Times of black civil rights protesters, college students, I think in North Carolina, AT&T, and he saw a picture of them on the cover of the New York Times, and they were sitting in at a lunch counter, and he looked at the picture and he said, they looked the way that I felt. They looked the way that I felt. And he said he had to go down south to Mississippi. And they launched the voting rights movement. That's where the phrase one person, one vote comes from. It was not invented by the Supreme Court. They would go door to door to try to register people to vote. But anyway, Julian Bond was part of that movement. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, nonviolence. It was the end and it was the means, nonviolence. And he ran for the state legislature in Georgia, a path other civil rights activists followed, like our great, late, beloved colleague, John Lewis, who's in our hearts today. And when he got elected, they wanted to try to keep him from being sworn into the Georgia legislature. And so they said, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is taking a position against the Vietnam War. You're a member of SNCC. We're not going to admit you because you took a position against the Vietnam War. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, said you cannot prevent someone from swearing an oath to become a member of a legislative body because of a position that they took or a group they were a part of took before they got sworn in. That's the exact opposite of Donald Trump. He got elected to office. He swore an oath to the Constitution to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He served as president for 4 years, right up until the end, when he wanted to exercise his rights under the imaginary January exception, and he incited a violent mob and insurrection to come up here, and we all know what happened. He is being impeached and convicted for violating his oath of office that he took. He's not being prevented from taking his oath in the first place. The First Amendment's on our side. He tried to overturn the will of the people, the voice of the people. He lost that election by more than 7 million votes. Some people don't want to admit it. Counsel for the president could not bring themselves to admit that the election's over. In answer to the question from the distinguished gentleman from Vermont, he refused to answer that. He said it was irrelevant, despite all of the evidence you've heard about the big lie and how that set the stage for his incitement of the insurrectionary violence against us. First Amendment is on our side. We are defending the Bill of Rights. We are defending the constitutional structure. We are defending the separation of powers. We're defending the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House against a president who acted no better than a marauder and a member of that mob by inciting those people to come here. And in many ways, he was worse. He named the date, he named the time, and he brought them here, and now he must pay the price. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Raskin.
Mr. President.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. President, the Senate is now ready to vote on the article of of impeachment. And after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will read the article of impeachment.
Article 1, incitement of an insurrection.
Senate will be in order.
The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath, faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States in that, on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results...
With the vote about to begin, we're going to pause for just a brief moment for the broadcast network to join us as Lester Holt picks up our coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. The second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're coming on the air with live coverage of the impeachment trial, the Senate trial of Donald J. Trump. And now, after hearing closing arguments from both sides, the senators are about to vote. The question before them: to convict or acquit former President Trump for inciting an insurrection, the violent and deadly assault on the Capitol on January 6, 38 days ago. The House, as you know, voted to impeach then President Trump a week later, and the trial has been underway for the past 5 days. Now, for an unprecedented second time, Trump facing the judgment of the Senate. Casey Hunt has been following it all on Capitol Hill. But first, let's quickly listen in to see if the roll call has actually begun.
President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021.
All right, they're still reading the actual article of impeachment. So, Casey, it's been a wild day, one that we thought for a time this would be extended into another week, but things have moved very quickly.
That's right, Lester. We finally got to closing arguments late this afternoon after a day of missteps and confusion stemming from a request at the very start of the day from the House managers to call witnesses. They specifically wanted to talk to Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler. She's a Republican from Washington State who voted to impeach President Trump. And she had put out a statement late last night saying that she was confirming details of a conference call, or excuse me, not a conference call, a phone call that transpired between Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, and then President Trump on the day of January 6th, where President Trump seemed to acknowledge that he knew just how much danger members of Congress were in. She also called on what she called patriots to, if there were anyone who had corroborating or additional information, to come forward now. So they asked the House managers to bring her as a witness, to depose her, and it sent the trial into a much confusion. Neither side was really prepared for what happened, and they quickly went behind closed doors to try and figure out how to move forward. ultimately they came to an agreement. Witnesses, even though the Senate had voted, there were enough votes to call witnesses, they decided in the end that that would simply be too arduous. They came to an agreement among themselves, and they backed off. And now here we are with this vote about to begin. Of course, just over a month after this very chamber was overtaken by rioters.
When his or her name is
here's,
called, will stand
Senator
in
Leahy.
his or her place, and they'll vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules of Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution, regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment, provides that, quote, no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present, close quote. The question is on the article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent Donald John Trump guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Not guilty. Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr. Guilty. Mr. Burr, guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Not guilty. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Guilty. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Guilty. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Guilty. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Guilty. Mr. Cassidy, guilty. Ms. Collins. Guilty. Ms. Collins, guilty. Mr. Coons. Guilty. Mr. Coons, guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Not guilty. Mr. Cornyn, not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto, guilty. Mr. Cotton. Not guilty. Mr. Cotton, not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Not guilty. Mr. Kramer, not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Not guilty. Mr. Crapo, not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Not guilty. Mr. Cruz, not guilty. Mr. Daines. Not guilty. Mr. Daines, not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Guilty. Ms. Duckworth, guilty. Mr. Durbin. Guilty. Mr. Durbin, guilty. Ms. Ernst. Not guilty. Ms. Ernst, not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Guilty. Mrs. Feinstein, guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Not guilty. Mrs. Fisher, not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand, guilty. Mr. Graham. Not guilty. Mr. Graham, not guilty. Mr. Grassley. Not guilty. Mr. Grassley, not guilty. Mr. Haggerty. Not guilty. Mr. Haggerty, not guilty. Ms. Hassan. Guilty. Ms. Hassan, guilty. Mr. Hawley. Not guilty. Mr. Hawley, not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Guilty. Mr. Heinrich, guilty. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, guilty. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, guilty. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Not guilty.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, not guilty. Mr. Johnson.
Not guilty.
Mr. Johnson, not guilty. Mr. Kane.
Guilty.
Mr. Kane, guilty. Mr. Kelly.
Guilty.
Mr. Kelly, guilty. Mr. Kennedy.
Not guilty.
Mr. Kennedy, not guilty. Mr. King.
Guilty.
Mr. King, guilty. Ms. Klobuchar.
Guilty.
Ms. Klobuchar, guilty. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, not guilty. Mr. Leahy.
Guilty.
Mr. Leahy, guilty. Mr. Lee.
Not guilty.
Mr. Lee, not guilty. Mr. Lujan.
Guilty.
Mr. Lujan, guilty. Ms. Lummis.
Not guilty.
Ms. Lummis, not guilty. Mr. Manchin.
Guilty.
Mr. Manchin, guilty. Mr. Markey.
Guilty.
Mr. Markey, guilty. Mr. Marshall.
Not guilty.
Mr. Marshall, not guilty. Mr. McConnell.
Not guilty.
Mr. McConnell, not guilty. Mr. Menendez.
Guilty.
Mr. Menendez, guilty. Mr. Merkley.
Guilty.
Mr. Merkley, guilty. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, not guilty. Ms. Murkowski.
Guilty.
Ms. Murkowski, guilty. Mr. Murphy.
Guilty.
Mr. Murphy, guilty. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, guilty. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, guilty. Mr. Padilla.
Guilty.
Mr. Padilla, guilty. Mr. Paul.
Not guilty.
Mr. Paul, not guilty. Mr. Peters.
Guilty.
Mr. Peters, guilty. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed.
Guilty.
Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch.
Not guilty.
Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Romney.
Guilty.
Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen.
Guilty.
Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds.
Not guilty.
Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio.
Not guilty.
Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders.
Guilty.
Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sass.
Guilty.
Mr. Sass, guilty. Mr. Schatz.
Guilty.
Mr. Schatz, guilty. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida.
Not guilty.
Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
Not guilty.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby.
Not guilty.
Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema.
Guilty.
Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith.
Guilty.
Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow.
Guilty.
Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan.
Not guilty.
Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester.
Guilty.
Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey.
Guilty.
Mr. Toomey, guilty. Mr. Tuberville.
Not guilty.
Mr. Tuberville, not guilty. Mr. Van Hollen.
Guilty.
Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner.
Guilty.
Mr. Warner, guilty. Mr. Warnock.
Guilty.
Mr. Warnock, guilty. Ms. Warren.
Guilty.
Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse.
Guilty.
Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young, not guilty.
Okay, the vote unofficial right now, 57-43, 7 Republicans voting guilty. But it appears that the measure will fall short again, keeping in mind the requirement of 2/3 of those present.
The yeas are 57. The nays are 43. 2/3 of the senators present not having voted guilty. The Senate judges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, upon one article of impeachment exhibited against him by the House Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charge contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby acquitted of the charge in said article.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I send an order to the desk.
And the clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment
All
trials.
right, again, the vote 57-43, 57 guilty, 43 not guilty, but again, failing to make that 2/3 bar. And so Donald J. Trump is acquitted of the accusation that he incited the riot, the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. Let me bring in our NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, not an unexpected outcome. How will those 7 Republican votes, though, that cited guilty, how will that be seen in the totality of this?
Well, look, there's one way to look at it, Lester, and it's not perfectly analogous, but if you look at the Republican Party of today and you do any poll, it is approximately somewhere between 15 and 20% that are not for Trump. And so in this case, you had 14% of the Republican senators vote to convict. So it's, some of them come from states that are very pro-Trump, like Mr. Cassidy of Louisiana. So it's not a perfect comparison, but in the grand scheme of things, in many ways, it is reflective of where the party is, which is a lion's share of the Republican Party is decided to stick with the former president on this issue. I'm sure we're going to hear Republican senators are going to fall into 3 camps, right? We have the 7 that we know voted to convict, and they're going to have very, I think, clear rationales for why they did that. You're going to have some, like Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, who were very much with the president the whole time, will be very, very comfortable in their defense of that vote. But you're going to have, and it'll be very interesting how many attempt to go on the record and essentially have it both ways and say, similar to what Mitch McConnell telegraphed earlier today, which is he doesn't believe the Senate was the proper jurisdiction, but he didn't exactly endorse the president's behavior, and he seemed to imply, and we'll see what more he has to say in a few minutes, seemed to imply that under some circumstances he might have voted to convict. So you'll have some number of Republicans that fall into that camp. But the bigger picture here, Lester, is has the Republican Party, whether this was their intention or not, and have Republican senators here, by not doing enough to convict, whether it was their intention or not, essentially given a permission slip to elevate what is acceptable violence in American politics. And some people may not like hearing me put it in those terms, but that is the slippery slope that some may have to address at some point.
A person we have not heard from throughout all this is Donald Trump himself. That apparently has changed. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, what are you hearing?
Well, Lester, we just got a statement from former President Trump. Let me read you some key portions of the statement, and then we can do some analysis on the other side. He says, this has been yet another phase of the greatest witch hunt in the history of our country. No president has ever gone through anything like it. And it continues because our opponents cannot forget the almost 75 million people, the highest number ever for a sitting president who voted for us just a few short months ago. I also want to convey my gratitude to the millions of decent, hardworking, law-abiding, God and country-loving citizens who have bravely supported these important principles in these very difficult and challenging times. Then, Lester, this is a very interesting portion. He says, our historic, patriotic, and beautiful movement to make America great again has only just begun. In the months ahead, I have much to share with you, and I look forward to continuing our incredible journey together to achieve American greatness for all of our people. This has never been anything like it. Why is that so significant, Lester? Because, of course, when former President Trump left office, there was a lot of speculation about whether he would announce another run for office. Now, in the wake of the attack against the Capitol, some of his own allies, some former White House officials have said that any hopes for a political future are over, are done with. But the polls tell a very different story. He's still very popular within the Republican Party, and those who are still working with him and still close to him say he absolutely has a viable political future, but not giving specific details, Lester, about what he plans to do. And I think you have to take a step back and ask questions about the Republican Party writ large. What we saw there in that vote, Lester, is that there are some cracks that have formed in the wake of this. So who will be the leaders of this party moving forward? It is worth noting that the former president's UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, has broken with her former boss. She has her eye on a potential 2024 run, and she has said he's just fallen too far to ever run again for office, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks. Let's give Andrea Mitchell a bite at that apple. She's our chief Washington correspondent. So this obviously allows some political viability for Donald Trump. Some of the people who just supported his acquittal in that room might have their own eyes on the White House. Are they now frozen in place, waiting to see what he does?
Well, that is a great question for Ted Cruz, for Josh Hawley, for others with presidential ambitions. But we just also heard from Richard Burr, who was one of the more surprising Republicans who joined the seven who stood against the president. He said he started this believing it was not constitutional, but once the Senate voted that it was, since the Senate had jurisdiction, as the Democrats have argued throughout, that the Senate sets the rules. And so this is not a court of law, it's a court of the Senate. And that under those rules, then he had to look at the evidence. And the evidence was clear to Senator Burr, who is retiring. He's not running for re-election. He was the head of the Intelligence Committee. And looking at the evidence, he said the president clearly incited the riot and was guilty as charged. Also interesting, of course, were the emotional closing arguments, especially from Jamie Raskin, who had raised the questions at the beginning of the closing statements, which were, if he was not responsible for this, who was? Why didn't he stop it if he didn't want to cheer it on? And then closed it again, speaking of his children and speaking of his daughter, who had sympathy last night in their family conversations, having lost her brother, of course, tragically just a few weeks ago, had sympathy for the children of the insurrectionists who, when their fathers left for the rally, were afraid that they would not survive that rally, that they also faced the possibility of losing someone to this terrible division in our society. Lester?
All right, Andrea, thank you. In the time we have left, let me bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Your thoughts now that the former president has been acquitted?
Donald Trump, Lester, this afternoon is echoing the same grievances that he made during his first impeachment trial, describing it as a witch hunt. And while he is previewing that his political future may yet still hold another twist and turn, there are those sources that I've talked to in the Trump orbit who think this is somebody who may not ever run again, may talk about it frequently for the next 2 to 3 years, but there is still the question of what happens when the rubber meets the road. The bottom line, Lester, with 7 Republicans voting to convict Donald Trump today, this is now the most bipartisan impeachment in modern history, despite the acquittal. Lester?
Lots of twists and turns here, but again, the closing arguments coming rather quickly late this afternoon, and then that dramatic vote. And so for an unprecedented second time, Donald Trump has been acquitted by the Senate after having been impeached by the House. The vote today, 57 to 43, a majority, including 7 Republicans, but short of the 2/3 majority required to convict. We'll have full details coming up on NBC Nightly News. For now, I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day, everyone.
Republican conference decided to condone it. The most despicable act that any president has ever committed, and the majority of Republicans cannot summon the courage or the morality to condemn it. This trial wasn't about choosing country over party, even not that. This was about choosing country over Donald Trump, and 43 Republican members chose Trump. They chose Trump. It should be a weight on their conscience today, and it shall be a weight on their conscience in the future. As sad as that fact is, as condemnable as the decision was, it is still true that the final vote on Donald Trump's conviction was the largest and most bipartisan vote of any presidential impeachment trial in American history. I salute those Republican patriots who did the right thing. It wasn't easy. We know that. Let their votes be a message to the American people. Because, my fellow Americans, if this nation is going to long endure, we as a people cannot sanction the former president's Congress. Because if lying about the results of an election is acceptable, if instigating a mob against the government is considered permissible, if encouraging political violence becomes the norm, it will be open season on our democracy. And everything will be up for grabs by whoever has the biggest clubs, the sharpest spears, the most powerful guns. By not recognizing the heinous crime that Donald Trump committed against the Constitution, Republican senators have not only risked, but potentially invited the same danger that was just visited upon us. So let me say this. Despite the results of the vote on Donald Trump's conviction in the court of impeachment, he deserves to be convicted, and I believe he will be convicted in the court of public opinion. He deserves to be permanently discredited, and I believe he has been discredited in the eyes of the American people and in the judgment of history. Even though Republican senators prevented the Senate from disqualifying Donald Trump for any office of honor, trust, or profit under these United States, there is no question Donald Trump has disqualified himself. I hope, I pray, and I believe that the American people will make sure of that. And if Donald Trump ever stands for public office again, and after everything we have seen this week, I hope, I pray, and I believe that he will meet the unambiguous rejection by the American people. 6 hours after the attack on January 6th, after the carnage and mayhem was shown on every television screen in America, President Trump told his supporters to, quote, "Remember this day forever." I ask the American people to heed his words. Remember that day forever, but not for the reasons the former president intended. Remember the panic in the voices over the radio dispatch, the rhythmic pounding of fists and flags at the chamber doors. Remember the crack of a solitary gunshot. Remember the hateful and racist Confederate flags flying through the halls of our Union. Remember the screams of the bloody officer crushed between the onrushing mob and a doorway to the Capitol, his body trapped in the breach. Remember the 3 Capitol police officers who lost their lives. Remember that those rioters actually succeeded in delaying Congress from certifying the election. Remember how close our democracy came to ruin. My fellow Americans, remember that day, January 6th, forever. The final terrible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, and undoubtedly our worst. Let it live on in infamy, a stain on Donald John Trump that can never, never be washed away. Mr. President, on Monday, we'll recognize President's Day. Part of the commemoration in the Senate will be the annual reading of Washington's farewell address. Aside from winning the Revolutionary War, I consider it his greatest contribution to American civil life. And it had nothing to do with the words he spoke, but the example it set. Washington's farewell address established for all time that no one had the right to the office of the presidency, that it belonged to the people. What an amazing legacy. What an amazing gift to the future generations. The knowledge that this country will always be greater than any one person, even our most renowned. That's why members of both parties take turns reading Washington's address once a year in full into the record, to pledge common attachment to the selflessness at the core of our democratic system. This trial was about the final acts of a president who represents the very antithesis of our first president and sought to place one man before the entire country, himself. Let the record show, before God, history, and the solemn oath we swear to the Constitution, that there was only one correct verdict in this trial, guilty. And I pray that while justice was not done in this trial, it will be carried forward by the American people who, above any of us in this chamber, determine the destiny of our great nation. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
January 6th was a disgrace. American citizens attacked their own government. They used terrorism to try to stop a specific piece of domestic business they did not like. Fellow Americans beat and bloodied our own police. They stormed the Senate floor. They tried to hunt down the Speaker of the House. They built a gallows and chanted about murdering the Vice President. They did this because they'd been fed wild falsehoods by the most powerful man on earth. Because he was angry he'd lost an election. Former President Trump's actions preceded the riot were a disgraceful dereliction of duty. The House accused the former president of, quote, incitement. That is a specific term from the criminal law. Let me just put that aside for a moment and reiterate something I said weeks ago. There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it. The people who stormed this building believed they were acting on the wishes and instructions of their president. And having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth. The issue is not only the president's intemperate language on January 6th. It is not just his endorsement of remarks in which an associate urged, quote, trial by combat. It was also the entire manufactured atmosphere of looming catastrophe, the increasingly wild myths about a reverse landslide election that was somehow being stolen, some secret coup by our now president. Now, I defended the president's right to bring any complaints to our legal system. The legal system spoke. The Electoral College spoke. As I stood up and said clearly at that time, the election was settled. It was over. But that just really opened a new chapter of even wilder, and more unfounded claims. The leader of the free world cannot spend weeks thundering that shadowy forces are stealing our country and then feign surprise when people believe him and do reckless things. Now, sadly, many politicians sometimes make overheated comments or use metaphors. We saw that unhinged listeners might take literally, but that was different. That's different from what we saw. This was an intensifying crescendo of conspiracy theories orchestrated by an outgoing president who seemed determined to either overturn the voters' decision or else torch our institutions on the way out. The unconscionable behavior did not end when the violence actually began. Whatever our ex-president claims he thought might happen that day, whatever reaction he says he meant to produce, by that afternoon, we know he was watching the same live television as the rest of us. A mob was assaulting the Capitol in his name. These criminals were carrying his banners, hanging his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him. It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration. The president did not act swiftly. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored? No. Instead, according to public reports, he watched television happily, as the chaos unfolded. He kept pressing his scheme to overturn the election. Now, even after it was clear to any reasonable observer that Vice President Pence was in serious danger, even as the mob, carrying Trump banners, was beating cops and breaching perimeters, the president sent a further tweet attacking his own vice president. Now, predictably and foreseeably under the circumstances, members of the mob seem to interpret this as a further inspiration to lawlessness and violence, not surprisingly. Later, even when the president did half-heartedly begin calling for peace, he didn't call right away for the riot to end. He did not tell the mob to depart until even later. And even then, with police officers bleeding and broken glass covering Capitol floors, he kept repeating election lies and praising the criminals. In recent weeks, our ex-president's associates have tried to use the 74 million Americans who voted to re-elect him as a kind of human shield against criticism. Using the 74 million who voted for him as a kind of a human shield against criticism. Anyone who decries his awful behavior is accused of insulting millions of voters. That's an absurd deflection. 74 million Americans did not invade the Capitol. Hundreds of rioters did. 74 million Americans did not engineer the campaign of disinformation and rage that provoked it. One person did, just one. Now, I've made my view of this episode very plain. But our system of government gave the Senate a specific task. The Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overarching moral tribunal. We're not free to work backward from whether the accused party might personally deserve some kind of punishment. Justice Joseph Story, our nation's first great constitutional scholar, as he explained nearly 200 years ago, the process of impeachment and conviction is a narrow tool for a narrow purpose. Story explained this limited tool exists to, quote, secure the state against gross official misdemeanors, end quote. That is, to protect the country from government officers. If President Trump were still in office, I would have carefully considered whether the House managers proved their specific charge. By the strict criminal standard, the president's speech probably was not incitement. However, in the context of impeachment, the Senate might have decided this was acceptable shorthand for the reckless actions that preceded the riot. But in this case, the question is moot because former President Trump is constitutionally not eligible for conviction. Now, this is a close question, no doubt. Donald Trump was the president when the House voted, though not when the House chose to deliver the papers. Brilliant scholars argue both sides of this jurisdictional question. The text is legitimately ambiguous. I respect my colleagues who've reached either conclusion. But after intense reflection, I believe the best constitutional reading shows that Article 2, Section 4 exhausts the set of persons who can legitimately be impeached, tried, or convicted. It's the president, it's the vice president, and civil officers. We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen. Here is Article 2, Section 4. Quote, the president, the vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end quote. Now, everyone basically agrees that the second half of that sentence exhausts the legitimate grounds for conviction. The debates around the Constitution's framing make that abundantly clear. Congress cannot convict for reasons besides those. It therefore follows that the list of persons in that same sentence is also exhaustive. There's no reason why one list would be exhaustive, but the other would not. Article 2, Section 4 must limit both why impeachment and conviction can occur and to whom. And to whom. If this provision does not limit impeachment and conviction powers, then it has no limits at all. The House has sole power of impeachment, and the Senate's sole power to try all impeachments would create an unlimited circular logic empowering Congress to ban any private citizen from federal office. Now, that's an incredible claim. But it's the argument that the House managers seem to be making. One manager said the House and Senate have, quote, absolute, unqualified jurisdictional power, end quote. Well, that was very honest, because there is no limiting principle in the constitutional text that would empower the Senate to convict former officers that would not also let them convict and disqualify any private citizen. An absurd end result to which no one subscribes. Article 2, Section 4 must have force. It tells us the president, the vice president, and civil officers may be impeached and convicted. Donald Trump's no longer the president. Likewise, the provision states that officers subject to impeachment and conviction shall be removed from office if convicted. Shall be removed from office if convicted. As Justice Story explained, the Senate, upon conviction, is bound in all cases to enter a judgment of removal from office. Removal is mandatory upon conviction. Clearly, he explained, That mandatory sentence cannot be applied to someone who's left office. The entire process revolves around removal. If removal becomes impossible, conviction becomes insensible. In one light, it certainly does seem counterintuitive that an office holder can elude Senate conviction by resignation or expiration of term, an argument we heard made by the managers. But this underscores that impeachment was never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Impeachment, conviction, and removal are a specific intra-governmental safety valve. It is not the criminal justice system where individual accountability is the paramount goal. Indeed, Justice Story specifically reminded that while former officials were not eligible for impeachment or conviction, they were, and this is extremely important, still liable to be tried and punished in the ordinary tribunals of justice. Put another way, in the language of today, President Trump is still liable for everything he did while he was in office as an ordinary citizen. Unless the statute of limitations is run, still liable for everything he did while he was in office. Didn't get away with anything yet. We have a criminal justice system in this country. We have civil litigation. And former presidents are not immune from being accountable by either one. I believe the Senate was right not to grab power the Constitution doesn't give us. And the Senate was right not to entertain some light-speed sham process to try to outrun the loss of jurisdiction. It took both sides more than a week just to produce their pretrial briefs. Speaker Pelosi's own scheduling decisions conceded what President Biden publicly confirmed: a Senate verdict before Inauguration Day was never possible. Now, Mr. President, this has been a dispiriting time. But the Senate had done our duty. The framers' firewall held up again. On January the 6th, we returned to our posts and certified the election. We were uncowed. We were not intimidated. We finished the job. And since then, we resisted the clamor to defy our own constitutional guardrails in hot pursuit of a particular outcome. We refused to continue a cycle of recklessness by straining our own constitutional boundaries in response. The Senate's decision today does not condone anything that happened on or before that terrible day. It simply shows that senators did what the former president failed to do. We put our constitutional duty first.
President. The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take this time to explain why I voted to convict the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, of the articles of impeachment presented by the House of Representatives in regards to the incitement of insurrection. Throughout his presidency, Donald J. Trump has violated his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. There are many examples that I could give of how he's violated his oath of office. I could also cite the basis of the first articles of impeachment that were tried last year as violating his oath of office. But by far, Mr. President, the most egregious violation of his oath of office took place in his incitement of insurrection that occurred with the attack on this Capitol on January the 6th. But it started well before January 6th. The seeds were planted a long time ago, and even before the November elections, wherein President Trump pointed out when the polls were showing that he might lose in the election, that he refused to acknowledge that he would accept the election results if he lost. He didn't say that once before the November elections. He said it on several occasions. Talked about a rigged election, talked about a fraudulent election, talked about the election being taken away from us, the victory, with no evidence of voter fraud. One of the key provisions of our Constitution, of our democracy, is the peaceful transition of power. Donald Trump called that into question prior to the November 3rd elections. Then came the November 3rd elections. And shortly thereafter, Joe Biden was declared to be the winner. Why? Because he had the most votes, most populist votes, over 7 million. But he was declared the winner because of electoral votes, 306 to 232. By the way, the same electoral margin that Donald Trump won 4 years earlier, in which Donald Trump called a landslide. But then came the legal challenges by President Trump. He didn't accept the electoral vote or the declared elections. And he has his right to contest the elections in the court, asking for recounts or asking for challenges. But in every one of those cases, he could not establish widespread fraud that would have changed the results in any one of the states, let alone enough electoral vote changes to change the outcome of the election. But did he stop after he was denied relief in all of those legal challenges? The answer is no. He further contested by trying to inappropriately interfere with state election officials and state public officials, urging them to take action to change the certificated results. Now, we have many examples that during this period of time he was talking about a fraudulent election, a stolen election, all the different things about raising questions as to the legitimacy of the voices of the people of this nation. We have so many examples of his interference, but we actually have the tape of his conversation with the Georgia Secretary of State that we all heard, and heard how the president tried to intimidate and threaten the Secretary of State of Georgia in order to change the certified election results from the votes of the people of Georgia. Clear examples of how President Trump violated his oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. But that wasn't the end of it. He went to his Department of Justice, believing the Department of Justice is his Department of Justice, not the Department of Justice of the United States of America. Now, let's remember that the Department of Justice had found no widespread corruption. In fact, they had determined this is one of the freest elections, one of the least problem elections that we've had. It didn't stop President Trump from trying to intimidate and order his Department of Justice to conduct an additional investigation to find fraud to overturn the will of the people, once again violating his oath. to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. He continued to do this contrary to his constitutional obligations. Corrupt election, stop the steal, rigged elections, tremendous fraud, all words that he used after the November 3rd election. He knew what he was saying was a lie. He knew there was no widespread fraud. But he continued to use the office of the presidency and his voice to promote the big lie. And he knew his followers would believe it. He knew he could convince his loyal followers to believe that this was a rigged election, a stolen election. Again, compromising our democracy where the will of the people determine who our leaders are. And he knew his followers would be motivated to action because he knew he can motivate his followers. He put himself before the nation, before his responsibilities as President of the United States. He put his own self-interest above his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States and to the people of this nation. And then he summoned his loyal following to Washington on January 6th. He knew they would come. He knew dangerous people were in the group. He knew the Proud Boys were there, which he had directly said, stand back and stand by. He knew that they were ready for violent action. And then he incited the mob to action on January 6th. We know the words that he used. We saw the videos. It's part of the record of the impeachment trial. We will never surrender. We will never concede. We will stop the steal, stolen election. All words that he had been using during the entire 2020 election cycle, particularly when he thought he was going to lose. But the most damning part of the president's violation of his oath of office, the most serious part, is what he did and did not do after seeing the violence erupt in the United States Capitol, after the Capitol was penetrated, after we saw the violence being committed, where we knew that the members of Congress were in danger. The Vice President of the United States was in danger. The people that work here were in danger. The people, the press, all the people that are in the Capitol legitimately were at danger. We all saw that. And the President of the United States knew of that. And he did nothing to stop the violence. He could have called off his loyalist and told them to get out of the Capitol. He didn't do that. He could have sent in the National Guard in order to protect us. He didn't do that. And he never condemned the participants in this mob in penetrating the Capitol for what they did. I'm going to sort of summarize my feeling about that by agreeing with Representative Liz Cheney, the House Republican Conference Chair, who said it on the floor of the House, and let me just quote her statement. The President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the President. The President could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I agree with that. President Trump violated his oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. He violated that. But let's take a look at what he did do after knowing the violence that occurred. His tweet of 2:24 p.m. Now, this is after the Vice President had been removed from presiding in the chamber, after he knew the violence that was taking place in the Capitol of the United States. He was aware of all that. He knew that we had shut down the operations of the House and the Senate. that there was violence taking place within the Capitol and that his vice president was the target of that attack. And when he tweeted at 2:24 p.m., Mike Pence, I'm quoting the president, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he should have been done to protect our country, inflaming the group even more to violence after he knew that it was a violent circumstance. He had known violence had taken place, and we heard, put into the record of the impeachment trial today, Congresswoman Butler's report of Majority Leader McCarthy's conversation, which again is during this period of time. Here we are. The Republican leader in the House of Representatives gets the president on the phone. He says, Mr. President, we're being attacked. My office is being broken into. We need help. Send the guard. Take care of us. And then President Trump said something like, well, it's not my supporters, it's some left-wing group. And Leader McCarthy said, no, Mr. President, these are your supporters who are doing this. And what did the leader say? What did the president say? I guess, Kevin, these people are more upset about the election than you are. Here we have the members of Congress in harm's way, and the president is talking about the support for those who are causing the violence, putting his own interest above the safety of the people that he has sworn to protect as our commander-in-chief. And then at the end of the day, about 6 o'clock, he sends out a tweet that really sums up his feelings about what these people were doing. Now, these are people that came into the Capitol, they killed people, they hurt people, they stole property, they damaged property, they invaded the Capitol of the United States, they hurt law enforcement officers, they hurt all of us, they hurt our democracy. So how does the president sum up today? His tweet? These are the things that happen when a sacred landslide victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. Repeating the big lie, saying the day was a day of celebration when it was one of the most bleak days, dark days in the history of our nation. That's what President Trump did, rather than bringing in the National Guard, rather than telling his people to go home, rather than being concerned about the safety of the Vice President or the members of Congress, as the President of the United States should have been doing. He violated his oath of office over and over and over again, pattern and practice that we have seen for so long. It clearly establishes that he incited an insurrection against our country, that the facts included as basis for the articles of impeachment brought to us by the House of Representatives has been proven. The purpose of impeachment is not just the accountability for the president, but also to protect our Constitution, to make sure this conduct never happens again. No one is above the law, including the President of the United States. Everyone who was responsible for an insurrection that occurred on January 6th should be held accountable, from those who broke into the Capitol and caused the harm and damage to the President of the United States who incited the violence. That's why I voted to convict President Trump of the articles of impeachment for inciting an insurrection, and that's why I would have voted to disqualify him from ever holding an office of trust again. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. And can I ask unanimous consent that my entire statement be put in the record?
There's no objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, The hallmark of our American democracy is the peaceful transfer of power after the voters choose their leaders. In America, we accept election results even if our candidate does not prevail. If a candidate believes that there is fraud, the courts can hear and decide those issues. Otherwise, the authority to govern is vested in the duly elected officials. Mr. President, on January 6th, this Congress gathered in the Capitol to count the votes of the Electoral College pursuant to the process set forth in the 12th Amendment to the Constitution. At the same time, a mob stormed the Capitol, determined to stop Congress from carrying out our constitutional duty. Mr. President, that attack was not a spontaneous outbreak of violence. Rather, it was the culmination of a steady stream of provocations by President Trump that were aimed at overturning the results of the presidential election. The president's unprecedented efforts to discredit the election results did not begin on January 6th. Rather, he planted the seeds of doubt many weeks before votes were cast on November 3rd. He repeatedly told his supporters that only a rigged election could cause him to lose. Thus began President Trump's crusade to undermine public confidence in the presidential election unless he won. Early on the morning of November 4th, as the ballots continued to be counted, President Trump claimed victory and asserted that Democrats were trying to steal the election. On November 8th, the day after several media outlets had declared Joe Biden the apparent winner based on state-by-state results, President Trump tweeted, "This was a stolen election." With that, Mr. President, his post-election campaign to change the outcome began. Over the ensuing days and months, the president distorted the results of the election, continuing to claim that he had won, while court after court threw out his lawsuits and states continued to certify their results. President Trump's falsehoods convinced a large number of Americans that he had won and that they were being cheated. The president also embarked on an incredible effort to pressure state election officials to change the results in their states. The most egregious example occurred on January 2nd. In an extraordinary phone call, President Trump could be heard alternating between lobbying, cajoling, intimidating, and threatening the election officials in Georgia. "I just want to find 11,780 votes," he stated, seeking the exact number of votes needed to change the outcome in that state. Despite the president's pleas and threats, the Georgian officials refused to yield to the presidential pressure, as did state officials in other states. In December, President Trump's post-election campaign became focused on January 6th, the day that Congress was scheduled to count the Electoral College votes. Although this counting is a ceremonial and administrative act, it is nevertheless the constitutionally mandated final step in the Electoral College, in the electoral process, and it must occur before a new president can be inaugurated. On December 19th, President Trump tweeted to his supporters, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild." In response, some of his campaign supporters changed the date for protest rallies they originally had scheduled to occur after the inauguration to happen instead on January 6th. Having failed to persuade the courts and state election officials, President Trump next began to pressure Vice President Pence to use his role under the 12th Amendment to overturn the election. The president met with Vice President Pence on January 6th, then increased the pressure by tweeting hours later, "If the vice president comes through for us, we will win the presidency." That's what his tweet said. Vice President Pence, however, refused to yield. He issued a public letter on January 6th, making clear that his oath to support and defend the Constitution would prevent him from unilaterally deciding which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. During his speech at the Ellipse on January 6, President Trump kept up that drumbeat of pressure on Vice President Pence. In front of a large, agitated crowd, he urged the vice president to stand up for the good of our Constitution. "I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do," President Trump concluded. Mr. President, rather than facilitating the peaceful transfer of power, President Trump was telling Vice President Pence to ignore the Constitution and to refuse to count the certified votes. He was also further agitating the crowd, directing them to march to the Capitol. In this situation, context was everything. Tossing a lit match into a pile of dry leaves is very different from tossing it into a pool of water. And on January 6th, the atmosphere among the crowd outside the White House was highly combustible, largely the result of an ill wind blowing from Washington for the past 2 months. President Trump had stoked discontent with a steady barrage of false claims that the election had been stolen from him. The allegedly responsible officials were denigrated, scorned, and ridiculed by the president, with the predictable result that his supporters viewed any official that they perceived to be an obstacle to President Trump's re-election as an enemy of their cause. That set the stage for the storming of the Capitol for the first time in more than 200 years. Nearly 30 minutes after the Capitol first came under attack, members of Congress, law enforcement, and everyone else here in the Capitol waited in vain for the president to unequivocally condemn the violence and tell his misguided supporters to leave the Capitol. Rather than demand an end to the violence, President Trump expressed his frustration once again that the vice president had not stopped the vote certification as he had urged. Shortly after the vice president was whisked away from this very chamber to avoid the menacing mob chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done." Instead of preventing a dangerous situation, President Trump created one. And rather than defend the constitutional transfer of power, he incited an insurrection with the purpose of preventing that transfer of power from occurring. Whether by design or by virtue of a reckless disregard for the consequences of his action, President Trump, subordinating the interests of the country to his own selfish interests, bears significant responsibility for the invasion of the Capitol. Mr. President, this impeachment trial is not about any single word uttered by President Trump on January 6, 2021. It is instead about President Trump's failure to obey the oath he swore on January 20th, 2017. His actions to interfere with the peaceful transition of power, the hallmark of our Constitution and our American democracy, were an abuse of power and constitute grounds for conviction. Two arguments have been made against conviction that deserve comment. The first is that this was a snap impeachment, that the House failed to hold hearings, conduct an investigation, and interview witnesses. And that is true. Without a doubt, the House should have been more thorough. It should have compiled a more complete record. Nevertheless, the record is clear that the President Trump, abused his power, violated his oath to uphold the Constitution, and tried almost every means in his power to prevent the peaceful transfer of authority to the newly elected president.
One, I want to start by thanking the American people for engaging so seriously with this process. And I want to thank the members of the Senate, and I want to thank the members of the House, and I want to thank the terrific members of the House impeachment manager team. Trump stormed our house with the mob he incited, and we defended our house. And he violated our Constitution, and we defended the Constitution. And they tried to trash our democracy, and we revived it, and we protected it. This was the most bipartisan presidential impeachment in the history of the United States. And we know that impeachment, for reasons that we could explore at some other time, often becomes partisan. But this was the most bipartisan presidential impeachment event in the history of the country. It was also the largest Senate vote for a presidential impeachment, 57 to 43. And of course, the vote to impeach was 232 to 197 in the House. So we have a clear and convincing majority of members of Congress that the president actually incited violent insurrection against the Union and against the Congress. Senator Mitch McConnell just went to the floor essentially to say that we made our case on the facts, that he believed that Donald Trump was practically and morally responsible for inciting the events of January 6th. He described it, as we did, as a disgraceful dereliction of duty, a desertion of his office, and he made a series of statements that we didn't even make, saying that this was not over yet by a long shot, essentially, and that there was the path of criminal prosecution for the former president, the disgraced and now twice impeached former president. So the bottom line is that we convinced a big majority in the Senate of our case. I'm very proud of the exceptional hard work of these managers who worked through the night, many nights over several weeks, to make this case to the Senate and to the Union. As to, I just want to say, one word about the whole thing about witnesses. We were able to get treated as live under oath testimony, the statement of our colleague, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler. We were able to get a stipulation to that and get it into evidence today by asking for her as a witness. If you listen to Mitch McConnell and the Republicans who are now hurriedly explaining why they voted not to convict, all of them are hinging it on a legal argument, jurisdictional or some other legal argument that could never be overcome by any number of witnesses. We could have had 5,000 witnesses and Mitch McConnell would be making the same speech, because what he's asserting is that the Senate never has jurisdiction over a former president. And for reasons I don't need to belabor, because a big part of the trial was about this, we reject that completely. It's totally at odds with our history, the Blunt case, the Belknap case, the text of the Constitution, the original intent of the Constitution, the original understanding of the Constitution, the Senate's own precedents, and so on. But in any event, the point is that no number of witnesses demonstrating that Donald Trump continued to incite the insurrectionists even after the invasion of the Capitol would convince them. They wouldn't be convinced. They were hinging it on a matter of law, which we thought we had settled back on Tuesday, of course, when the Senate elected to exercise jurisdiction and to reject that jurisdictional constitutional argument. But it is what it is. Mitch McConnell clearly feels that Donald Trump remains a huge problem for the Republican Party, even if he has been disgraced in the eyes of the country. And that is not my jurisdiction, and I really don't have anything to say about that. I think they will they have to deal with the political dynamics within their own party. So we did get Donald Trump at least to admit that he's a former president now, so that's good news. He's not asserting that somehow he's still president, and they're recognizing, at least in a de facto sense, the legitimacy of this presidential election, which of course President Biden won by more than 7 million votes and by a margin of 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. With that, I will close my remarks, and the questions are open for any of us, and I'm going to share the podium with my distinguished colleagues. Okay. Yes,
Speaking about witnesses, at the beginning of this proceeding, there was a procedural motion. 5 Republicans broke ranks. They voted on the Rand Paul motion. Then there were 6 on the constitutionality. Today there were 7 who broke ranks on conviction. So what's to say if you didn't push harder on witnesses tried to get someone who could provide shed more light into Donald Trump's thinking, that you couldn't have grown the number of Republican defectors.
All right. Somebody else want to take a shot at that? I thought I addressed that, but anybody else want to? Yes, please, Stacey.
Listen, we heard from the minority leader, Mitch McConnell, that we have proven the case. He said specifically, the House managers have proven the facts of the case. And before we started yesterday, we knew when we rested with overwhelming evidence as to the facts of this case. These all jurors were also witnesses to the crime. They knew specifically what was happening. And then there was, we found additional information about Herrera Butler, which we, on yesterday evening, we decided that we were going to go after. And we got it. We got that information to further amplify what we had already proven there in court. There is no other additional witnesses that were friendly to us that were not there on the screen. The body cameras of the Capitol police officers, how much more resonance would that have given to them than the actual seeing the day of the insurrection? Individuals that others of us would have liked to have called, like the president, who we invited, is in fact the defendant and does not have to testify. Other individuals who may have been there with the president were not friendly witnesses to us and would have required subpoenas and months of litigation. They are still litigating McGahn in Impeachment 1 a year later. And so we believe that we have shown that this president is a disgrace to our country. Mitch McConnell himself said that. These senators have decided to hang their hat on jurisdictional grounds which are not based in evidence, which are not based on the facts, and they will have to be judged for that. We have done our duty to the American people.
Do you consider Kevin McCarthy at all as a possible witness?
Well, let me introduce Speaker Pelosi, and I'll come to you next, Scott.
Thank you. It had not been my intention to come to this press availability, however tempting it would be to sing the praises of our House managers on behalf not only of the House of Representatives, on behalf of the American people, and I have to say personally on behalf of my grandchildren, who drew great hope and inspiration from each and every one of you. We could not be prouder of your patriotic presentations, the clarity in which you presented, and again, the inspiration that you have been to so many people. So I thank you for that. When I see all of them, it reminds me that when we recruit candidates to run for office, or we see them self-recruiting, we always say, and they'll say, well, I could be the president of my university, or I could be the head of my hospital department, or this or that. And so I have to think about whether I run for Congress. We always say, we don't want anybody without options. That's why we're looking to you to run, because you have options. That shouldn't be a reason for you not to run. But what we saw in that Senate today was a cowardly group of Republicans who apparently have no options because they were afraid to defend their job, respect the institution in which they served. Imagine that it would be vandalized in so many bad ways that I won't even go into here, and that they would not respect their institute. That the president of the Senate, Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence, was the chant, and they just dismissed that. Why? Because maybe they can't get another job. What is so important about any one of us? What is so important about the political survival of any one of us that is more important than our Constitution that we take an oath to protect and defend? But why I came over was because I listened to Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, who when this distinguished group of House managers were gathered on January 15th to deliver the articles of impeachment, we're told it could not be received because Mitch McConnell had shut down the Senate and was going to keep it shut down until the inauguration. So for him to get up there and make this indictment against the president and then say, but I can't vote for it because it's after the fact that he established that it could not be delivered before the inauguration. Now, when you think about January 6th, between January 6th and January 20th, you're only talking about just under 2 weeks, a day under 2 weeks. So the big lie, stop the steal, the big lie that you talked about, stop the steal, was the momentum for getting these people there on the 6th. They honestly believe, for whatever reason, maybe too much social media, whatever. Watch Social Media, that movie. So why they were thinking that that was true, that the election was not legitimate, whatever the reason the president told them. So, okay, so that's the 6th. The week later, we impeach in the House. Thank you to those of you who participated right away. Jamie Raskin, Ted Lieu, and David Cicilline. Where's David? David Cicilline. They had it all written up and ready to go. Bipartisanly passed the House, and then 2 days later, ready with the case to take to the Senate. Oh, we can't receive it. Not a question. And then by the law, you're supposed to receive it and the next day start the trial. So for Mitch McConnell, who created the situation where it could not have been heard before the 20th, or even begun before the 20th in the Senate, to say all the things he said, oh my gosh, about Donald Trump and how horrible he was and is, and then say, but the time that the House chose to bring it over. No, we didn't choose. You chose not to receive it. So I think that's really important. And again, it doesn't matter. As Jamie and others have told us, you can have the case after the person is out of office. So it's an elementary discussion. The Senate rules in that way and honoring a precedent on this. So it didn't matter, except it was not the reason that he voted the way he did. It was the excuse that he used. And so that's why I think it's important, because that was a very important speech. I thought Chuck Schumer's speech was remarkable in laying it all out. I think he was inspired by all of you because you raised the level of all of this to such a place of patriotism and knowledge of our country, our history, and what we owe our children. Again, we always say, honoring the vision of our founders, worthy of the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform, and respecting the aspirations of our children. They did all of that. And as Jamie, the distinguished lead manager said earlier on this presidential weekend, our sense of patriotism is stirred, and we're called upon in a stronger way. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Stacy Poskett. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Madeleine Dean. Thank you very much, Joe Neguse. Thank you, Eric Swalwell. Thank you, Diana DeGette. Thank you, David Cicilline. Thank you, Ted Lieu. Thank you, Joaquin Castro. Thank you very much, Mr. Lead Manager, on all of this. We just couldn't be prouder. I've been hearing from my grandchildren who are very sad that justice wasn't done. But by 15 votes, the Senate voted to convict. A good bipartisan statement about what has happened. It would not have been accomplished without your brilliant presentation. So I thank you for that, and I yield the floor back to all of you as I leave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, thank you for your confidence in us. I was going to go next to Scott. Were you going to take the next one, David? Is that good? Okay.
I was curious, though, for the Speaker, if she had a comment about Ms. McConnell's statement on the floor, suggesting that President Trump still was liable criminally or civilly for everything he did in office. Do you think now that the Justice Department or State Attorney General should pursue the legal?
He even hedged on that. Remember when he talked about incitement? He said he didn't think this rose to level. Oh, and so he was hedging all over the place. I don't know whether it was for donors or what, but whatever it was a very disingenuous speech. And I say that regretfully because I always want to be able to work with the leadership of the other party. I think our country needs a strong Republican Party. It's very important, and for him to try to have it every which way. But we will be going forward to make sure that this never happens again in terms of to investigate and evaluate what caused this, and both in terms of the motivation, but also in terms of the security that we have to have as we go forward, recognizing how inflaming even some of our elected officials can be. But I defer to all these distinguished lawyers about what happens.
All right, let's see. So,
But Speaker Pelosi, is censure?
I'll come to you and then I'll come to you. I'm sorry.
Is censure an option right now? Then?
Censure is a slap in the face of the Constitution. That lets everybody off the hook. It lets everybody off the hook. Oh, these cowardly senators who couldn't face up to what the president did and what was at stake for our country are now going to have a chance to give a little slap on the wrist. We censure people for using stationery for the wrong purpose. We don't censure people for inciting insurrection that kills people in the Capitol.
That's a good answer.
You're here.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you explain how you went from wanting the contemporaneous notes from the Congresswoman depositions, possibly leading to other depositions, to then entering an already public statement, into the trial record? Did you try and reach out to her at all? And then separately, did the White House either indirectly or directly have any involvement in the decision to call your witnesses?
You know what? I mean, I don't want to. We tried this case as aggressively as we could on the law and on the facts. We did everything that we could. We got from the president's lawyers exactly what we wanted, which was the entering into the evidentiary record of the statement by our colleague, Congresswoman Butler. And we got that. I was able to read it before the entire country, and it became part of the case, and it became an important part of our case. If, again, we could have had 500 witnesses, and it would not have overcome the kinds of arguments being made by Mitch McConnell and other Republicans who were hanging their hats on the claim that it was somehow unconstitutional to try a former president, or that the First Amendment somehow gave him a right to incite violent insurrection against the Union. And though, they're going to have to live with those arguments that they made. But we think that we overwhelmingly proved our case. I think Mitch McConnell's statement showed that they knew we overwhelmingly proved our case. And all that might have happened if we had, bargained for 10 witnesses on our side, 10 witnesses on their side. The first person they said they wanted to bring up and to cross-examine is Nancy Pelosi. They would have turned the whole thing into a circus. And we conducted it with solemnity and legal seriousness and decorum. And you saw the conduct of the lawyers on the other side, and you know what Donald Trump's track record is. We were not going to allow them to turn it into a farce. Yeah,
Why did you raise her comments sooner? She said in her statement that raise them when we found them out. So why didn't you introduce it in the trial sooner? Why did you?
The state, at least the first time that I saw the statement was yesterday. It was that statement was released yesterday. So. What's interesting is that the premises on these questions is somehow that we failed to prove the facts of the case. I think in the eyes of the entire world and the country, we overwhelmingly proved the facts of the case. And Senator McConnell just conceded that wasn't the issue. And then you got to talk to the the 43 senators who were basically saying no amount of facts would have made any difference to them because they didn't think that the president was subject to the jurisdiction of the Senate. That was the argument you just heard Mitch McConnell make. So forgive me for reacting strongly to that, but that seems to me to be a completely bizarre conclusion to these events, to say that somehow if we had just had one more witness, Mitch McConnell would have come over to our side. Just listen to his words. Yes, sir.
Congressman, thank you. Just to follow up on your earlier question, did the White House convey to you in any way that they did not want witnesses that might draw out the process? Did the White House tell you they wanted a short, condensed trial?
I never spoke to anyone from the White House or to President Biden or to Vice President Harris. None of them. No. And I made the call. So you want to blame somebody?
I think we were just trying to understand how, in terms of witnesses, how you got from that.
Well, remember, when you get in a situation like this, if we had needed any witnesses to make our case, then we would have gone all the way and insisted on witnesses in a 6-week trial or an 8-week trial or whatever. We didn't. We overwhelmingly proved our case. Senator McConnell, the leader of the Republicans in the Senate, just conceded that. Right? All of them are saying, well, you won on the facts.
But I think you're confusing.
So,
you said something. It was two things that we had to do, right?
And we'll just take one more.
We had to first have a motion for witnesses, which we did when we were supposed to do it, which was after the prosecution and the defense made their case. We made a motion to allow for witnesses. And then after that, we requested one witness. The Republican counsel for the president, the former president, said he was going to bring 100 witnesses. We got the essence of what we wanted, which was the statement of Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler. The defense got nothing. And I think that what you're doing is making a lot out of and dismissing the incredible evidence of havoc, mayhem, and what this president had done over a period of months to bring destruction to our democracy by talking about if you had 2 or 3 more witnesses, what was going to happen.
Yeah, well, one thing I would just add to it is remember, there's a reason that the request for witnesses comes at the conclusion of the case, because we had an opportunity to see the former president's counsel, and decided whether we needed to provide additional witnesses. Don't forget, our case was filled with dozens of witnesses who were presented by way of video and statements and recordings. And it was only last night we learned about this new information, and we got the best of both worlds. We got that testimony in the record before the jury without any risk associated with it. And that's important to remember. This is a congresswoman who repeats a telephone call between Kevin McCarthy and the former president of the United States, in which Kevin McCarthy is pleading for help, saying, help us, we're under attack. The president first tries to blame another group, Antifa, and he says, no, Mr. President, these are your supporters, and we're in danger here. And he says, well, Kevin, maybe they care more about the election than you do. That came before the Senate jury through the statement that Mr. Raskin read. So we got the evidence in of the witness that we wanted to present, and that was a victory for us.
The defendant, President Donald John Trump, was let off on a technicality. And that's essentially what you heard Mitch McConnell say, that they let him off on what they perceived, at least, to be a procedural issue, which was because of the constitutionality of the matter, they couldn't proceed to the substance. Doctrinal interpretation, both on the liberal side and the conservative side, strongly disagrees with that assessment, but they let him off on a technicality. And you also heard Mitch McConnell go up there and say, essentially, that we overwhelmingly proved our case, that substantively Donald Trump is guilty of inciting an insurrection. And it has been, I know for all of us, an honor to work and a solemn honor to work on this case. And even though we didn't get 67 votes, this has been the most bipartisan vote for impeachment and conviction ever. And we know that we spoke the truth on the Senate floor. And the American people, by and large, have agreed with us. And one final remark on all of this. This episode from January 6th on has been very taxing on the American people, ushered in a new era, thanks to Donald Trump, of political violence. And so, most of all, my reaction to the decision of a majority of Republican senators not to convict Donald Trump, despite the overwhelming evidence, is not only sadness, but also apprehension for the nation. Because as I said during my remarks, the defense counsel's main argument is that there's nothing wrong with what Donald Trump did, and he could do it all over again. And as a nation, we just have to hope that that isn't the case.
All right, I think that we're going to close it up. I just want to remind everybody that this was the most bipartisan impeachment in the history of the United States. It was the largest vote in the U.S. Senate ever to convict a president who's been impeached. And it was the most bipartisan conviction vote in the Senate that we've ever seen in a case of a presidential impeachment. But there's one other number to look out for if you listen carefully to what's being said now after the trial. There are 57 senators who voted to convict on the facts and the law. Now, add to that the number of senators who say they believe that Donald Trump was factually guilty, but that the Senate didn't have jurisdiction or there was some other constitutional issue. But just take the ones who say, we don't think that we could convict him because of this January exception. He was able to get away with it at the end of his term. If 10 or 15 or 20 of them say that, that means you've got a supermajority who are saying that the president actually is guilty of his crimes, which we think we have overwhelmingly and convincingly demonstrated to the American people. Thank you all very much.
I gotta go this way first. My bag is over there.
Okay.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that at time determined on Tuesday, February 23rd, notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to executive session and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Thomas J. Vilsack to be Secretary of Agriculture. Further, that there be 20 minutes for debate equally divided between the two leaders or the designees, and that the Senate vote without intervening action or debate on the nomination, and that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 10.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I send a cloture
motion. Clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of State, Linda Thomas Greenfield of Louisiana to be the representative of the United States of America to the United Nations and the representatives of the United States of America in the Security Council of the United Nations.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, hereby move to bring to a close the debate on calendar number 10, Linda Thomas Greenfield of Louisiana to be the representative of the United States of America to the United Nations with the rank and status of the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and the representative of the United States of America in the Security Council of the United Nations, signed by 18 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I now move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 11.
Question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
A nomination, Department of State, Linda Thomas Greenfield of Louisiana to to be representative of the United States of America to the sessions of the General Assembly of the United Nations.
What am I? I'm lost. Motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, hereby move to bring to a close the debate on calendar number 11, Linda Thomas Greenfield of Louisiana, to be representative of the United States of America to the sessions of the General Assembly of the United Nations, signed by 18 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that following the reading of Washington's farewell address on Monday, Feb. 22, the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 10, that the cloture motions ripen at 5:30 on Monday, February 22nd, and finally that the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, February 13th, be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate resume